بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قاف والقرآن المجيد.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bond. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
You've also said that Congress is an Israeli-occupied territory. Now, what do you mean by that?
I said on the McLaughlin Group in response to a question, Jim. They said, do you think that the Congress of the United States will resist this demand for further aid? I said, throughout a crack I'd heard. I said, no, the Congress of the United States is Israeli-occupied territory. What I meant by that is the most powerful lobby in Washington, which Congress can't stand up to, one of the most powerful, is certainly the pro-Israeli lobby. It has gotten its way in this town year in and year out. And I don't think the automatic votes of the Congress of the United States for $3 and $4 billion worth of aid to Israel are necessarily in the national interest of the United States. And that comment, which is to ridicule the subservience of the Congress of the United States, is perfectly valid. I do not believe my government should subsidize Israeli socialism, which we have done, and I do not believe we should subsidize a policy on the West Bank of the Jordan River which denies the Palestinian people rights which I support from Lithuania to Croatia. But if I also believe that Pat Buchanan is entitled to stand up and speak out against any kind of political lobby, whether it's the Greek lobby, Aid for Greece, or whether it's the pro-Israeli lobby, Aid for Israel, without being called vile names.
And you think that's what's happened to you?
Let me tell you something, Jim. When this little flap is 18 months old,
well,
I made this crack. I know Buckley's talking about an 18-month-old column. Let's forget that. When this broke, I made that wiseacre crack about the Amen corner. It was wiseacre, and it was very funny. You know what happened as a consequence of that? People called my newspapers that carried my column and said, drop Buchanan. AIPAC listed 5 conservative columnists who accepted.
The Jewish
lobby, the pro-Israeli lobby,
right.
I went out to speak in the country, and a little girl from the junior league said, I get these horrible calls from New York about you. There are individuals who are pro-Israeli, go around the country and speak in synagogues and say, call CNN and get Pat Buchanan taken off the air. Those kinds of tactics, in my judgment, are un-American. They are done in the name of the First Amendment, and they violate the spirit of the First Amendment. You know me. I've been in this town for 25 years, 30 years. I am controversial. I am sometimes insensitive. I am tough, and I am hard. But I think that this type of thing is beyond the pale.
Israel kills Palestinian men, women and children, and then they look around the world and they don't receive a single sanction to stop. They are emboldened and they keep acting. I mean, this motion is a joke. It is a joke as part of a peace process. What peace process? Israel is carrying out a genocide. Israel is carrying out a genocide in Gaza. It's not a peace process. Why is it that 146 countries could find it within their hearts to recognise Palestine right now? Why is it that the Australian government refuses? And how is it that when a Labor senator, Senator Payman, who had the principles and the courage to cross the floor to vote with the Greens to immediately recognise Palestine, why is it that Senator Payman faced more sanctions than Labor has dished out against Israel? What do you all do? What does this Labor government do? They can recognise Israel, but they can't immediately recognise Palestine. You can't end two-way arms trade. You can't cancel the Elbit Systems contract. You can't sanction Israel, and you should all be deeply, deeply ashamed.
Then, of course, there are those who believe that 9/11 was an inside job, a false flag event. And those people are deemed the craziest because how dare they? How dare they question that narrative? How dare you think that your government could be involved in a false flag attack at all? Well, let me tell you something, sweetheart. You don't have to believe that 9/11 was an inside job, but you better tether yourself to the understanding that false flag events are a reality. Not an imagination, not a conspiracy theory. It is a reality. And you want to know how we know that? Well, you can just look this up on Wikipedia if you don't believe me, because a former sitting president who was subsequently assassinated in the back of a car next to his wife, JFK, he refused to sign off on a false flag event. The CIA came to him. This is called Operation Northwoods. You should look this up if you think that I'm making this up. The CIA came to JFK and they said, we have an operation. We want to go to war with Cuba. Okay? And he said, we have some ideas of how we're going to get the American public on our side, how we're going to get public sentiment to shift so that they want war. And what we think we should do is stage a false flag event, pretend that Cuba is attacking America when in reality it's not. It's really us. One idea that they floated was a fabricated shoot down of a U.S. Air Force plane. They also floated blowing up a U.S. ship. So yeah, Those things do actually happen in the world. And there were plenty of Americans who thought that it was, at the very least, incredibly suspicious during 9/11, shortly thereafter, when this segment ran, also back in 2002, on ABC News as an update to a prior segment that they had done. Take a listen.
In the days after the September attacks, there were countless rumors about strange coincidences surrounding the events. One report about a group of Middle Eastern men spotted the morning of September 11th parked just across the river from New York City has not gone away. Investigation of their presence has led to questions about whether Israel was conducting espionage on U.S. soil. We're joined now by ABC's John Miller with an exclusive report this evening.
That's right, Elizabeth. This is a case that took the FBI and the CIA more than 2 months to sort out, while 5 Israelis waited in jail. It began when this woman was watching the Twin Towers burning from her apartment in New Jersey. She noticed 3 men on top of a van, posing for pictures with the towers burning in the background.
And I could see that they were like happy. You know, they didn't look shocked to me. You know, they didn't look shocked. I thought it was very strange.
The witness called police, who stopped the van hours later and arrested 5 men. All 5, it turns out, were Israeli. They were turned over to the FBI. Sources tell ABC News, during a check of national security databases, some of the men were listed as having had connections with Israeli intelligence. While there is still some debate among American intelligence officials, many investigators believe some of the men were part of an Israeli operation aimed at monitoring radical Islamic charities that support groups like Hamas, something lawyers for the 5 men and the Israeli government strongly deny. After 71 days, the 5 Israelis were deported, leaving some ruffled feathers among both U.S. and Israeli officials.
All right, guys, so nothing to see there. Obviously, you'd be a conspiracy theorist if you had any questions about that. You actually would be worse. You'd probably be anti-Semite if you had any questions about a foreign government overseas that had people who were attached to their intelligence apparatus who were celebrating and taking photos as the towers burned and American citizens were dying. Well, one of you guys commented and said that I should look into the Israelis that were working at the World Trade Center who were forewarned of the attack. And oh my God, yes, that is another thing, after I researched, that has been completely memory hold, but it is true. There was an instant messaging service that was called Odigo. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Odigo, O-D-I-G-O. It was Israeli owned and operated, and they had headquarters that were based 2 blocks away from the World Trade Center. Now, this is according to Haaretz. Check out this headline from them, published September 26th, 2011. So that is 15 days after the attack. It says, Odigo workers were warned of the attacks. That is the headline. And I'm going to read you this piece of the article verbatim. It says, quote, Odigo, the instant messaging service, says that 2 of its workers received messages 2 hours before the Twin Towers attack on September 11th, predicting that the attack would happen. Seriously, you guys, what the F? And that's not all. That's not all. It's going to get even crazier. 2 weeks after 9/11, Alex Diamandis, and by the way, he was Odigo's vice president. This is the vice president of the company, said that the messages said something big was going to happen in a certain amount of time. And it did, almost to the minute.
How could Muhammad Atta's passport survive the fireball explosion that supposedly cremated him, fly out of his pocket, fly out of the incinerated plane, flutter to the ground into 2 feet of debris, and end up in readable condition in the hands of investigators, all within 48 hours? Why did 19 Muslim men even need passports on domestic flights? How were passports found but not the plane's voice recorders? Why did the hijackers need passports they would never use again after their suicide flights? The conspicuous trail of planted evidence continued 3 weeks after the 9/11 attacks, when anthrax letters killed 5 people and were clearly worded to throw the blame on Muslims. Death to America, death to Israel, Allah is great. It has since been proven that the anthrax came from a U.S. Army lab and was never mailed by Muslims. There are no airport security videos of any of the 19 accused Muslims boarding any of the hijacked planes.
Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the profound honor of addressing this great citadel of democracy for the 4th time. In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. October 7th is a day that will forever live in infamy. It was the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah. It began as a perfect day, not a cloud in the sky. Thousands of young Israelis were celebrating at an outdoor music festival. And these monsters, they raped women, They beheaded men. They burnt babies alive. They killed parents in front of their children, and children in front of their parents. We recently learned from the National Security Director, U.S. Director of National Intelligence, that Iran is funding and promoting anti-Israel protests in America. They want to disrupt America. So these protesters burn American flags even on the 4th of July. For all we know, Iran is funding the anti-Israel protests that are going on right now outside this building. Not that many, but they're there, and throughout the city. Well, I have a message for these protesters. When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes, and murder women for not covering their hair, are praising, promoting, and funding you, you have officially become Iran's useful idiots. Some of these protesters, it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza, gays for Gaza, gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC, chickens for KFC, chickens for KFC. These protesters chant from the river to the sea, but many don't have a clue what river and what sea they're talking about. They not only get an F in geography, they get an F in history. They call Israel a colonialist state. Don't they know that the land of Israel is where Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob prayed, where Isaiah and Jeremiah preached, and where David and Solomon ruled? My friends, in the Middle East, Iran is virtually behind all the terrorism, all the turmoil, all the chaos, all the killing. And that should come as no surprise. When he founded the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Khomeini pledged, "We will export our revolution to the entire world." We will export the Islamic revolution to the entire world. Now ask yourself, which country ultimately stands in the way of Iran's maniacal plans to impose radical Islam on the world? And the answer is clear. It's America, the guardian of Western civilization and the world's greatest power. It came from the foreign minister of Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, and he said this: "This is not a war with Israel. Israel," he said, "is merely a tool. The main war, the real war, is with America." Iran's regime has been fighting America from the moment it came to power. Yet in the heart of the Middle East, standing in Iran's way, is one proud pro-American democracy, my country, the State of Israel.
Fuck Israel, fuck everything to do with Israel, fuck Zionism. If you're a Zionist, fuck you too. If your family are Zionist, fuck them too. If your friends are Zionist, fuck them too. Your colleagues and your workplace are Zionist. Guess what? Fuck them too. You are fucking scum.
Okay, we're talking to Dr. Timothy Leary, who you really should know about. For those who lived through the 60s, and most of us did, this man was extremely important, and that's why you're here, because you were so associated with the drug culture. Tim, why would you need drugs anymore?
Well, that's none of your business.
No, it is my
business. There happen to be 60 million people in this country who like to smoke marijuana, and it's none of your business or the business of the government to be
Doesn't society have the right to protect itself against people like you or against drug takers? Seriously.
Go back to Iran. You're an Ayatollah. What do you want to do, cut the heads off people who drink beer because you don't want to?
When the tyrants of Tehran, who hang gays from cranes,
Go back to Iran. You're an Ayatollah. What do you want to do, cut the heads off people who drink beer because you don't want to? Go back to Iran. You're an Ayatollah. What do you want to do, cut the heads off people who drink beer because you don't want to? You have absolutely no right interfering in the business of what goes on with 45 million
You're a real example of open-mindedness in this country. It's brought us, it's been a mixed bag, hasn't it?
I think that maybe 1 hour a year, someone like me comes along and challenges the Judeo-Christian ethic, My main function is to reduce guilt, to reduce fear, and to encourage people to thumb your nose at authority.
Michigan Congressman Tim Walberg is a Christian pastor. He's a so-called good Christian, and he has a solution for what's going on in Gaza. Drop nuclear weapons, talking about Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
We shouldn't be spending a dime on humanitarian aid. It should be like Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Get over it.
You're a terrible person.
You kill children, not me.
What?
Go.
My kids? What about my kids?
You kill children, not me. Go.
I didn't kill children.
Okay, what's he
here?
here?
You know what? If we killed 4,000 Palestinian kids, you know what? It wasn't enough. To my friends in immigration.
Really? Okay, go, yeah.
And to the Egyptian, the Mukhabarat, want your picture.
Okay, yeah.
You know the Mukhabarat?
The
Mukhabarat.
No, I don't know.
You don't know?
I just speak English.
No?
Yeah, go,
The
yeah.
Mukhabarat in Egypt will get your parents.
Go,
Does your
yeah.
father like his fingernails? They'll take them out one by one. Did you rape your daughter like Muhammad did? Did you rape your daughter like Muhammad? Because Muhammad was a rapist. The Holy Quran that some people use as a toilet. What do you think of that? People who use the Quran as a toilet.
His name is Stuart Seldowitz, who not only served in the Obama administration, but actually had a pretty high-level position. He was the deputy director and senior political officer in the United States State Department's Office of Israel and Palestinian Affairs for a long time.
In Gaza's waterfront property, it could be very valuable to, if people would focus on kind of building up, livelihoods. You think about all the money that's gone into this tunnel network and into all the munitions. If that would have gone into education or innovation, what could have been done? But I think from Israel's perspective, I would do my best to move the people out and then clean it up, and then clean it up, and then clean it up, and then clean it up.
אנחנו מטילים מצור מוחלט על העיר עזה. אין חשמל, אין מזון, אין מים, אין דלק. הכל סגור. אנחנו נלחמים בחיות אדם, ואנחנו נוהגים בהתאם.
You must remember what Amalek has done to you, says our Holy Bible, and we do remember, and we are fighting. Our brave troops and combatants who are now in Gaza or around Gaza and in all other regions in Israel are joining this chain of Jewish heroes, a chain that has started 3,000 years ago from Joshua ben Nun until the heroes of 1948, the Six-Day War, the 73 October War, and all other wars in this country. Our hero troops, they have one supreme main goal: to completely defeat the murderous enemy and to guarantee our existence in this country.
There is no mercy. You may think you're being merciful to a child, but you're not being merciful to the child. You're being vicious to the ultimate victim that this child will grow up and kill. Because the ideology that that child will grow up with is even worse than the ideology of his father. Hence the reason why the Torah in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 20, verse 16, says, rules of war, Lo techayeh kol neshama, do not allow anyone to remain alive. Nothing. No mercy. Furthermore, the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 25, verse 19, Macho et zecher Amalek, completely erase any memory of Amalek, which means men, women, and children, the Torah says, do not have the right to exist.
I want to say this to our Christian friends, just to call it as it is and say it straight out, you guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us, because we all die for your sins every single day, and that's exactly what's going on here. We're all God's firstborn. We're dying for your sins right now because the Jewish people in the land of Israel are the bulwark against the orcs. Okay, the orcs are coming not to a theater near you, but to your home.
Obviously referencing the Palestinians, meaning that they're animals, they're not humans. But again, here's a Jewish rabbi telling Christians that they should be worshiping him and all of the other Jews in Israel. Statements like that will just be pushed under the rug and, forgotten and say, oh, well, that's just one rogue,
The three principles which enable us Israelis to live so easily with this brutal reality. A, most of the Israelis, if not all of them, deeply believe that we are the chosen people. And if we are the chosen people, we have the right to do whatever we want. B, there were more brutal occupations in history. There were even longer occupations in history, even though the Israeli occupation gets to quite a nice record. But there was never in history an occupation in which the occupier presented himself as the victim. Not only the victim, the only victim around. This also enables any Israeli to live in peace, because we are the victims. To the third set of values which enable us Israelis to live in peace with the occupation, and this is maybe the most crucial one and the worst one. We say victimization, we say chosen people. When I say victimization, it goes without saying we have to mention the Holocaust and the unforgettable Mrs. Golda Meir that the American jury had exported to Israel. She said once, this unforgettable woman, that after the Holocaust, the Jews have the right to do whatever they want. But the third set of values is the most dangerous one, and this is the systematic dehumanization of the Palestinians, which enable us Israelis to live in peace with everything, because if they are not human beings like us, then there is not really a question of human rights. And if you scratch under the skin of almost every Israeli, you will find it there. Almost no one will treat the Palestinians as equal human beings like us.
Now that Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire, do you think Israel should agree with it?
I think Israel should go in there and kick the shit out of them. Just absolutely destroy them, their infrastructure, level anything that they touch.
Why are you so hateful?
It's not hate.
It is, because my people are Palestinian. You're killing my people with our tax dollars. And you saying that everything
should associate themselves with terrorists. They shouldn't put terrorists into office. Like Hamas.
Israel is the terrorist. Israel is the terrorist.
Martyrs Brigade, Lions Den, Fatah, all those terrorist
We
organizations.
say to you every single time, majority of
पकड़ के घर में लेके आओ क्या बोला जय श्री राम का नारा लगाओ बोलो महिला चाकू को गिरा दिया था।
बिहार के चंपारण में एक मुस्लिम लड़के से जबरन जय श्री राम के नारे लगाने का मामला सामने आया है। इसी के पास एक गांव में कुछ लोगों ने उसे जबरन जय श्री राम के नारे लगाने को कहा और जब उसने ऐसा नहीं किया तो उस पर चाकू से हमले किए गए और उसके गले को काटने की कोशिश की गई।
उसी ने हमको घेर लिया है और पकड़ के घर में लेके आओ क्या बोला बोलो जय श्री राम का बोलो नारा लगाओ बोलो महिला चाकू को गिरा दिया था और मारा है सब घर से। वो गोल तरह बना के मैंने इधर से कोई मार रहा था इधर से मार रहा था।
इजराइल में मिलने के बाद जोश से बचना तो 4-5 लोग पकड़ कर कहा कि जय श्री का नारा लगा नारा नहीं लगा इसको पकड़ के घर में मार
बोल जल्दी अरे ना बोल अरे बोले तो ना अमोन बोल जय श्री राम अरे ना बोल दो भाइयों अब बोल जय श्री राम जय श्री राम जय श्री राम
مفحدين يكون مشبحة أزولاي مشبحة أزولاي مشبحة מאוד מאוד جدا מכובדת חשובה ואנחנו רוצים להיות עבדים של משפחת אזולאי לנצח נצחים לעבוד אצלם בביוב ובגינון ולעשות עבודה טובה
That I know for the police that you were attacking me.
But you cannot do this. Don't take a picture. Take it down.
No, come
take it down.
You are touching me. You have no right to touch me. You have no right to touch me. Hey, come on. There goes. Want to make a picture of him?
This is a how-to video on how to blow up a mosque in Gaza. The format is internet fluent. The content is very real. Filmed, edited, and posted on Instagram by an Israeli soldier. It's one of dozens reviewed by CNN. For many in 2024, social media is everyday life. Israeli soldiers are no different, except they're fighting Israel's largest and most brutal war in decades. In video, after video, soldiers document the destruction of Gaza and rejoice. They film detonations to use as wedding invitations. Among them are would-be comedians, whose videos satirizing the war show the devastation in Gaza. The videos often end up on the social media channels of right-wing political commentators. They boast to the Israeli public of the tactics used to defend them. At times, they openly defy their military's message about protecting civilians. And film themselves destroying civilian shops. Israel is under increasing scrutiny over the war in Gaza. These videos may well be adding fuel to that criticism.
النكبة الثانية عن طريق النكبة الثانية هنبتدي تقول انت وجيتك شو بيربيك المدينة
Ultra-Orthodox Jews spit toward Christians carrying a cross in occupied East Jerusalem this week, an act of religious hatred, igniting a scandal in Israel and beyond. Other videos, also widely seen on social media, show Jews spitting toward nuns outside a church. And yet another where Jews spit at a church doorway. Some ultranationalist and settler leaders say spitting at or near Christians and churches is a legitimate Jewish tradition with a long history. Meanwhile, more than 1,400 ultranationalists and settlers entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque complex on Wednesday under Israeli police escort.
They came here to attack Arabs.
You're watching Jewish Israelis, some armed with baseball bats, headed in the direction of a mosque.
Local Jews marked Arab houses in a red spray, so the ones who come from outside will recognize our houses and attack us. ISIS did it, and the Nazis did it. And now they are doing it for us.
Residents here told us that right-wing Jewish settlers are moving into Arab-majority neighborhoods in a deliberate effort to dilute the population.
We want the Palestinians to say, this is our land, this is our country, this is our city.
The minute that set everything and the police lost it is when an Arab boy climbed that electric pole over there and he moved the Israel flag and he put instead a Palestinian flag.
A surprising report from Israel today where officials are taking seriously a recent upsurge in spitting and hitting attacks on clergy and the vandalism of Christian sites.
Christians in Jerusalem's Old City say they've been repeatedly assaulted.
Feel attacked in their places of prayer, in their cemeteries and on the streets.
Christians in Jerusalem's Old City say they are often harassed, spit on, and even physically attacked by religious Jewish youth.
I view this phenomenon as extreme and unacceptable in any shape or form. This phenomenon needs to be uprooted.
Earlier incidents include the desecration of a Protestant cemetery on Mount Zion, an attack on international Christians during a day of prayer for Jerusalem, and harassment at a Messianic concert in Jerusalem. Recently, Israeli Channel 13 reporter Yossi Eli went undercover as a priest for a day. Dressed in a robe, he walked through the Old City with Franciscan Father Alberto. In the first 5 minutes, he was spat at 5 times by Orthodox Jewish Israelis.
If you haven't seen it yet, a French newspaper is making fun of a chazan starving during Ramadan. The cartoonist shows a Palestinian running after rats and cockroaches as a woman slaps his hand and says, "Tss, not before sunset."
We imposed the most brutal sanctions in human history on Iraq. We cut off their food and we cut off their medicine for 12 years. 100,000 Iraqis die per year. By the end of the Clinton administration, the first 8 years of these brutal sanctions, 800,000 people were dead. UN estimated that of the 800,000 Iraqis that had starved to death or died because of lack of medicine, 500,000, 500,000, were age 5 and under. We murdered 500,000 babies in that 8-year span of time. Over the next 4 years, we kill another 100,000 a year until there's Iraq War II in 2003. From that point on, from 2003 until we withdraw, we killed another 1.3 to 2 million Iraqis. In other words, over the course of the last 20, or the course of that 21 years, basically from 1991 to 2011, we killed about 3 million Iraqis.
We have technology that we can see exactly who's in these locations and buildings. So they're targeting and bombing homes, knowing who and how many children were actually inside.
My name is Josephine Gilbo. I'm a 17-year Army veteran. I recently got out of the military last year.
Having that background as an intelligence officer and understanding what defense actually is, I can see clearly that this is not self-defense. The civilian casualties is catastrophic. They're targeting homes filled with children. The elite that sit in Capitol Hill sit there and lie over and over and over. I just want to highlight one of the biggest awakenings that I think I've had the last few weeks coming here and lobbying with the senators and the congressmen is just how corrupt our government is, and that anyone that's in the military is simply just one chess piece that they use at their leisure for their own internal gain to protect their own internal assets and money.
I was thinking about a certain thing that's written in the Talmud, in the Gemara, and it says that Jesus, Yeshu, is in hell, boiling in a pit of his own excrement. And those things are written in the Talmud when it talks about Jesus.
You are stealing my house! And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
I literally just got out of jail like an hour and a half ago, and there was one song that we were singing all the time in there, and it was "My feet gonna let horses some walk right over me." And we unequivocally will not allow any of these systems to walk right over us. We are here, we are strong. They can mace us, they can brutalize us, they can pepper spray us. but the movement is here. It is stronger than ever. Our energy has not dissipated. As a matter of fact, it's come back 10 times stronger. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I don't have much to say other than the fact that they can try all they might, but we're not gonna let no fucking system walk all over us.
Would you have supported dropping the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, General Brown, in World War II? Or do you, in hindsight, do you think that was the right decision for America to drop 2 atomic bombs on the Japanese cities in question?
Well, I'll tell you, stop the World War.
Okay, well, so do you agree, General Austin? If you'd been around, would you say drop them? Do you believe Iran really wants to kill all the Jews if they could? The Iranian regime, yeah. Do you believe Hamas is serious when they say we'll keep doing it over and over again? Do you agree that they will if they can?
I do.
Okay. Do you believe that Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, also bent on the destruction of the Jewish state?
Hezbollah is a terrorist organization.
Okay, so Israel's been hit in the last few weeks by Iran, Hezbollah, and Hamas, dedicated to their destruction. And you're telling me you're going to tell them how to fight the war and what they can and can't use when everybody around them wants to kill all the Jews? And you're telling me that if we withhold weapons in this fight, the existential fight for the life of the Jewish state, it won't send the wrong signal? If we stop weapons necessary to destroy the enemies of the state of Israel at a time of great peril, we will pay a price. This is obscene. It is absurd. Give Israel what they need to fight the war they can't afford to lose. This is Hiroshima and Nagasaki on steroids.
I think that the Islam is it's a very bad disease, not just for Israel, for all around the world. We can see it. They think they all have to be Islam. If you're not Islam, they will kill you.
I also am in an organization. It's called Lava. It's against the Jews shouldn't marry Arabs. The Jews shouldn't marry Arabs.
Shouldn't marry Arabs. Why do you feel strongly about that?
Because Jews is a special nation that God gave it to the Jews, and we don't want Jews to get mixed up together with a different nation.
I think Israelis have to take over, and they have to kick them away. It will be much better.
You can't deal with these people. There's no need to try. There's no need to talk to them. What we can do is when they do enough harm, we retaliate. That's war, and that's the situation that any Jew who lives in Israel has to deal with.
אוקיי, בסדר בעברית? פשוט מאוד, צריך להיכנס לשטחים וכל מחבל שעושה פיגוע צריך להרוג אותו, צריך להרוג את המחבלים ואז הם יפחדו ולא יעשו לנו בעיות והכל יהיה בסדר. הם יהיו בכפרים שלהם, אנחנו נחיה פה, לא צריך להיות ביחד והכל בסדר.
I think also that every Arab that doing a terrorism attack, we have to kill him, and not because he's an Arab, because he's a terrorist. I think you should also kick out the family, because it all begins with chinuch, how do you say education. Whatever they teach the kids it does, you know, it's families.
I think that we need to...
War between countries, you know, if they're going to throw rockets, we're going to throw one big one and done.
I don't think there's any answer to it. There's only one way, I would carpet bomb them.
I think that we're miserable. The Arabs make a piguim and we need to kill the Arabs.
Get them out of here. You gave the land of Israel to the Jewish people. The creator of heaven and earth gave the land of Israel to the Jewish people for an eternal inheritance. That's not Zionism, that's Judaism. This is Jewish identity that they're at war with.
On MSNBC's Morning Joe, a police officer provided this evidence that they were dealing not with students, but with professionals.
Tell us about this change.
Yeah, so when we entered Hamilton Hall, this is not what students bring to school. Okay, this is what professionals bring to campuses and universities. These are heavy industrial chains that were locked with bike locks, and this is what we encountered on every door inside of Hamilton Hall.
You even heard the host say, oh yeah, that is not the kind of thing that a student would have, right? That was in fact a pretty bog standard heavy-duty bike lock. And what that officer showed looks a lot like this one sold by Kryptonite, right? Normal bike lock. And you can see, or can you guess, in fact, where I found that image? Well, it was attached to a post from 2020 by the Columbia University Public Safety Department. So the post calls it Kryptonite's best lock, not even Superman can defeat, and it offers Columbia students a discount code. So that cop was sort of there on MSNBC, taken incredibly serious by the hosts of Morning Joe, saying this is evidence these people weren't students, because what kind of student would have this heavy-duty chain? Well, it's the kind of heavy-duty chain that Columbia University had been advertising to their students, and in fact giving them a discount code to buy. Completely ridiculous. Of course, though, it wasn't enough to stop the NYPD pulling this stunt at a press conference.
Look, the city of New York will never be locked out, and we'll always work together to keep our city safe.
It's a bike lock, right? We'll never be locked out. We'll always stick together. These terrorists with this bike lock, which was advertised to them by the university. The actual mayor of New York was sitting next to that guy, right? These are supposed to be serious politicians, and they're waving around a bike lock saying these people we're dealing with, they aren't just normal students who want peace in the Middle East. These are really violent, aggressive people, but our good, brave police went in there and kicked them out despite all of these, you know, he's talking about it as if they're weapons, right? It's a bike lock. Completely bizarre.
But you'll find that it's actually the pro-Israel demonstrators who are engaging in racism. Take a look at this. So, again, Sharmuta is a lady of the night with a promiscuous nature. Basically means whore. And I'm laughing because it's the Israelis, they can't even come up with their own swear words. They have to take them from Arabic and put them in Hebrew, which is really hilarious. Spitting on people, how nice. Here, we've got more classy behavior. So you heard what she said. She said, I hope you get raped.
Fuck Palestine! Palestine to my dick!
What do you think the response should be from Netanyahu and the military to Gaza?
Kill all Palestinians! All of them! Not one left from the river to the sea, Palestine will be deceased! And Israel need to do like this. You see? Now Gaza. Like this. Gaza need to do like this. Or like this, but all this, Jewish. Two options.
What do you think the response should be to Gaza?
We gotta wipe them off the fucking map.
I'm walking up every fucking flat them like a parking lot.
Yeah, wait.
Flat them out once and for
There's
all.
nothing else you can do. They proved to us there's nothing else you can do. We tried, and
We tried everything. It doesn't work. We have to wipe the flat off the fucking map, like a fucking parking lot.
I'm not stopping till all Arabs are wiped out.
I think now is the time that we need to erase Gaza. There is people inside, our people inside, that kidnapped, and now we need to kill all of them and free Israel. All of their beliefs is killing Jewish and killing and murder our people.
Flatten Gaza.
So he's pointing at them and saying animal, rats in tunnels.
Enjoy being a genocidal psychopath.
They can't do anything unless they tell you and portray to you that they're the ultimate victims, right? They're always the ultimate victims, even when they are committing genocide, when they are occupying.
You're committing genocide! Kill all of you bastards! Yeah, kill everyone, that's what he just said.
I'm a now, you fucking nigger! Fucking nigger! I'm never gonna forget you, fucking nigger!
But remember, this is not racism. The Palestinians, they're racist, they're anti-Semitic. You need to focus on them. Zionists will accuse you of being racist, and that of which they are guilty. For we all know every Zionist accusation is a confession. For we all know every Zionist accusation is a confession. For we all know every Zionist accusation is a confession. And they took over, the students took over Hamilton Hall, which was done in 1968 as well. Okay, so it's a flashback to 1968, and they unfurl this banner. So let me give you some context. Why Hinds Hall instead of Hamilton's Hall? Well, and you'll see this now in CNN how wild they are. They've named this. Okay, so here she is. Okay, it's named after Hind Rajab. It's a girl that was killed in Palestine. I think she was about 6 years old. Okay, she was killed this January. So she was 6 years old, and she was killed by the Israelis after they killed the rest of her family, and that's who they named the hall after. Now look what CNN had to say. Just listen to what they have to say.
16. Good morning to all of you. Some pretty stunning images coming to us overnight, Evan. We also are just learning at this hour that banners have been hung from the hall. They read Hind's Hall and Intifada. Hind is a reference to a woman who was killed in Gaza. Intifada, of course, a reference to uprising, violent struggle.
A woman. Now, why would you call a 6-year-old girl a woman? That seems a bit weird. Just the most charming people. The most charming people that you've ever seen. So let's begin with the Israeli finance minister. Let's see what he had to say. Okay?
תראו חברים, יש בעזה 2 מיליון נאצים שרוצים לשחוט, לאנוס ולרצוח כל יהודי. לא עכשיו תיכנס להרחבה ושבתי יכול לצפות שכתבתי בעניין הזה ב-2017.
כן, בעיניך כל אחד ואחד מהם הוא נאצי שרוצה לרצוח יהודים שם ברצועת? כל אחד ואחד? מתוך
הרוב המוחלט של אוכלוסיית עזה גדל.
Even the Israeli journalist who's interviewing him is like, you're full of it. I mean, they've just uncovered mass graves with people killed, executed with their hands tied behind their backs, blindfolded in Gaza, and he's calling Palestinians Nazis. Wow, that's just funny.
כן, בעיניך כל אחד ואחד מהם הוא נאצי שרוצה לרצוח יהודים שם ברצועת? כל אחד ואחד? מתוך הרוב המוחלט של אוכלוסיית עזה גדלה בתודעת שנאה תהומית למדינת ישראל. אני מזכיר לך.
So he says the vast majority of the population grew up with a visceral hatred towards the state of Israel. Yes, and how can you blame them? I mean, if I lived in Gaza, I'd also hate your fucking guts. You're despicable. Look how you treat people in Gaza, then you will know why they hate you.
The Israeli society overwhelmingly supports the genocidal war in Gaza. It's about 95% of the Jewish Israelis, 95. I have the statistics right here. About 60% of Israeli Jews oppose any humanitarian aid to Gaza, impose on the issue of the war. On this issue of the war, only 1.8%, that was in October, 7%, that was in December, and 3.2%, that's January, of Jewish Israelis believed the IDF was using too much firepower in Gaza. So when people want to lay the blame for the insanity on Netanyahu, that is a misrepresentation of the facts. If there's no political opposition to be seen against Netanyahu, it's because the whole population agrees with what Netanyahu is doing.
Now, I was in Iran once. I was in Tehran once. I met a great man, Nader Talibzadeh, who organized a series of conferences. And I remember saying once at one of those times, Iran is the leader of the free world. Iran is the leader of the free world. Iran is the leader of the free world.
Before we dive deep, let me clarify. It's Iran, not Iran, unless you ran.
Iran is the leader of the free world. Iran is the leader of the free world. And of course, that got a lot of flack. The people who are paid to assassinate your character by the Israel lobby, groups like Camera and that type of thing, jumped on it as if to explain what an awful person I was to say something like that. But what does that mean in light of what just happened? What is the one country in the world that has been able to stand up to Israel now? What is the one country in the world that has been able to stand up to Israel now in a way that is consonant with the moral law, in a way that is consonant with the just war theory, by concentrating their attacks on military bases, military installations of the sort that Israel needs to continue to fight its wars against humanity? That country is Iran. That country is Iran. That country is Iran. And they proved what I said by this attack, which we should note, as of this speaking right now, has gone unanswered, because the United States of America is not going to back up retaliation that is going to lead to World War III, no matter what the mad dog Benjamin Netanyahu wants. This is the situation we're in, thanks to the Iranian resistance against Israel. Thanks to the Iranian resistance against Israel. Thanks to the Iranian resistance against Israel. Israel is now in a position where it cannot retaliate. The technology of war has changed such to the point now where no one can stop a hypersonic missile. No one. And so Israel cannot stop these missiles, and Israel, therefore, has been checkmated. Now, this is regrettable. All war is regrettable, but let's be honest here. The only thing that a mad dog like Israel understands is superior force. They do not believe in following the moral law in any way, shape, or form. And so I am not a pacifist. Okay, I don't think these people should simply roll over and play dead in the light of this aggression, which is a crime against humanity. It was Iran's response, which is a proportionate response militarily, unlike any of the Israeli responses, which is totally disproportionate. We have been watching this disproportionate response for a year now. We have one more day or 2 more days. It'll be a year now that we've been watching the textbook case of disproportionate response in what Israel has been doing to Gaza, and now what it's doing to Lebanon. We cannot tolerate this. The world cannot tolerate this. And it turns out that the only group of people who are willing to stand up against this tyranny are the Iranians. The only group of people who are willing to stand up against this tyranny are the Iranians. The only group of people who are willing to stand up against this tyranny are the Iranians.
In the end of times, when the truth is hidden beneath the ashes of the news, good and evil stand facing each other, not with a sword, but with the choice of the others. On one side, a land called Iran that still swears by the name of justice, and on the other side, a power that shines like through mirrors of
Israel with flags that hide the truth. In the shadows and place the name of security on the wounds. This war is not a war of soil, it is a war of narratives The war is about who will write the last sentence in history. And I believe at the end of times, good does not come with a loud voice. It comes quietly into the hearts of those who still have a conscience when the smoke settles and the world takes back its breath. It is not evil that remains, but a truth that late but bright rises.
איזה דגל דפק, הופה, תלך למשחק של בית"ר באר שבע היום, הנה על דינק, איזה דגל.
I love she get it good from she rise, but put it on so good I make she shake out she ties. Smile upon her face, me know she pleased with this eye. Coming around to make them gyal a roll out them eyes. Go down there, wine and go down there. Go down.
We want to be bent over and we want you to go one after the other in us. Yeah. And then. Do you want to be picked up? Do you want the video to be picked up? Hi.
So basically, we're looking for a train.
Yeah. We want to do a big scene. We want to be bent over and we want you to go one after the other in us. Yeah. But if you say you're struggling with it, we'll get on our knees, you go in a circle and pull us in. Yeah, you all coming? Yeah. You all got ID with you? Yeah. Okay, come on then. Do you want to be picked up? Do you want the video to be picked up? Yeah. Okay, grab that door.
Having a great time at university.
It would make you proud.
And Bonnie have got countless guys lined up ready to us. Oh, how many shoes are you guys counting? Wait, whoa, these are all the guys. There's more in there as well.
Hard interviews, hard. I've been hard. I'm still.
When yeah, you all get the video as well. Free, obviously.
Do you all enjoy it?
Yeah.
Good.
I don't want to stop.
You're Jewish? Do you want to honor God? That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
That's right.
Yes?
That's what the Torah says.
The Torah says to kill us.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes?
כל הגויים שאתה רואה שיש בעולם המיליארדים האלה, הם הכל רק בשביל שהיהודים יהיה להם איזה תועלת. אנחנו רואים את זה, אנחנו לא יודעים בדיוק.
היות מלך בגלות, אז אוטומטי עדיין הם עוד לא משרתים אותנו לגמרי, רק חלקית.
כל אחד יהיה לו, כשמשיח יבוא, אז כל אחד יהיה לו אלפים עבדים.
בינתיים, המשיח לא כאן, אז איך הם משרתים אותנו? הם בונים לנו רכבים, דירות, בניינים, הם בונים את זה, לנו. משרתים את היהודים. אבל יש גם יהודים שעושים את זה.
Not only as a nation they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. As goyim, they're gone. Their personality, as they exist b'fnei atzmam, as they would exist independently of Klal Yisrael, they don't exist. They're done. In modern terminology, they call it cultural genocide. There's a term for it by the progressives. It's called cultural genocide, and they use the word genocide. So that's the opinion who says the karka kol b'nei sheis that will be annihilated with lentazai. You basically learn there's going to be cultural genocide. That you know what the goyim as they exist as goyim, if they that's done with.
Jews control the world. But let me tell you a little secret. In many ways they do, because our influence is beyond any type of rational understanding. We are a minute percentage of the world. And yet the impact of Jews and Judaism on the world is incalculable. In every single sphere, even sometimes in negative spheres like communism and psychoanalysis.
Hanukkah, a celebration exclusively for Jews, a celebration that also was a manufactured newcomer.
In fact, we have very little evidence that many Jews celebrated Hanukkah at all in the 19th century. People who were concerned about Jewish children made Hanukkah important for other reasons. They were concerned that Jewish children not feel neglected during the Christmas season. And so they did an entirely different thing with Hanukkah. They made parties for children. They made special events for children. They made sure children got presents. They decorated their homes. They really focused on children.
Jews admit that they've borrowed from every culture they've come in contact with. Remember, they've been nomadic people going from place to place. One culture Jews borrowed from, more than any other, is from ancient Greece. The Talmud says that the only language the Torah could be properly translated into is Greek.
It's time to get tough. We need a COVID-like response to anti-Semitism. Report.
So we just approached Brian Mass and I asked him, are you spying for Israel? And of course he immediately jumped to his injuries that he received in Afghanistan. While I do sympathize, I do question what he's doing for our country now after witnessing the narrative that has been coming out of his mouth for nearly a year and discovering that his main donors are Israeli citizens. He felt disrespected because I refused to shake the hands of someone who is complicit in genocide, and he also refused to answer the question.
Hi, my name is Josephine Gilbo. I'm a 17-year Army veteran. Are you an Israeli spy? Are you spying on the American government for Israel?
Why would you even ask that?
Because I'm a former intelligence officer. I have read documentation that points to you actually having allegiance to Israel and not America.
That's a very ridiculous question. My allegiance to the United States of America has been clear.
Has it?
I don't know, has it? Did you almost give your life for America?
Absolutely.
Because I almost gave my life
So did
for
I,
America.
17 years in the Army. Why are you continuing to accept donations from Israeli citizens like the Falek family from Miami?
Israel is really a tremendous ally.
Israel is not our ally.
Talmudic tactics are effective in getting power, but the problem is you have to sell out the people. And that is exactly what they do. For example, notice the hypocrisy. Anytime you look at any quote-unquote white privilege, unfortunately that is actually Jewish privilege. So in a way, actually, I'm oddly saying the left has some validity about white privilege, but it's not white people. It's Jews. Like, for example, the best case of this is Harvard studies. So in Harvard, anytime you see an acceptance rate that is high for pale-skinned people, we'll say, they're actually Jews, but they lump themselves into white people. And that allows it to look like there's a white privilege that's substantiated, which isn't the case. So they pretend to be white when it serves them, and they don't pretend to be white when it serves them.
Some Jews are white, like me. But our whiteness is conditional. And that's why it's different. We are not always white. We are white when it is convenient. We are white when our whiteness boosts the numbers of white people in order to oppress people of color. We are white until we're fucking not. And when we're not, we are almost hated in a different way because we can fool you with our whiteness. I have benefited from white privilege my whole life.
I am a Jew. I am Jewish. I'm a proud Jew girl. Hi, I'm Jewish. Nice to meet you. And as a Jew, I've experienced anti-Semitism because I am part of a minority. See, Judaism is an ethno-religion. Ethno-religion? What does that mean? It means that even though I'm an atheist, I still consider myself Jewish because it's part of my ethnicity. And here's an even bigger bombshell. Jews are not white. And that might be disappointing for some of you because you love playing the oppression Olympics. White people are, of course, the bad guys. You love victims.
That way they can have both the power of being the victim and the power of being the accuser. You can look at their own books. Forget about critics, forget about podcasters and cultural commentators telling you about their thoughts and pigeonholing if you think they're pigeonholing. Look at it yourself.
There's 6 sexes, genders in the Talmud with many mentions. Let's get into what they are.
There's Nakeva and Zakar, the two here as female and male. Androgynous or an intersex person with both female and male sex characteristics. Doomed to a person with obscured or unclear sexual characteristics. Elo needs someone assigned female at birth, but who expresses male characteristics later in life. Sorry, someone assigned male at birth, but develops female characteristics later in life and or has their sexual organs removed. Sorries and Eloni often are described as infertile, and while life has lots of rules, don't let binaries be a hurdle to loving yourself or exactly you.
The Talmud actually talks about and normalizes 8 different genders in the Talmud. 8 different genders. You can get online and look this up. The Jewish Virtual Encyclopedia talks about the 8 genders in the Talmud. All right, so that's where this comes from. This idea that men can be women and women can be men and both can be neither and everybody can be both and more. This is not a Christian, white, European, Arab, Muslim idea. This is not a Muslim, Christian, Arab, European way of thinking. This is a Jewish way of thinking, born from thousands of years of Jewish thought and scripture and culture.
I think sometimes like feeling so like robotic, like by the, I think like the 30th, you know, like when we're getting on a bit, I've got like a routine of like how we're going to do this. And like, it just, sometimes you like disassociate and be like, you know, like it's not like normal things at all. In my head right now, I can think of like 5, 6 guys, 10 guys I remember, and that's it. But it's just, I don't know, it's just weird, isn't it? Like if I didn't have the videos, I wouldn't have known I've done 100, you know? But yeah, I think that was kind of the hard part, is like conversing with them and like when they'd kind of be like, oh, like we've only had 2 minutes or 3 minutes and you said 5 on the message.
Did someone say that to you?
Yeah. And obviously it just makes me feel so bad.
Do you think you should feel bad about that?
I guess when you promise something to people who support you, it's kind of hard to let them down.
But it's up to you, right? Like when you know.
Yeah.
Have you even processed, do you think, what's happened?
Not yet. God, I won't forget this day, Jesus.
When I decided to start making this documentary, I wasn't too sure of what to expect.
A lot of things will be hard for you to comprehend. That's why you're in sex work, because you can't offer value in the marketplace.
What the fuck?
And don't worry, I'm not really talking to you. I'm speaking against you as a symbol.
A symbol of what?
A symbol of a declining society where people lack values. So the point is this. If you had IQ and skills to offer to the marketplace, you can earn a good income. Being that the most valuable thing about you is something that you never earned. You didn't earn knowledge, you didn't earn skills. It's your breast that you paid for and your butthole. So you market that to earn money, which is to say, if I took your brain and placed your brain into a man's body, you would be in poverty.
I'm just good for nothing. Yep, you comment.
No, you are good for something. That's why you have OnlyFans. And that's my point, is that that's what you're good for.
In the shadows of the explicit content industry, there's a growing story, one that links pro-Israeli political agenda with some of the most influential figures in adult entertainment. The connections between explicit content, Zionism, and the manipulation of global power are far from simple. But what happens when profit and politics intersect? The world's largest adult website is under the spotlight not only because of its controversial business practices, but also due to its unexpected ties to Israel. But the issue isn't limited to just one website. Zionist influence stretches across the entire adult entertainment industry. Not so explicit sway in a very explicit industry. A significant portion of the explicit content industry has been shaped by members of the US Jewish community, Israeli citizens, and Zionist entrepreneurs. From Ron Jeremy, the notorious star of the adult entertainment world, and Stephen Hirsch, the CEO of Vivid Entertainment, to Ruben Sturman, co-founder of sex toy company Doc Johnson, and often referred to as the Walt Disney of porn. Enter Alo Holding, formerly MindGeek, the corporation behind porn. Despite facing multiple legal investigations, allegations of sex trafficking, and accusation of abuse, Alo continues to thrive. Why? Zionism is more than just a political movement. It has become a global network of power influencing everything from state media outlets to corporate boardrooms. Zionists are deliberately infiltrating and corrupting the minds of followers of other religions, using industries like adult entertainment to smear cultures and societies it wishes to punish, subvert, or vilify. The explicit content sector, often seen as a shadowy business that's taboo, is part of the global Zionist strategy, with companies like porn aligning themselves with Israeli political interests. Then there's Leonid Rudvinsky, the billionaire behind the platform that has empowered explicit content creators. Despite the platform's image as a space for independent creators, Rudvinsky has significantly funded pro-Israeli causes, donating $11 million to AIPAC. But this isn't just philanthropy. This is political backing. At the heart of efforts to clean up its image is Solomon Friedman, a man with both a criminal defense lawyer background and a strong Jewish identity. Friedman, who also happens to be an ordained rabbi, was brought in to oversee compliance as an owning partner. His appointment raises further questions. Was he selected to protect the victims of trafficking, or was he appointed to align the company's interests with large Zionist political agenda? Is it a coincidence that the name of his law firm is Ethical Capital Partners? The Zionist community is no stranger to scandals of its own. Shockingly or not, over the years, several rabbis tied to prominent Jewish organizations have been arrested for pedophilia and child abuse. Figures such as Rabbi Baruch Lanner and Rabbi Mordechai Gafni have faced multiple accusations of sexual misconduct. And while some of these men have been convicted, others like Michael Pratt, co-founder of company tied to trafficking charges, are known to be Zionist sympathizers. Michael Pratt's direct connection to Jeffrey Epstein has further entrenched his ties to powerful figures within the Zionist network.
Don't let your dreams die. I hear your whispers. Women, life, freedom, Zan, Zandagi, Azadi.
For woman.
Don't let your dreams die. I hear your whispers. Women, life, freedom, Zan, Zandagi, Azadi.
I once said to the heads of the CIA when I was prime minister that if you want to advance regime change in Iran, you don't have to go through the CIA cloak and dagger stuff. What you want to do is take very large, very strong transponders and just beam Melrose Place and Beverly Hills 2050 and all that into Tehran and into Iran, because that is subversive stuff. They watch it, the young kids watch it, the young people, they want to have the same nice clothes at the same houses and swimming pools and so on. And that is something that is available in internal forces of dissension that are available in Iran, which is paradoxically probably the most open society in that part of the world. It is a lot more open than Iraq, which is probably the most closed society on earth.
And it's like, okay, is there a major problem here? Because I wasn't thinking George Soros represented all Jewish people until all the Jewish people came out in defense of George Soros. Like, what's going on here? And you know, what's behind this reflexive action to defend Jewish people even when they're doing bad things?
Well, look, we cannot be ignorant of these patterns that we constantly see. And we have to ask each other, do we want to remain ignorant of this pattern? And we only survive by recognizing this pattern. So I bring out the example, and you jump right on it, and you see it. You criticize George Soros. A lot of people don't even know he's a Jew. A lot of people think he's a Greek because he took on the name Soros. That's not his name. His name is Grigory Schwartz. Right. So they don't even know he's a Jew. But the Jews know he's a Jew. He's one of us. How dare you criticize him? This is an anti-Semitic trope, says Jonathan Greenblatt, who's CEO of the ADL. He's the head of the censorship regime. And all Jews are part of this censorship regime. How dare you criticize George Soros? You're criticizing us. Shut him down. Shut it down. Ban him. All Jews think this way. They think in the sense of collective. Now, the Jews have two faces. They have one before the Goyim in public. They have another behind closed doors. I grew up behind closed doors. How Jews look upon you, your wife, your children, but themselves categorically different.
But again, is that typical, or is that is that an extreme, end of the spectrum?
It's not extreme. It's just the characteristic of the collective Jew. And the one who brought this out was Henry Ford Sr. He called the Jewish people the international Jew because he saw it, he understood it, because he had a manufacturing plant that depended on global Jewish finance. He understood that the Jew thinks collectively, and he was the first one to bring this to the American people in his Dearborn Independent. I read this when I was a kid. My dad wanted me to read it so I could understand how the Gentiles look upon us. It's always us and them. It's not, well, we look upon each one individually equally. The Jew doesn't think that way. He wants you to think that way, but he doesn't. And when I say he, the collective Jew. Well, the issue is collectively, they have all the power in Jumerica. And power is ruinous, absolutely ruinous. I mean, just look at what's happening before our eyes that Benji Shapiro can get on, and he's featured on Fox News. And he was asked by a nice Christian Gentile boy at some speech he gave at some college yesterday, how can you condone what the IDF is doing in Gaza and Lebanon? And he said, not only do I condone it, I praise and laud it. Well, hell. This is how the Jewry thinks. This is the lobby. There's 1,000 Jewish organizations that bribe and blackmail the hacks on Capitol Hill, except for one, Thomas Massey. He's the true son of Ron Paul, not Rand.
Yeah, and of course he told everybody in Congress has an AIPAC handler. I actually have that video, and I wanted to get your comment on it because, yeah, this blew my mind. The heartlessness with which Ben Shapiro answers this question.
You collective, they all think this way. They won't say it in front of you. They say, oh, it's terrible. But behind closed doors, they says no, because that little baby that they burned alive will grow up, they say, to be a Hamas.
Yeah, it is insane to me. Like that. I don't get it. Let's watch the video, and we will respond on the other side. I'll get Brother Nathaniel's response. This is clip number 4, I believe, right? That's Ben Shapiro. This is Ben Shapiro being asked a question about just the tens of thousands of dead children in Gaza, and his response is really horrifying. Let's watch.
As an American Jew, how can you continue to condone the actions of the Israeli government, condoned by the U.S. government, in the Gaza Strip, where over 40,000 people have died, including Palestinians and Israelis, and large numbers of children and civilians? How can you continue to condone those actions?
Okay, hold on. I want to correct you. I don't just condone the actions of the Israeli Defense Force and the Israeli government. I celebrate and laud them.
Standing ovation.
I'm not morally apathetic about what's happening.
I'm not morally apathetic about what's happening. I celebrate and laud the killing of innocent women and children. I mean, that's just... Now you're talking about murdering innocent people by the tens of thousands, and he's like, I love it. I'm not just don't condone it. I'm completely in favor of it. I mean, that's sick. That is sick stuff.
Now, I want to talk about that's a Jewish boy that has some kind of pangs of conscience about it. And I need to comment on that because that makes it seem like, well, there are good Jews. But yet he says, I am a Jew. So he does identify as a Jew, but this whole thing, because it's so now publicly displayed, because the whole world is seeing it, it's not happening in a corner. He feels a little guilty, like some other Jews. And he is concerned that all the Goyim, he probably doesn't want to say that because he probably maybe has Gentile friends, are going to look upon someone like me that I participate in that, and I don't want them to think that about me. But yet, he will not repudiate the whole Jewish collective motif, which celebrates this and condones it. He feels guilty. He feels, uh-oh, we're being exposed, and he wants to try to defend some part of Judaism that this is not good, but yet he still identifies as this collective Jew that's doing all these horrible things. Like these protesters, they block a highway. But where were they when Gaza became an open-air concentration camp in 2005? Where were they during the Nakba when the Jews were poisoning the wells and stealing the olive groves? Where were they then? They weren't there. But now that it's public and everyone sees what the Jews are doing and that the lobbies are doing, they're nervous. So let's say, oh, it's not all of us. Some of us are against it. This is a fake. The only ones that really are authentic about this are the Torah Karta group, which from the beginning, and I would say also Norman Finkelstein, that from the beginning did not like what the Jews were doing to the Palestinian people. It says in the Bible, thou shalt not kill, and that's exactly what they were doing. Because most of them don't believe in God. They say, oh, God gave us the land. But you ask, do you believe in God? Well, not really. It's a myth, but that's what he said. And he didn't say that. It was always contingent.
What even is it to be a Jew? What does that even mean in the modern world?
Well, the Jew will tell you he's chosen. Where does he get that? Historically. The Jew thinks historically. You got a friend, he's a Jewish guy, he's a nice guy, maybe have a drink together somewhere, or the Jewish guy mows the lawn next door. But he doesn't see himself in the moment. He's chosen. Where does he get that? The chosen people, the Baptists, heretics, worship Jews more than they worship Jesus. They think if you bless a Jew who killed Christ, that you're going to get blessed. This is insanity. It's not scriptural at all. So the Jew thinks himself historically. Oh, God chose us. But if you want to follow the history, the Jewish leaders and those who always follow the Jewish leaders historically said to Pilate, who wanted to let Jesus go, crucify him. Crucify him. His blood be upon us and upon our children. This is the Jew collectively that still to this day will not repudiate the murder of God. And this is called the deicidal curse, which we were shown this as Jewish children in Shabbat school, that the Goyim and the church says that we have a deicidal curse. And Abe Foxman at the ADL used to talk about this. That's why he said that the New Testament has to be designated as hate speech.
Right.
So historically, the Jew called upon themselves a deicidal curse. Collectively, every Jew has a deicidal curse on him. Collectively, every Jew bears the spirit of Antichrist because they deny that God became man. That's what we have in the New Testament. Do those who call themselves Christians understand this? This is the divine word of God. That's how you understand the Jew. And that's how you can understand how a man like this scumball, this wicked thing, Benji Shapiro, can say he celebrates what the IDF is doing. They're burning children alive. They're cutting off their arms. He celebrates this because he has a deicidal curse. because he bears the spirit of Antichrist. That's Ben Shapiro, who is a meme for every single Jew.
Well, and it's, what's so funny is, that's always on the top of the list of like anti-Semitic things is they'll say the Jews killed Christ. But then if you ask Ben Shapiro, he's like, yeah, he was a common criminal. He deserved to die. It's like, all right, well, okay. You're saying,
blasphemy. That's blasphemy. They'll go to hell for that.
From a Jewish point of view, where we don't believe in the divinity of Christ, I think that there you can make an argument that the Gospels, which were written,
he was just a prophet.
No, we don't even believe he was a prophet.
What do you think he was? What do you guys think?
What do I think he was historically? I think he was a Jew who tried to lead a revolt against the Romans and got killed for his trouble, just like a lot of other Jews at that time who were crucified for trying to lead revolts against the Romans and got killed for their trouble.
So he became legend in story, and it became a bigger and bigger deal as time went on.
Yeah, he had a group of followers, and then that gradually grew, and then
do you think he was resurrected?
No, that's not a Jewish belief.
Okay, I just want to check.
Yeah, no, we're not into we're not into miracle stories. No, that's not. No.
You don't have any miracles?
No, not by Jesus. Right?
No?
They're ones in the Old Testament.
Ones?
Yeah, you've got Moses splitting the sea and all that.
What do you think happened there?
What do I think happened there?
Yeah.
Well, I'll go with the Maimonidean explanation that there was. It says in the Bible there was a strong east wind. So there's a naturalistic explanation for a physical phenomenon.
Of course, it's not news to members of this particular audience that Jews are sick and twisted perverts who relish in the wholesale slaughter and abuse of entire populations of people. That's just a fact. And right now in the Middle East, Israeli Jews and their Western puppets are presiding over what can only be classified as a genocide. It's an ethnic cleansing. It's a mass murder campaign and forced removal of entire nations of people from land that they have lived on for hundreds to even thousands of years so that a bunch of Eastern Europeans can come rushing in to snatch up that land, drain it of its value and resources, and build the empire of Greater Israel. And really, at no time in history, at no time since Israel's founding on May 14th, 1948, have these genocidal colonial intentions been as clear as they are today. As clear as they have been since last year, since last October on the 7th, when Benjamin Netanyahu, an Israeli war machine, went charging into Gaza to slaughter tens of thousands of innocent women and children, to level entire cities, to do it all with American bombs and American money. They went to Gaza. They killed people who lived there. And now the bulldozers are rolling in. The settlers are rolling in. The borders of Israel are expanding. And while we can all look at this and find it disgusting and be completely outraged that our government, which has absolutely no interest in representing us or in representing what's right, is supporting all of this with our tax dollars. When Jews look at this, when they see what's happening in the Middle East, they absolutely love it. They start dancing. Just log into X and see what these people are saying. They're practically jerking off to all of these war crimes and the slaughter that their cousins are committing on the other side of the world. And they're not just jerking off to this online. They're doing it in real life too. And I mean this literally. Because recently, an Israeli soldier, also known as a terrorist, posted a photo of himself on social media sitting in a lawn chair with his pants pulled down, jerking off as he looked over the ruins of Palestinian Gaza. These people are fucking sick. These people are twisted. They're completely perverted. It's no wonder why they run the porn industry, because they're sick. Israel has the largest population of pedophiles and homosexual perverts on planet Earth. They actually invite Jewish pedophiles escaping justice all over the world, especially here in the United States, to move there. There was once a poll conducted that showed that more than a third of Israelis claim to be bisexual. And of course, the Israeli military isn't exempt from this. They rape Palestinian hostages. They actually protest for their right to do it. We've all seen these gay Israeli soldiers raising rainbow flags as they rampage through Gaza and other parts of the Middle East. And as they've done this, they've also developed a penchant for putting on women's clothing. They like going into the homes of Palestinian families, the homes of Lebanese families, rummaging through all of the women's dressers and putting on their clothes before posing for pictures like the BTK killer. Look at this. They murder and abuse women and children, and then they put on their clothes, blow up their towns, and jerk off to all of it.
Hordes of Hindus are swarming in, and the Jews are helping them storm. Whether it's at the border, or H-1B visas, or even the Jew-enabled diversity visa program, the Hinduization of America is a curse that keeps on growing. Cut to the chase, it's in your face. At the RNC last summer, it's a bummer, the Hindu Hummer. HamonahHamonGog sang a tune to Wahoo Guru, and all the American boobs crooned in.
Then we got
blindsided with that all-American Catholic boy, J.D. Vance, named VP, who combined his dotted white face to a Hindu girl, complete with a Kalyanam wedding. It's the curse that keeps on giving, with Hindi gal Sabrina Singh as defense spokesjeet, and Vivek Ramaswamy add government efficiency. Trump adds insult to injury by picking Hinduish Tulsi Gabbard as intel chief, then picks Bajit Kashyap Patel as spy chief, twisting the knife to make the Bajit wound go deep. Our Wahoo Guru gal, HamonahHamonGog, without delay, is fixed by Trump at DOJ for civil rights.
We were talking about Donald Trump. Well, Donald Trump has tapped an Indian American as part of his second administration, and Trump has named Harmeet K. Dhillon as his pick for Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the Department of Justice. The president-elect made the announcement in a post on his social media platform Truth Social, saying that throughout her career, Harmeet has stood up consistently to protect civil liberties.
Get used to it. That curry-flavored accent could be Usha Vince as the next First Lady of the White House in 2028. The American boob is getting prepped for it. The great replacement has a curry-flavored lace wrapped all around it. Now, a Wahoo Guru gal at Civil Rights has a strange cast to it. Harmeet was born in Chandigarh, India, where there ain't no civil rights to be found anywhere in sight. Last time I checked. If you got the wrong cast, you ain't going to get the job you want, the marriage you want, or the restaurant you want. But in Jamaica, where Jews are bringing Hindus in by the droves, the fruit of the caste, Harmeet Hilyon, is made Chief of Civil Rights. I call it Eugene-ville. Somehow, I can never get used to it.
This is a big opportunity for President Trump right now, because if he goes, the first thing he should be doing is he should be getting on the phone with Erdogan in Turkey. Turkey is pro-Ukraine. Keep that in mind. Turkey is pro-Ukraine. So if Trump wants to, one, continue to weaken Iran, and he wants to go and bring the Russia-Ukraine war to the end, the answer is get on the phone and talk to Turkey and Erdogan. There are 2 military bases in Syria. They'd want to make sure that they got that back. There's leverage there to be had.
आज हम इजराइल से एक अनुरोध करना चाहते हैं, वो हमें इजराइल में बसने की सुविधा दे। जिस बीमारी से वो लड़ रहे हैं, हमारा और यहूदियों का शत्रु एक ही है, मोहम्मद और मोहम्मद की शैतानी किताब। हम हिंदू हैं, हम धार्मिक आस्थाओं पर कभी भी किसी का न कत्ल करते हैं न विरोध करते हैं। हम सबकी धार्मिक आस्थाओं को स्वीकार करते हैं। हम ये चाहते हैं कि मोहम्मद और मोहम्मद की शैतानी किताब को मानने वाले लोग इस धरती से मिटा दिए जाएं।
Well, the RNC is proving to be a complete and total embarrassment for this country. Career politicians, Israeli influence agents, corporate donors, sexual degenerates, prostitutes, OnlyFans, even third world invaders all converged on Milwaukee, Wisconsin to officially nominate Donald Trump for president of the United States. Now, of course, Trump already has locked up the delegate count. He's already announced J.D. Vance as his running mate, who then wasted, of course, no time at the RNC in talking to all of the media and press about going to war with Iran. But this just goes with the overall theme of the event. There's been speech after speech and act after act lauding Israel, vowing American support for our so-called greatest ally, which of course dumped a ton of money into this entire event and the upcoming Democrat National Convention as well, so that no matter who wins the dog and pony show this November, they'll have influence. But outside of the politics of it all, the RNC may have been even more disgusting. On Monday night, RNC attendees conducted this disgusting, paganistic, third world Indian religious ritual, praying to some bearded, filthy, false idol who in the prayer they referred to as the one true God. And the person leading the audience in this sacrilegious prayer was none other than Harmeet Dillon, the Indian woman who almost became the RNC chair. I mean, this entire thing was televised, and as the camera panned around, you could see all of these self-proclaimed Christians, all of these self-proclaimed religious American conservatives bowing their heads and nodding their heads and folding their hands and worshiping this subcontinental demon. Look.
Dear Holy Guru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth, where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the turbulent spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that has sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like the founding fathers centuries ago. And we thank you you, dear God, for protecting his life. We thank you for these examples of your awe, fearlessness, and your bear, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us.
What the hell is going on in this country? Seriously, how far has this country fallen? This is the Republican National Convention. It's supposed to be a serious event. But instead we have a bunch of self-hating white Americans who claim to be Christian, by the way, already who bow down to the Jews and allow themselves to be walked all over and pushed around and humiliated by a bunch of pirates from Israel disavowing Jesus Christ to pray to some Indian. But you know, it makes sense that this entire event has been demonically infiltrated and washed in cow dung because the RNC also played host to Amber Rose, a stripper turned OnlyFans prostitute whose only claim to fame is being the baby mama of multiple rappers. This degenerate who has this big tattoo going across her forehead was given the stage to talk about accepting the Republican Party. And then tried to compare herself, someone who has sex on the internet for a living, to normal people who are struggling to buy groceries. And everybody lapped it up, including Trump. Look.
My entire family is racially diverse. And I believe the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, no, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?
That American Model is what the title they give her.
Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all love.
All right, I've had enough.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong.
All right, shut it off. I mean, this is just totally disgusting. It's hard to believe that whoever orchestrated this coming out and speaking didn't have the humiliation of everyone in attendance in mind. This is not how serious countries conduct themselves. John Miller's been following this RNC debacle, and he joins us now to give his thoughts. I can't wait to hear. What say you about what we just watched?
I mean, where do we even begin with this? It was a humiliation ritual. It started with, don't forget, the Jewish congresswoman, her name is Lenora Levi, giving a prayer. I'm watching this thing, and I'm watching this woman pray to our one true God, and she's not mentioning Christ's name, and I'm thinking something's off with this. That kicked off the convention, and then it ended with the Hindu or the Sikh prayer that you just prayed. She said, and she's on Twitter this morning. Harmeet's on Twitter this morning talking about it's the same God. We all worship the same God. I said one true God. Our God's not, his name is not Ereshru or whatever she said.
Yeah.
That's not the God that we worship. And the God that we worship sent his one and only son, Jesus Christ, to die on a cross. So that's not the God that is worshipped by Lenora Levi either. And it was just, I mean, it has to be intentional. They have to be telling us, this is the party that you're going to vote for and you're going to like it. And just humiliation ritual after humiliation. There was the Teamsters guy there clearly telling us, this is who we care about. These are the votes that we care about. We care about the Jewish vote. We care about the black vote. We care about the prostitute vote. We care about the porn star vote. We care about the Indian vote. We don't care about your vote. We don't care about the white vote. And you're going to like it. And the first day was totally memeable because it was just cartoonish in its ghoulishness. But the next day wasn't any better. They're basically trying to convince the American people, don't worry, we're no different from the Democrats. You have Vivek Ramaswamy, who was halfway decent at the end of his primary campaign. You have him telling AOC on Twitter, actually, we're not anti-LGBT. Actually, we're not against abortion. So this entire thing is just for them to show how similar they are to the Democrats. And this theme that we've been talking about for years on end about this uniparty has been no more evident than it was this last 2 days.
Yeah, so I mean, essentially what they're doing is they're just coming right out and saying, yeah, all of the uniparty conspiracy theories that you people have been peddling on dissident alternative media platforms and throughout social media, guess what? You were right the whole time. And what of it?
100%. That's all this was. What is the difference between the GOP? It's going to sound exactly like the DNC in a month or whenever it is, 4 weeks.
The Republican, Democrat paradigm, the right-left paradigm, the conservative, liberal paradigm, these are all constructs. They're all fake. We've been talking about this for a really long time while people say, Stu, that's really hyperbolic, and you should really tamp down the rhetoric a little bit because we really need to get behind Republicans, and we really need to be behind conservatives. And yeah, we do identify, and as long as people continue to participate, they are only promoting and endorsing and legitimizing this division that we have that's 100% fake.
ओम ह्रीं बगलामुखे सर्वदुष्टाय स्वाहा ओम ह्रीं बगलामुखे डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प सर्वशत्रूणां स्वाहा ओम ह्रीं बगलामुखे डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प सर्वशत्रूणां स्वाहा ओम ह्रीं बगलामुखे डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प सर्वशत्रूणां स्वाहा ओम भूर्भुवस्सुः नमो नमः long live Donald Trump long live Donald Trump long live Donald Trump next president America Donald Trump.
And that's the flag behind me. Dear friends, it is my enormous privilege to present to you His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Iran. Reza, please come up here. And by the way, I think in this room, I think in this room, we'd probably prefer another title for you. So I'll call him His Majesty Reza Shah II.
شما در اسرائیل تحت محاصره هستید. از جنوب، از شمال، از شرق و از جبهه پروپاگاندا در غرب به شما اعلان جنگ دادند و این وضعیت شما رو به صورت دائمی دچار آسیب پذیری کرده. اگر صرفاً با حماس یا حزب الله بجنگید، صرفاً دارید واکنش نشون میدید به حملات موضعی. اما زمان واکنش نشون دادن باید به پایان برسه و باید که به صورت دوراندیشتر به این قضیه پرداخته بشه. بنابراین به ما اعتماد کنید و باور کنید وقتی که به شما میگیم که جای هیچ مماشاتی نباید باشه با این رژیم. بنابراین وقتش رسیده که بگیم دیگه بسه. در سال گذشته ایرانی‌ها و اسرائیلی‌ها با همبستگی در کنار هم ایستادند، اما همبستگی دیگر کافی نیست. الان باید بیش از در کنار هم ایستادن کار کنیم. باید دست در دست هم فعالیت کنیم. چیزی که نیاز داریم در این شراکت فراتر از پست‌های شبکه‌های اجتماعی و راهپیمایی و تظاهرات، نیاز داریم به یک کمپین هماهنگ شده. باید که فشار حداکثری بر رژیم جمهوری اسلامی دوباره برقرار بشه. اگر اقدام نکنیم و جمهوری اسلامی بر سر قدرت باقی بمونه، هیچ کدوم از اینها ممکن نخواهد بود.
چه احساسی داری الان؟ خسته شدی؟
خوبه.
پنجمین کلاس.
پشیمون نیستم خلاصه.
پنجمین کلاسته. خیلی هم پیشرفت کردی. من که خیلی خوشحالم.
البته با این رژیم که کالریش خیلی کمه جونم در میاد وسط راه.
42 پوند.
आज हम इजराइल से एक अनुरोध करना चाहते हैं, वो हमें इजराइल में बसने की सुविधा दे। जिस बीमारी से वो लड़ रहे हैं, हमारा और यहूदियों का शत्रु एक ही है, मोहम्मद और मोहम्मद की शैतानी किताब। हम हिंदू हैं, हम धार्मिक आस्थाओं पर कभी भी किसी का न कत्ल करते हैं न विरोध करते हैं। हम सबकी धार्मिक आस्थाओं को स्वीकार करते हैं। हम ये चाहते हैं कि मोहम्मद और मोहम्मद की शैतानी किताब को मानने वाले लोग इस धरती से मिटा दिए जाएं।
No sooner does Trump survive a Trump shot and says, God save me, that we get a featured Hindu speaker at the Republican National Convention invoking a demon spirit over Trump and America.
तू ठाकर तुम बेअरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम माता पिता हम बालक तेरे तुम्हारी कृपा में सुख कनेरे कोई न जाने तुम्हारा अंत ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत सगल समग्री तुम्हारे सूत्रधारी तुम ते हो सो आज्ञाकारी तुम्हारी घट मित तुम्हारी जानी नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. Dear White Guru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith.
I'm sorry, your demon god Wahuguru is not the one true God. And no way did your demon god Wahuguru create America. The God of the Bible, who in the Old and New Testaments is one in unity of three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, is the one true God. And he it is, the God of the Bible, who created the earth in all of its land masses throughout the world. Now, if this woman, Hajmeet Hakakaku, wants to go to Mumbai for an Indian national convention and invoke demonic spirits, that's fine, but not here. Our country, America, is a white Christian nation. In this nation, America, we honor the God of the Bible, not Hindu demons. We got the Hanukkah menorah every year on the White House lawn with some Jew head of state lighting it. Where's a nativity scene which honors the faith of majority white Christian Americans? The Jews won't allow it. Hindu prayers at a public event do not belong here. Neither do Hanukkah menorahs, which represents 1.8% of our population and a ruinous population at that. We either have a white Christian America or a Hindu America. I care about our children. Synagogues and Hindu shrines can go. The church is our only hope.
They are our best friend. I worked for Ronald Reagan for 8 years. Ronald Reagan said, we have to be there for Israel always because they are always there for us. Hamas is not there for us. Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old. They won't let a Palestinian in Jordan. They won't let a Palestinian in Egypt. And Harris wants to bring them to you. They may have good people I'm sorry I don't take a risk with people that are taught to kill Americans at 2. I'm on the side of Israel. You're on the side of Israel. Donald Trump's on the side of Israel. And they're on the side of the terrorists.
That's why I'm proud to stand with the state of Israel. That's why I'm proud to be a Christian Zionist. That's why I'm proud to be a partner to one of the greatest nations on earth and the foundation of the Judeo-Christian West. I'm proud to be here tonight. I'm honored. I want to thank you, and I'm proud to be a Christian Zionist. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Chris Williamson, and you're watching Palestine Declassified, where we expose the Israeli regime's global war against solidarity with the illegally occupied people of Palestine. In today's show, we'll be unpicking the US President Donald Trump's claims about the future for Gaza. In our first report, Lydia Forever Chakra looks at what could be behind Trump's outlandish plan for the mass ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people.
Donald Trump has put forth his plan to empty Gaza of Palestinians and pave the way for Greater Israel. While reports on his presidential campaign have focused largely on funding from the Adelson family, there was much more Zionist money involved in his election, which seems to have passed under the radar of commentators. Trump's campaign was also funded by Isaac Perlmutter and his wife. Perlmutter is the former chairman of Marvel Entertainment. He fought in the Israeli military, occupying the West Bank and Gaza. His family foundation also funds the Friends of the Israeli Occupation Forces, the ADL, and the Jewish Agency for Israel, as well as the illegal settlements in the West Bank. Perlmutter is also very close to Trump, and in his last presidency was often referred to as shadow of head of military veteran affairs, due to his close advisory role. Another key Trump funder is the company Uline, which is headed by Richard Uline. This individual also funded the Accuracy in Media organization, which doxed pro-Palestinian students in the US and put their faces on trucks and billboards to try and intimidate them into silence. Another source of funds for his campaign was Crown Quest, which is headed by Tim Dunn, who is simultaneously chairman of the Christian Advisory Board of the Israel Allies Foundation. The Trump presidential run was also financially backed by Standard Industries, a project of David Millstone, who also heads the Tech Aviv Founders Club, which describes itself as a private global network of Israeli technology company founders and top-tier investors that harness our collective knowledge and networks to help each other build better companies. The organization works closely with Israeli intelligence figures like Nadav Zafrir, former commander of the infamous Signals Intelligence Unit 8200 in the Israeli military. Trump was also funded by investment firm Andreessen Horowitz, which invests in Israeli companies. Andreessen Horowitz funded many Israeli ventures, like Wiz, founded by Asaf Rappaport, a former officer in the famed 8200 military unit. Andreessen Horowitz also funds Toka, an Israeli cyber defense startup, which features many Israeli war criminals and was founded by former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Trump is clearly far more deeply entrenched in the Zionist movement than many thought. The next few years will change history.
Well, our next report highlights the extensive list of committed Zionists who contributed to Donald Trump's presidential election campaign fund.
Looking down the list of funders for Donald Trump's presidential campaign, it's very difficult to spot non-Zionist sources of funds. Even the donors who on the surface seem to be at least indifferent are actually hardcore Zionists when exposed to the most elementary level of investigation. For example, a key donor to his campaign was the Elliott Management Investment Firm. This organization is the brainchild and instrument of its president, Paul E. Singer. He has not only funded the Birthright Israel Project, but also the Israeli military and the Israel Independence Fund. He also is responsible for setting the Startup Nation Central Initiative alongside key Netanyahu loyalists. The stated purpose of the organization is to combat BDS by feeding big tech jobs into Israel, but also by feeding Israeli workers into big tech companies. It is through organizations like Startup Nation Central that you have a huge mass of former Israeli intelligence agents working inside Google today. Another low-profile source of Zionist funds for the Trump campaign came from Book Capital Enterprises, founded by Robert H. Book. He's described in his biography at Access Capital as a major philanthropist in support of Israel, and previously met Trump at the Al-Ameiner Gala, held by the staunch Zionist website. Trump's campaign for re-election as president also received funds from the Primerica Insurance Company. The firm has a history of funding the Israeli spy agency, the ADL. The true extent of Trump's loyalty to Zionist expansion is yet to be fully revealed.
Money talks, and who's got the talking money? It's the Jews. They can even create it out of thin air. I mean the Fed and all central banks. And who is selected to give the talking points? Mr. Donald Trump.
Money talks, okay? Money really talks. Schwartzman standing behind Trump. Haley has put her political baton behind Trump. We're going to talk a little bit more about Bill Ackman in just a moment, a little bit of breaking news on that. We understand he is readying to back Trump. So the donors, the real private money donors, and I emphasize the word private versus public, they are unabashed and unafraid and not dissuaded from backing Trump at this juncture.
Unabashed, it's in your face. Jew faces. Steven Schmeiersman, Blackstone Asset Management. That's big Jew Street money. Bill Ackman, hedge fund mogul. Ackman shut down First Amendment freedom of assembly, anti-genocide protests at college campuses due to his academia donor poo-poo. And now Miriam Adelson, casino queen with tons of den of iniquity, Yiddish money.
Sheldon Adelson's wife, Miriam, is planning on also backing Trump going into this election cycle.
To the tune of $100 million wired to Trump's super PAC, MAGA Inc. That means Miriam Adelson, who just bought out the Dallas Cowboys, has bought herself a Trump. Now she owns both the football team and, to boot, MAGA Inc. She already had her Jewish bank sunk deep into Trump just a few years back.
Welcome, Dr. Miriam Adelson.
Ladies and gentlemen, חברים יקרים, shalom. Sheldon and I welcome you back to our home. 1 month ago, we had the immense honor and pleasure of hosting President Trump at the ISC National Summit in Florida. As you will all recall, it was a tremendous event. The President left no doubt as to the depth of his administration's commitment to the US-Israel alliance. He left no doubt as to his personal affection and respect for the Jewish people.
Well, it's really too warm and fuzzy for me, but incredibly lousy for American prestige. Does money talk? You bet. It speaks Yiddish. And Trump's got his-ish talking points, the scriptish, the players, the entire shtick.
To every college president, I say remove the encampments immediately, vanquish the radicals, and take back our campuses.
Trump will say, he will only say, in his selection cycle, what the Jews tell him to say and what the Jews allow him to say. It's the American way. Not first, not second, certainly last. It's the Jews who win the day. MTG isn't talking about the book, The Firm. She's talking about the legislative chambers of Schumer, Nadler, and Schiff. Give a look.
How do you become Speaker of the House? And let's look at that. It's basically like there's Establishment Washington runs like a company. We could call it The Firm. Well, Mike Johnson just got promoted to senior partner at The Firm because he has been obeying their every single demand.
Establishment Washington, The Firm. A group of Jewish lawyers who write the sermons for their shills on Capitol Hill and put those sermons into congressional bills. Lawyers like Jonathan Greenblatt of the ADL, Howard Core of AIPAC, Harriet Schleifer of the Conference of Presidents of American Jewish Organizations. I mean, a mob of Jewish vultures. And yes, Mayorkas takes orders from the vultures too. Just as much as Speaky Johnson does.
He funded the military. He funded the military-industrial complex and everything that they want done. He funded Biden's open border invasion. He funded the Green New Deal, the climate agenda. He funded full-term abortion clinics, the trans agenda on kids. He funded every single thing that the Firm stands for and what they're trying to push on the rest of the world.
The Firm has been exposed, especially when you see creepies like Speaky Johnson supporting genocide by the Jews in Gaza and funding the tranny agenda. But why?
You can't help but to question, what do they have on him? Is he being blackmailed? What would make this man do this?
Maybe because Johnson adopted a black teen when only 25 to hush him up about something.
There's something wrong with your conscience. If you're only getting 3 hours of sleep at night and you're tired all the time, and it's because you are going against who you are. You're going against your inner self. You're going against the person that you are, but you're turning into something else. And I think something is seriously wrong, not only with him, but many other people in Washington, D.C.
It's the Firm that never sleeps.
And I think that's such a deep point. And thank you for making that. And look, I try to invoke people's religious faith. I feel like it's personal, kind of not my business. But Mike Johnson's talked a lot about his faith as a Christian, and he says it informs all of his decisions. So with that in mind, here he is funding a government in Ukraine that's putting priests in jail, literally putting priests in jail, banning a Christian denomination, sending the army in to close churches. And he's also funding a war in Gaza that's killing Christians and blowing up Christian churches. So how can a Christian be in favor of using U.S. tax dollars to kill and imprison other Christians? I don't understand that. What is that?
Because he serves the devil and the devil's children, Jews, just like Jesus once said.
Goes by so slowly, time 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 goes by so slowly.
Why has the administration failed to move forward with the notification process for the sale of 6,500 JDAMs to Israel?
Congress right now is still reviewing a JDAM sale that we sent forward. We're going to make sure that all of the cases move appropriately.
Well, this one sure is not,
including this one.
Have any divisions within state conducted and any economic analysis to the measure and the impact of potential even job losses and furloughs because of your decision to pause this pending arms sale? My constituents in St. Louis greater metropolitan area, they were, this whole region, they rely on these jobs to pay for their mortgages, their car payments, the daycare costs, and they can't afford to lose their jobs to support this partisan stall tactic. Are you concerned that delaying sales to Israel will diminish our credibility as the arsenal of democracy?
We have conducted airstrikes in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, where tragically we caused civilian casualties. We did the same thing. We owned up to it.
This administration refusing to protect our Jewish brothers and sisters as they want to go to class, they want to eat peacefully in dining halls. This administration needs to stand up and stand against anti-Semitism. Earlier this week, we honored those 6 million Jews that died in the Holocaust. You're at a place in this country, a Harvard-Harris poll just came out, where it said between the ages of 18 and 29, 1 in 5 of those individuals don't believe the Holocaust even existed. And on that note, I think it's important that we continue to tell the story of October 7th. When we talked to the Israeli officials, we mentioned 9/11, and they said, yes, it's similar, but I want you to understand why it's different. These disgusting, barbaric terrorists, they're not going after soldiers. They're coming after babies and beheading them. We must do more. Never again is now.
We are a people that has been kicked out of every place we've ever lived for 2,000 years. Every single place.
In 1872, Rockefeller bought up, shut down, or bankrupt 90% of the oil companies. Our good old Constitution came into place, and in 1911, the Supreme Court found Rockefeller in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act and split Standard Oil into 34 independent companies, so they said, you can't have the monopoly on this, you're done. You think that changed who he was? No. He promised to bankrupt America. At that very same time, they were learning how to turn petrochemicals, exactly what he had at his fingertips with the oil, into pharmaceuticals. Now, John D. Rockefeller's biggest threat was natural health. So what does he do? Being the businessman he is, he donates money to the medical schools because he wants to control. And what do you do when you want to control someone? You give them money. And then he hired a guy by the name of Flexner to study the school's curriculum, to figure out what they were teaching everybody, and to persuade the government to establish allopathic medicine, which used unnatural substances to treat diseases. This is how Western medicine was founded.
I think we're headed for destruction if we continue to tolerate this fake political process that we have all accepted. Nobody's coming to save us. We're funding our own demise. Nobody's riding in on a white horse. Donald Trump or any one man is not the answer. The feds are controlling us, and the feds are where the front lines of the military-industrial complex are, which is where they siphon trillions of dollars through the DC complex to enrich all of these people. And what is the front lines? Israel. And there is absolutely no denying there is an overrepresentation in our government of people who claim to be Jews. People that are in power, that are running this country's into the dirt, stealing your freedom, molesting your kids, kids, killing your kids, injecting bioweapons into you, taking away your freedoms and your individual liberty and your bodily autonomy, and bombing people all over the world in the name of enriching and empowering those in the DC Beltway and the elitists at these Lockheed Martin Raytheon missile testing sites. They all are Jews. And I'm not going to apologize for saying that. It's not just that modern life makes degeneracy easier, it's that our culture in our country actively celebrates it. Male to female freak show transgenders are literally just perverts. They're biological men with a penis and with a demented sexual fetish that causes them to get off by pretending to be some cartoonish woman and then forcing everyone around them to take part in their sick fantasies. Yet precisely because these creatures are insane perverts and predators, they're treated as sacred. They're celebrated. These freak shows are trotted out and given awards as Woman of the Year. In the United States, Christendom as a whole is in disarray because a bunch of weak soy men have stood down and cowered in fear. They've allowed our countries to fall under the control of a criminal cartel of central banking, zio-satanic psychopaths bent on pitting us against ourselves, pitting us against the people that they ferry into our countries, and shredding the very fabric of our civilization. The Federal Reserve and its client groups like BlackRock from their office buildings on Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv, they're the ones calling the shots. They're the ones shoveling millions and billions of dollars into opening up our borders and castrating our kids and using the failed Department of Education them, both mentally and physically. They're flying rainbow pervert flags outside of government buildings above the American flag. They're hanging them from the sides of the White House. They're destroying the social norms and the family units that have held us together since the beginning of time. Pope Francis recently caved and bowed to the LGBT victimhood lobby when he apologized for criticizing what he described as within the Catholic Church. Secular influences, sometimes outright anti-Christian influences, have been gaining a foothold, not just in the Catholic Church, but across Christianity as a whole. But within Catholicism, pro-gay elements have just been relentless in trying to force the church to open up to LGBTism, despite its blatant violation of biblical teachings. Now, unfortunately, many of the subversives who are trying to modernize and secularize or liberalize the Catholic Church, or all three, and Christianity as a whole, are based here in America. So, on one hand, Pope Francis was standing up to that blasphemous wing of the Catholic faith, standing up to the people who want to twist biblical teachings and disrupt religious customs and beliefs and institutions dating all the way back to the days of Jesus Christ. But on the other hand, he's giving in to the very same influences that these people are pushing because he's standing down and apologizing. It's disgusting, almost unforgivable. If a black gets offended, then you're racist. If a dyke gets offended, then you're a homophobe. You're a bigot. If a middle-aged white Karen gets offended on the internet, then you're a misogynist. Starting tomorrow, I believe it is, that we take a whole month to celebrate Pride, and then we're going to watch criminal sexual conduct involving minor children happening in the streets during these parades that celebrate a sin of God. We're going to watch as grown men, and I'm not laughing because I think that this is funny, I'm laughing because I actually would love to exact extreme accountability with my own hands on the people like this that will wave their genitalia in the faces of children, and then they will be protected by the police when somebody like me shows up to do something about it. Yep. Then I will go to jail for being there to protect children. If a woman goes out today looking for a guy, the pickings are really slim, and she's probably not going to find one because valuable men and men that are on a mission with testicular fortitude and fucking balls are too busy for that shit. I don't have the energy to give you or the time to waste. And so I think that we just don't have men that are mission-oriented anymore. We have cuck, pussy, soy, faggot boys that go to the gym and get swole and then like, hey, I'm not here to tell you, believe Stu Peters, believe what I'm saying. I'm here to tell you, I might suggest that there could be potentially an overrepresentation of people that are claiming to be Jews in unelected bureaucratic positions that are making decisions about how many women and children we go and bomb the shit out of and kill. And then I would encourage you to look at where does the money go and who is it that's manufacturing the bombs that are causing all of the bloodshed and who owns those companies and who's the most highly invested in their stocks. They're all Jews. I think school's fake. Kids go to school for how many hours a day? Minimum 6, a lot of them 8, even some of them 10. The actual curriculum that they'll apply in daily life when they are graduating into adulthood is probably about 45 minutes to an hour. So the rest of the time is legitimately set up for indoctrinating kids. It's an indoctrination camp. And then like, oh, I'm accepting of the fact that this guy dresses like a female and then walks into my bathroom. And if I don't accept that, I'm not normal. I'm homophobic, I am a bigot, I'm a transphobe or whatever. Case Oliver, a 38-year-old homosexual and failed legislative candidate from Georgia, walked away with the nomination. If that doesn't tell you that all of this is completely fake, I don't know what will. You may need to seek professional psychological help. This is a guy who hangs out with drag queens. He wears a mask to protect himself from an imaginary sniffle. This guy has called for lockdowns and mask mandates and social distancing and even jab mandates. And like we so often see with these libertarian types, this guy is a complete and total corporate shill. While it may not be very libertarian of him to support government jab mandates, there's nothing wrong with a corporation forcing its employees to accept a bioweapon injection. So this guy claims to be a libertarian who stands for freedom and liberty, but he's perfectly fine with the biggest corporations and the biggest banks in America and all of those in between, forcing their employees and anyone else who wants to do business with them to take the deadliest so-called vaccine in human history. I think that if I were to go on the internet and call her fat, because she is, I mean, factually, that would be a true statement. She's fat. But I think if I were to go, Mark Zuckerberg's Meta on Facebook or Instagram would take my post down, give me a strike, possibly even nuke me off of their platform for targeting an individual with hateful rhetoric. Americans are doing the opposite of profiting when it comes to our relationship and foreign policy with Israel. I mean, funding the Iron Dome. I mean, hundreds of billions of dollars. I can connect what's going on in Ukraine with Israel. You can connect everything back to Israel. And so we're just unquestionably, you're not allowed to criticize it. You're not allowed to ask a question, just funding and dumping money and sending military assets and resources and battleships and protecting this most fortified border on the face of planet Earth while we orchestrate and implement and carry out a physical invasion of our own country. And so when I ask that, I mean, I'm not obsessing. I'm identifying an obvious occupation of every single government installation and institution in the United States and in our media. And it's the one enemy that you're not allowed to name. If the Chi-Coms were at our border and they were invading us, everybody would go, oh my God, the Chinese are invading us and we need to go to war with China. The same thing with Venezuela or the French. They're not occupying our government. They don't dictate U.S. foreign policy, and they're not soaking the taxpayer for hundreds of billions of dollars. Why can't we name this enemy? What makes them so untouchable? The Republican-Democrat two-party constitutional republic system is fake and dead, right? I mean, everybody knows that they're all controlled by foreign entities, mainly this foreign secular nation state called Israel. So you see these like independents that never go anywhere. They get to, you know, a certain point and then they blow up because they don't get the funding or the blessing. They don't put on the tiny hat. They don't French kiss the wall on a solemn display. And then you have these third-party movements. You have the Tea Party, which I don't know where that ever went. And then these libertarian stuff. So, I mean, at what point does everybody realize, okay, like everything about this is fake and controlled. It's all WWE. It's all predetermined. It's all installations. So now people are just running around trying to basically present themselves as the most woke, biggest pedophile, freak, homosexual, I love blacks, I love minorities, diversity is the bedrock of America. The more hyperbolic and extreme you can be as a weirdo and a freak who is a complete example of why we should reopen insane asylums, that's really what people are doing now to attract attention. Israel's fake. Israel is the front lines of the U.S. military-industrial complex. These are arbitrary borders that were just placed in the middle of the Middle East in 1948, May 14th. Israel is a country. Why Israel? Why are we going to call it Israel? Because normie Christians of the Schofield Bible who read that Israel is the Holy Land and that Jews are God's chosen people and that you should never go against these people of Israel, they believe that this secular nation state formed in 1948, where all of the bodies could be buried, where all of military industrial complex missions could be carried out for forever wars and bombing innocent people all over the place and exerting control over people. They put all of this over there, all of the money laundering, all of the NGOs that are getting rich, all of the munitions manufacturers, everybody that sits on Wall Street, which is fake, by the way. It's a controlled system of monetary exchange. You can't question that because these are God's chosen people. And that's why they did this.
There's two Israels. There's the Israel of the flesh, 1 Corinthians 10:18, and the Israel of God, centered in Jesus, Galatians 6:14-16. And I was born Israel of the flesh. I was just a secular Jew. I didn't know anything about God. But when I became a Christian, I became part of the Israel of God in Jesus Christ.
And that's not some arbitrary nation state that was founded in 1948.
No. Exactly. It's a spiritual experience through Jesus Christ. And I can show you verse after verse after verse where I can prove this. Romans 9:6, Paul says, they're not all Israel which are of Israel. There's two Israels. There's the Israel of the flesh and the Israel of God. I was part of the Israel of the flesh when I became a believer in Jesus. I became part of the Israel of God. And Paul's very clear that the Israel of God is made up of Jews who believe in Jesus, like Matthew, John, Peter, James, Paul, who was Saul, but then he became Paul. They became part of the Israel of God. And then Gentiles, non-Jews, who also believe in Jesus, we all become part of one body, the same body. It's in Ephesians chapter 2. It's very clear. Jesus broke down the barrier, the dividing wall. And Jews who believe in Jesus, those who don't believe in Jesus, or those who are not Jews, are all together. We become the seed of Abraham, Galatians 3:29. We become heirs according to the promise. We're centered in Jesus Christ. All the Old Testament prophecies now apply to the Israel of God in Jesus Christ, not to the Israel of the flesh who can just trace their lineage back to Abraham, but who don't believe in Jesus. That's biblical, and I can prove it right from the Word of God.
We have a big problem. And this is going to continue ongoing. This is an outrage to America. You talked about law. This is a travesty to law. There is no law because the information and money are completely controlled by a small group of people. And if you say their name, you're called an anti-Semite.
No, let your voice go. Go.
I just don't understand how you have a country where your politicians have more allegiance to a foreign nation than they do their own. I honestly think that we have literal treason going on right now, where Israel's interests are being put before America's interests.
Is America a sovereign nation, or are we being controlled by Israel?
People are always talking about they are out of control, they are killing us. We have to identify who the real enemy is.
The satanic Jews. They control everything and mostly everybody.
What difference does it make if it's a baby or if it's an adult? It's the same thing.
There's one little nation state of Israel that everybody's afraid to talk about. It'll get you nuked off the internet. It'll scare advertisers away from doing business with you if you talk about Zionist infiltration.
Are you a Zionist? Yes.
You have to get rid of AIPAC. You have to get rid of, the Israeli control over our country. I mean, there's just no, because they clearly don't give a shit about it.
Are you part of the Jewish conspiracy? What exactly is the...
Maybe. I'm Jewish.
And they need it because they want to expand Israeli territory. They want an excuse to go in and start rolling over anyone and everything who isn't a militant Zionist Jew. It's not just the Muslims that they're going after. No, it's everyone, including Christians. And even real Jews who don't support Israel and whose families have lived in the Middle East for centuries, even as the Israelis' ancestors were running scams in Khazaria, the region that's now known as Ukraine. We've talked before on this program about how the old city of Jerusalem, radical Jewish Zionist terrorists are attacking Armenian Christians who have lived there since the days of the Byzantine Empire over 1,000 years ago, compared to the Jews who've been there since 1948, May 14th to be exact. They're running an anti-Christian ethnic cleansing campaign. They're even deploying nerve agents on clergymen in an effort to steal their land, to destroy their community, and to build an illegal Jewish settlement in its place. That's what Israel is all about, stealing from others so that a bunch of perverted Jewish sex offenders have a place to live. And that's not hyperbole. That's not just an insult for the sake of an insult. Israel is the most perverted country on planet Earth. It's a safe haven for child rapists. When Jewish perverts get convicted of raping kids in America, they flee to Israel, where they're treated like kings. We have a map of Israeli sex offenders. There's literally a pervert around every corner. I mean, take a look at this. This is like a living hell. These are the people that are controlling our country. These are the people that are controlling our entire political apparatus. This is so multifaceted that a lot of people get themselves trapped into, well, why are you so against the Jews? So can you break that down for us? Can you explain this in greater detail?
Well, you kind of nailed it in that intro there that you showed what this war in Gaza is really about, which is literally a war for greater Israel. That's what it's about. And if you want to know why America should get involved in dealing with the Jews, just look at a statement that Benjamin Netanyahu made in 1991. Where he said, America is a golden calf, and we will suck it dry, chop it up, and sell it off piece by piece until there is nothing left but the world's biggest welfare state, and we will create and control that. And this is what we do to countries that we hate. We destroy them very slowly. That's Benjamin Netanyahu's own words. And yet this guy can come to Congress and receive 58 standing ovations in 60 minutes, almost one per minute, while he's carrying out a absolutely horrific genocide of Gaza Strip. And there's no debate that this is a genocide. It's not a war. You need two armies to have a war. It is genocide. I have friends in Gaza. I talk to them frequently, and they are in a living hell at the moment. And as I've said for many years, Palestine is the greatest moral dilemma we face in the world today. And if we do not look within our hearts to heal this, then the way of Palestine will be the way of the world.
Why do normie, boomer, lukewarm, Protestant, evangelical, Schofield Bible reading Christians fall victim to this and then just run with this and just believe this? I mean, wasn't it pretty strategic, Max, that that the media apparatus and then the infiltration of the Christian church is responsible for programming a large swath of people into believing that this is a topic that you're just not allowed to question or criticize, God forbid?
Absolutely, because they have a misconception of what the word Israel means. There was a really good book that came out a couple of years ago by a lady called Dr. Lorraine Day, but she explained how the word Jew and Gentile was inserted into the Bible in the King James Version of the Bible. Before that, Gentiles was actually nations, and that the state of Israel is a state of mind. Israel is those who believe in the one true God. It's got nothing to do with a block of land in the Middle East. That land that was always marked as Israel within Palestine was simply where that belief took hold. That's what it was. To protect Israel is to protect belief in the one true God, not to protect this group of terrorist imposters that are stealing the land and are setting up their own state. That has got nothing to do with the true biblical meaning of the word Israel. And people just have a complete misconception of this. And so a lot of these evangelists are just Israel, 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 and destroy everything that touches Israel. It's chronic, it's manic, it's ridiculous.
So, I mean, it was done on purpose. It was intentionally called Israel so that the military-industrial complex and the U.S. war machine could stick their missiles and agenda over in this place, all of their agendas, and that they could do it with impunity, and you were not allowed to question it, let alone criticize it.
Yeah, because you think that the people, the Israelis of the state of Israel are God's chosen people.
Right.
No, they're not. They're not. It's anybody who believes in the one true God. It could be any race, any color, it doesn't matter. It's nothing to do with this group of people that are stealing this land and calling it Israel.
How does this end, in your opinion? What do you think is going to happen here?
Well, they're going to push it. I mean, this is about depopulation. They want the war to go Muslim and Christian against each other. And they've openly said, we totally love what's going on. We love the migrant influx into Europe. We love all this stuff, which is all the Kalergi plan. They planned on doing this. And it's about putting East against West. They want the Muslims and the Christians to kill each other, so it's less people for them to kill. Then they can come in and mop up the rest. That's the plan. Take over the world. We are the leaders. We are God's chosen, and we're going to do what we want to do. And it's about depopulation. All this stuff is about depopulation. And that's why they're attacking all the countries around them and trying to get Iran involved, because if they can get Iran involved, it will provide cover to suddenly portray it as as a war against Muslims, Christians against Muslims, and it will provide cover for them to take over that whole area of the Middle East for Greater Israel.
What is your understanding of the term Judeo-Christian? What is a Judeo-Christian?
It's a non-existent term. It's a nonsensical term. It's absolutely ridiculous. If you look at Christianity, Christians say Jesus is the Messiah. The Jews say Jesus is a traitor to their race who is currently boiling in a vat of hot excrement in hell, and as he deserves, as the traitor that he is, and they're glad they killed him. That is what Judeo believes, and that is not what the Christians believe. So the term Judeo-Christian is a Zionist construct to try to put this mindset into people. Really, if you look at religions, Muslims and Christians are actually more similar than Jews and Christians. The only difference is that the Muslims believe Jesus was a prophet, and Christians believe he was the Son of God. Christians will say, oh, that's a big difference. Well, it's a bit better than believing he's boiling in a vat of hot shit in hell, isn't it? You know? I mean, it's a nonsensical term. It's a complete mind bender. It's got nothing to do with reality.
And then Christian Zionists will argue with me, or just indoctrinated, programmed, and brainwashed and gaslit victimhood Christians will just say, well, but Stu, how can you be against them if Jesus is your Messiah? Because Jesus was a Jew.
Was he really a Jew? I mean, Jesus was born in the state of Judea, the province of Judea. But in the Bible, in the original Bible, there was no word Jew. The people who were born in the state of Judea, which is where Christ was born, are simply, they were Judahites or they were Judan, and they were simply those people who had belief in the one true God, those people who followed that teachings. The word Jew, there is no Jew. It's not a race. Go and read Shlomo Sand's book, a professor of history in Tel Aviv University, called The Invention of the Jewish People. And he wrote a follow-up book called The Invention of the Land of Israel, from Holy Land to Homeland. And he's a Jew. He's an Israeli, and he says there are no Jews. There is no such thing as Jewish people.
We are resolved to prevent the settlement in our country of a strange people which was capable of snatching for itself all the leading positions in the land, and to oust it.
I think the smartest thing to do is pull it.
On September 11th, 2001, were perhaps the most shocking and terrifying events in U.S. history.
The witness called police, who stopped the van hours later and arrested 5 men. All 5, it turns out, were Israeli.
And I could see that they were like happy. Something was very strange.
They have to get the blessings of this country before they can swear an oath to our Constitution. They won't get any spotlight in the Zionist-funded media. And one of the scariest things in the world is that nobody is willing to admit that. Nobody wants to have that conversation. Why is our army not arresting pedophiles who put their in little kids' faces during the whole month of June?
Everybody do me, kick me, cut me, go jump like a fight. The Jewish watchword, workers of the world unite, workers of all classes and of all nations, recognize your common enemy. Recognize your common enemy.
If that's the one sensitive subject that nobody wants us to talk about, then I think it's pretty obvious that's the thing that we should be talking about.
The Jews will control the world.
Which is, if you think about it, the same exact spin that the Jewish trickery, Zionist-controlled media played on all of the West throughout the whole war on terror, which is still ongoing. If we don't go attack them on their soil, they're going to come and get us on ours. You little faggots, now fall in line, you good useful little guys, and let us go bomb them with your fucking money and spread democracy. That's what we're doing. See, I'm pretending I'm Lindsey Graham right now. The only thing missing is a dick in my asshole.
It's similar to the situation in the United States,
Almost
where
exactly.
everybody was oppressed.
Almost a carbon copy, almost verbatim, the same type of speech, the same type of spin, the same control structure in the media apparatus. This is a brainwashing, programming, gaslighting operation that has taken place for decades. It has even convinced normie Christian boomers, Protestant, evangelical, Schofield Bible reading, lukewarm Christians that Israel is the Israel of the Bible and that these Jews are the people that Jesus was talking about. They're not even Semitic. They have really no ethnic relation to the Hebrews at all. But it's anti-Semitic to talk about them. That's how backward all of this thinking is. What's your prediction here for where this goes? So now leaders like wheelchair guy Abbott in Texas and what's happening in New York, I mean, these people have now set a precedent. We're going to use force to stop this, right? The only way to respond to force is with force and escalated force and violence. Do you see this getting widespread, completely out of control, where law enforcement, potentially National Guard, is physically clashing with people who have just had enough?
Can you imagine? You don't even have to imagine if this were Christians who were under attack. There would be no action. Why is it that when the Jewish people, when the state of Israel, the Jewish state of Israel is under attack, all of a sudden they get out the rubber bullets. All of a sudden they get out the police. All of a sudden they're arresting people. We've never seen this happen before. Israel is getting untold amounts of money from the United States to the tune of billions of dollars, and that they are taking territory that doesn't belong to them, and that they are killing innocent people in Gaza. They happen to be right about that. And that's the point that is unacceptable, enough so that they're going to go and spray these people with tear gas and rubber bullets.
Yeah, so not only are we upholding and financing and using military resources to assist Israel in committing war crimes, which we have seen. The official Israeli X accounts are posting video after video after video of women and children occupied apartment complexes being flattened. And so not only are we told that's okay, we have to support that in the name of our greatest ally, but now we're being told that the war is coming to you. We're going to arm up and we're going to physically destroy you, harm you, hurt you, and drag you to a gulag, to a prison camp, if you vocalize any dissent against this genocide and ethnic cleansing. I mean, this is really unprecedented, isn't it? I don't think I remember ever seeing anything like this, ever.
As a Christian, we believe that if you believe in Christ and you believe he died for our sins, that's what makes you special. That's what makes you chosen. But these people believe that because of their ethnic heritage and because of the fact that they reject Christ, that's what makes them special. And because of the fact that they reject Christ, that's what makes them special. And so you're not allowed to say anything critical about these people, even when they are killing people, when they are committing war crimes, when they are slaughtering innocent people, just bombing them. You're not allowed to say anything about that because they're the chosen people, because they're special.
Israel's war has now come right here onto our shores. Israel is at war with Americans right now, and they're using our police to enforce the rule of law, Israel's rule of law, here in the United States. Just let that sink in.
Yep. And my prediction is it's going to expand beyond these college campuses and these hotbeds of these discussions. And you and I and the people who watch your show are going to have to watch what they say online. They're going to have to watch what they say in person. They're going to have to watch what they say to their friend, because it's going to be criminalized. They're already in this direction, and it's not just the left. It's actually primarily the right. And you're going to have to be careful what you say online, just as we went through during the 2020 election. It's funny that this always happens at election time. But a lot of people remember during the 2020 election, people were scared shitless to talk about what they wanted to online because they thought the FBI was going to show up at their door. Yeah. And I think we're headed to that. It's going to be a different issue, but we're headed toward that same environment.
Being a Christian Zionist, I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them as their...
You support genocide! You support genocide!
We're killing all you guys. How about that?
Huh? Kill them. You're a whole unicorn. You want to kill them? I have you on camera. Yeah. I have you on camera. You're a unicorn. You're a unicorn. You're a motherfucker.
That's what you are.
You don't like it? Go back to jihad.
You are literally...
I'm literally in your face. That's right.
You're disrespecting my religious
Why are you wearing a mask?
boundaries.
Literally. You should be happy with what you're doing.
Boundaries.
What does this have to do with religion? You're spewing hate. What does this have to do with religion?
Humanity, get the fuck out of my face.
No. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, who invited you here? Yeah. Go back to jihad. Go.
Hate crime.
You're not working.
Hate crime. Hate crime right here. Punk, what are you doing? Hate crime right here.
What's the problem? You guys have an issue?
Dirty
Muslim.
They're being anti-Semitic. Assaulting a young girl. They're anti-Semitic. You are vile. You are below it. You're a poor excuse for a human being. How dare you? And you're not. How dare you? You're the one putting hands on women. Disgusting. I'm fully trained as an MMA fighter. You don't want to touch me. You don't want to touch me.
I'm an IDF soldier.
I don't give two flying don't touch
That's
me.
what you're talking about.
Ask him to get him away.
I'm an IDF. Why used to get you close to you?
Shame on you, sir.
Hey! Hey! What? Whoa!
On enlève les masques, tout ça. Allez, on enlève. La protection, c'est bon. Enlève tout ça, dépêche-toi. Enlève. C'est quoi ça?
No!
a female student and another student who was born male and identifies themselves as a transgender female. Now, it turns out, according to Riverside Police, both have fought before. Video shows another altercation between the two, and many people have taken to social media, specifically parents, to voice their concerns, some of them saying that the transgender student is much larger than the other student. Now, that fight was eventually broken up by school staff.
Here's what we know about the Nashville school shooter. Her name is Audrey Hale, they identify as transgender, and they once attended the school. Apparently, Audrey's family could not accept that Audrey was trans, and this caused Audrey to resent their parents and their parents' religion.
She identify as transgender.
She does identify as transgender, yes.
Is there any reason to believe the shooter first went to the church?
The enormity of the Annunciation shooting, 2 children dead, 18 other kids and 3 adults wounded, a permanent hole in a community overwhelmed by sorrow. Blame they are putting on the transgender community. As a minor, the shooter legally changed their name and gender to female in 2020, but we don't know how they were identifying before the shooting. Even so, that criticism of the community is reaching top leaders, including Minnesota Congressman Tom Emmer, who said in the aftermath Minnesota should suspend its trans refuge status, a state law that was passed in 2023.
ايش تعمل يا حبيبي؟ باي كفى ايش تعمل يا عمو؟ باي كفى
If Aaron Bushnell lit himself on fire and said, "Free the hostages! Free the hostages! Free the hostages!" they would build a shrine to him in the middle of Tel Aviv. Hollywood already would be working on a script for a new movie to honor him. But because he died for the people of Gaza, they hate him for it. Because we Americans, we're supposed to die for Israel, no other country. They have to mock him, just like they mock dead children. There's a Telegram channel with over 126,000 Israelis and Jewish supremacists that mock dead people all day. Babies even. I saw one that said the little girl was dead. One less settler. One less terrorist. That's what they're doing with him. Why is our greatest ally mocking this person, right? Our greatest ally, Israel. What do we even get supporting Israel? Can you name one thing that we as Americans get for supporting Israel? Nothing. Just empty platitudes.
איזה יופי. עושים את המשאיות של החמאס. מקסימה. איזה יופי.
זה אוכל של ילדים מסכנים. הלב כואב. מה זה מנה חמה? לא בריא. איך הם נלחמים טובים אחרי? חזק.
נראה לכם שאני הולך לוותר על מנהג היום? גם אנחנו הולכים להדליק מדורות לעילוי נשמת רבי שמעון, לזכר הנרצחים ולהצלת החטופים ולהצלחת כל חיילי צבא הגנה על ישראל. ל"ג בעומר שמח.
The police here, 99% conviction rate. Shut up.
We don't do anything illegal. You cannot take us to jail. If you are not involved, please go. Shalom, my friend. We bless you.
You're in my country.
You come to the United States, you can say whatever you want to say. That is a free world, yes?
You're not in the United States. You're in Israel.
I understand.
You cannot say whatever you want to say here.
Yes, you can. It's legal. It is legal to preach about Yeshua. We preach at Damascus Gate. The police said it's okay. We preach at Jaffa Gate. The police say it's okay. Please stop. I respect you. Respect me.
He doesn't have to respect you.
Huh?
Doesn't have to respect you.
That is the right thing. Are you Jewish? Do you want to honor God? That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
That's right.
Yes?
That's what the Torah says.
The Torah says to kill us.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol worshippers.
You discriminate against Christians.
The Torah says that Christianity is idol worship.
You asked me to suck.
you and your fucking Jesus can kiss my ass, okay? Go away. Screw you. Whoa. Don't camera, no camera. I break your camera. Don't take picture. Okay? Screw you, you Nazi. You fuck. Don't take camera. I break your camera. Don't take picture. Shabbat shalom. No picture. We don't want picture.
Leave.
What?
You need to. You can't come in here. This is not your house. This is not your house.
We killed Jesus. We're proud of it.
Did you record that?
Get the fuck out of here. This is my land, you.
This is not your land. It belongs to these families.
Land, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna kill you and the Palestinians. You Nazi, you son of a shit.
Hand for that.
This is my land. God gave it to me. Fuck you.
Hand for that.
Nazi. Call everyone you want. I'll kill you. Bastard. This is my house. This is my land. God gave it to me. And fuck you.
بازداشت افراد به اتهام اونچه که فرماندهی انتظامی جمهوری اسلامی شیطان پرستی توصیف میکنه در هفته‌های اخیر در ایران افزایش پیدا کرده. خیلی از این بازداشت شده‌ها که پلیس ازشون به عنوان جلسه یا محافل شیطان پرستی یاد میکنه در واقع ریو پارتی یا مهمونی‌هایی هستن که دی‌جی ها در اون موسیقی الکترونیک اجرا میکنن و عده‌ای هم درش میرقصن. البته اتهام شیطان پرستی برای دستگیری مهمانی در ایران چیز جدیدی نیست و سناریو سازی کلیشه‌ای مانند شیطان پرستی بهانه‌ای برای افزایش دامنه سرکوب به محافل و مهمانی‌های خصوصیه. کسانی که موسیقی گوش میکنن میرقصن تحت عنوان شیطان پرستی با این اتهام بازداشت میکنن. شما هم یکی از این افراد بودین در سال‌های گذشته چنین تجربه‌ای رو داشتین. بهمون میگین دقیقاً چه اتفاقی افتاد؟
جمع شدیم دور هم دیگه روزای تعطیلی دور بر 15 20 نفر واسه خودمون موزیکمون رو گوش می‌کردیم، هدرنگمون رو می‌زدیم و کاری که می‌خواستیم از نظر شیطان پرستی در اون موقع رواج داشت انجام بدیم.
یعنی میگین که این اتهام به شما وارد می‌کنن، شما خودتون شیطان پرست نمی‌دونستین؟
من خودمو شیطان پرست می‌دونستم برای اینکه یکی از موردی که مثلا دنبال من بودن، من وسط قرآن باشم با چاقو وسط قرآن زدم و این در ایران جرم محسوب میشه.
In honor of Pride Month, let's look at some interesting Pride facts. Here are 5 facts you didn't know about the LGBT community. Let's get started. Number 5. 28% of gay men have had more than 1,000 sexual partners. Almost half say they have had more than 500 partners. In the early 1980s, the CDC discovered the typical AIDS-infected homosexual male had sex with 1,100 men in his lifetime. A few counted as many as 20,000 sexual contacts. Number 4. Condoms will not save gays from the adverse health effects of their lifestyles. The damage done to the recipient leads to many health problems other than STDs, including higher chance of anal cancer, higher probability of fecal incontinence. 25% of recipient gays report suffering from fecal incontinence. Anal intercourse can cause tissue in the rectum to tear and bleed. These tears allow disease germs to pass more easily from one partner to the other. Number 3. While transgenders often claim that they need to have access to gender transition surgery, otherwise they will end up committing suicide, data shows that more transgender people end up committing suicide after surgery, 43%, compared to those who do not undergo surgery, 39%. Number 2. In the UK, only 2% of the population are LGBT. Despite this, LGBT people have a disproportionate role in STD statistics. Gay men make up 29% of all male chlamydia cases, 67% of all male gonorrhea cases, and a staggering 87% of all male syphilis cases. And finally, number 1. Many male to female transgenders undergo surgery that uses part of their colon as vaginal lining. This creates a large amount of discharge and regularly emits a foul digestive fecal odor. It is called the sigmoid colon vaginoplasty.
Elon Musk buys Twitter for $44 billion to turn it into the free speech platform, and then right out in the wide open, he's saying free speech and then shutting down free speech. Yeah. Like he's taking away check marks, he's banning accounts, he has nuked more accounts than Jack Dorsey ever did, and people are still celebrating him. And Alex Jones is one of them that just drives me nuts. And then with this bitch shit, passively aggressively attacking me this morning with this, if people want to keep infighting, I don't really understand why they're attacking me. I'm the best we got. I'm with Elon. I'm 100% aligned with Elon. We have to be. I don't know why people aren't supporting me and supporting Elon and supporting Trump. Well, because they're killing us. And then they're silencing us when we're screaming out about our kids being killed and trafficked and genitally mutilated. Come on. What the is wrong with this guy? And what the is wrong with everybody supporting him and cheering for Elon Musk and Donald Trump? What the f***'s going on out here?
Manufactured, absolutely manufactured all over the place too. And that's the thing. You know, I did myself.
I don't know if it's all manufactured. I'm sorry, I'm not yelling over you. I'm really frustrated. So let me just, I don't think 100% of it is manufactured, Shane, because there are a lot of people I talk to in real life that are just 100% grabbing the flag and cheering on Donald Trump and Elon Musk and this alliance with Vivek Ramalama Ding Dong and ushering in billions of third world savages with dirty, rotten teeth that smell like cow shit and drink cow piss and don't wish to assimilate but want to take over your country and replace the jobs. Just like, by the way, a report that X released themselves shows that Elon did. He fired all of the white Americans and rehired dirty, rotten, cow piss drinking, cow shit worshipping Jeets from India.
And I said, I've had enough. I went and dug up these papers out of my files, read them for the first time, and my jaw hit the desk. Because these were direct quotations from mainstream history books, William Shirer, Conrad Hayden, and others, stuff that had been published from the 40s through the 60s, and that was the beginning of this book. And I went out and did hundreds more hours of research and compiled, and that's what's now 400 pages of documentation on this theme in the Pink Swastika, which is now in its 4th edition.
Okay, let's start with the Fuhrer himself. Did he have sexual identity problems?
Well, Hitler was what I would call a pansexualist. He wasn't exclusively a homosexual, not in the sense of just being attracted to people of the same sex. There are at least 4 women that we know of that he had sex with. It was a very perverted form of sexuality. All 4 of them tried to commit suicide, 2 of them succeeded. It seems that his primary emphasis was extreme form of masochism called coprophilia, which involves human excrement. It's completely disgusting. And I think that the homosexual culture that he lived in and that homosexual relationship that he maintained with his whole inner circle was really sort of a less perverse identity than the one that he would have opted for if he had the chance. The person that's probably the closest to Hitler's profile in terms of sexual perversion is Alfred Kinsey, the guy that really launched the sexual revolution here in America. Mm-hmm. He was an in-the-closet gay activist, but he spent all of his time indulging himself in every kind of wickedness that you can think of. And Hitler did pretty much that as well, but there's less opportunity there.
Kinsey, in his experiments, he actually had little children who were molested as part of his scientific experiments.
Yes. Now, some of those were actually the children of I think it was the Buchenwald concentration camp, and that the person who did those experiments, many of them, was one of the Krupps, who had a sort of a children's division of the concentration camp, and he messed with all those kids there. And people don't understand that the Kinsey Institute that exists today, they've got the old German records. People don't know that the gay movement did not start here in the United States. It started in Germany in the 1860s, and it came to full fruition as a movement by the 1920s in Germany. It was the reason for the moral disintegration of that country and the rise of Nazism, and the whole inner circle of Adolf Hitler was homosexual. But it's really interesting because Hitler's faction were masculine-oriented, butch homosexual men. And the ones that the Nazis later did persecute, there were quite a number of them, nowhere near in the millions, it was maybe the tens of thousands. But their enemies were the effeminate branch of the German gay subculture, which actually got started first. It was Karl Heinrich Ulrichs, the founder of the feminist branch of the male gay movement, that really launched the whole thing. It's one of his friends that coined the term homosexual. It didn't exist before Ulrichs' group. And he created a group called the Scientific Humanitarian Committee in order to try to create a political movement to overturn the sodomy laws of Germany. But he had a theory that all male homosexuals were really females trapped in men's bodies, and lesbians were really men trapped in female bodies, and then he called it the third sex theory. So what he was basically saying is that all homosexual men are really women, and the masculine-oriented butch homosexuals hated this guy because they were not feminine at all. They were even ultra-masculine, and so these two factions warred against each other for a long time. And then when the Nazis really formed together and wanted to pursue political control of the state, they created the Nazi Party. And almost all the early Nazis were homosexual, almost all of them. And they began going for parliamentary seats. Well, the effeminate homosexuals were aligned with the Communist Party. And they were the homosexuals among the communists were grounded in the Sex Research Institute of Berlin, which was Germany's version of the Kinsey Institute. And by this time, Ulrichs was long dead. Magnus Hirschfeld was the head of this Sex Research Institute of Berlin, which everybody that got arrested for sex crimes was sent to this institute for therapy, right? which was being run by these effeminate homosexual men. And so what would happen, though, is that these effeminate gays affiliated with the communists, whenever there was an election and the Nazis were trying to get parliamentary seats, they would release information in the newspapers about the homosexuality of the Nazis and sabotage them. So they had this intense hatred of the femmes. And so as soon as Hitler came to power in 1933, one of the first acts of his control was to send the brown shirts over and to take over the Sex Research Institute of Berlin, to go in there, take control of the building, kick everybody out, steal all those files, which was all the incriminating evidence. That was May 6, 1933. 4 days later, May 10th, 1933, they put them all in a big giant bonfire and set it on fire. And then they stood out there throwing Thomas Mann's books and other things in there to make it look like it was something else. But that famous image of the book burning, that was the records of the Sex Research Institute of Berlin. And it was the assistant director of the institute that exposed that came out publicly saying the reason they're doing this is because that's all the records that show that these guys were arrested for perversion. It's amazing stuff.
They threw books in as the political cover for the giant fire.
Right.
And today, the only thing teachers and professors talk about in school and colleges is the Nazis burned books.
Yes, that's it. It's amazing deception.
That same night, while Gaza is relentlessly being erased, they took a boat with the first families, ready to occupy the land of those who are being killed and starved to death.
This wild clip that I'm about to share with you is from a larger documentary called Holy Redemption that I'll be linking to below this video on YouTube, which is about an Israeli extremist group backed by members of the Israeli government that is leading a violent undertaking of stealing Palestinian land. So the clip here that I'm about to share is from members of this group, as well as others, going on a boat to view destroyed Gaza as an attempt to essentially look at what they view as their future land opportunity. So viewing this as purely entertainment and the idea that, oh, one day we can have this land. Watch this.
The main settler organizations are holding a conference near the border to select the first Jewish families to settle in Gaza. We are the only media invited to cover it.
ברגע שאני שומע את אותם הפצצות בעזה, אני מרגיש שהעם שלי חזק. משמידים את הרע בעולם.
As we hear Israeli bombs falling on Gaza, they already discuss how much land each family will take, and the destiny of the people of Gaza, the exile.
מותר לגרש אותו, מותר להשתלט עליו. זה שלנו, והשם רוצה אותנו מתיישבים שם. זה מקום נפלא לגדל את הילדים, דרך אגב בסוף ההתחלה לא יהיה צפוף שם, כל אחד יהיה לו דונם, יהיה מאוד מרובע, לפחות דונם.
לא, משלם ואנחנו, אבל זה לא מספיק. לא אחד ולא שתיים חדשים. כל אחד ניצה. מי זה טוב? זה אומר שנותנים לו לישון בשקט. אתה לא תישון בשקט. אני לא אתן לך לתכנן את עזה. עזה היא שלנו.
That same night, while Gaza is relentlessly being erased, they took a boat with the first families, ready to occupy the land of those who are being killed and starved to death.
המטרה של גרעיני ההתיישבות להתקרב ככל האפשר לעזה, לראות את עזה כולה ולהבין שמעתה והלאה עזה תהיה כולה יהודית. בעזרת השם, עם ישראל ינצח ונזכה לבנות ולראות בשוב השם לציון ובשוב עם ישראל לחבל עזה.
So these people are completely deranged. Now, that woman you saw at the end there is this woman here. She is a member of the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, and is more of an extremist member. That said, there are many within the Knesset that view things exactly as she does, and they are aligned with Benjamin Netanyahu, which continues to help people understand why Benjamin Netanyahu, putting aside, what his own personal views may be, which I'm sure are also extreme, but his power is held up by people like this. So the reason I'm showing you this image here of this lawmaker is because it is part of this larger story where she was this recently, in August last month, defending the soldiers who were caught on camera committing extreme abuse of prisoners. The reason why there has not been any real action here is because the U.S. has veto power. The U.S. and other Israeli allies, like the UK, like Canada, stand up for Israel despite the clear violation of international law. Here is the a map shared from the Associated Press showing, since the late 60s, Israeli settlements and outposts in the West Bank. And it gives you a clear indication of what the Israeli government has been able to get away with.
Arabs will not stay in the Gaza Strip. Who will stay? Jews. Africa is big. Canada is big. The world will absorb the people of Gaza. How we do it? We encourage it.
If they don't want to go.
No, they won't.
If they don't.
The Arabs want to go.
If they don't want to go.
They want to go.
If they don't, what happens?
The normal people don't want to live in hell.
What you're talking about sounds like a plan for ethnic cleansing.
You can call it ethnic cleansing, you call it refugees, whatever you want. If you want to call it cleansing, if you want to call it apartheid, you choose your definition. I choose the way to protect the state of Israel.
והיא הומניטריה, והמילה הומניטריה הייתה נכונה בהקשר הזה עד ה7 באוקטובר. החובה שלנו, של מדינת ישראל, היא להילחם בהם כאילו הם לא בני אנוש.
Look at this. They have, there's a video of Israeli kids. Here it is. Singing about annihilating Palestinians. You think I'm kidding? They thought this was a good idea. Here we go. And somebody translated it. Saga video created by Israeli public relations firm
Rosenbaum Communications. That's good.
So when they say that IDF is crossing the line, did they mean the line of barbarity?
That's what I thought they meant.
I don't know what they mean, but then the next line is to annihilate the swastika bears.
No, there's that they're singing the Dresden argument.
Wow. That's what they're doing. So to annihilate the swastika bears, are they fighting the Ukrainian Azov battalion?
Oh, they're in Ukraine. Gaza, Ukraine.
So, okay, here we go. In another year, there will be nothing there. Little kids are singing this. And we will safely return to our homes. Your homes in Gaza? Within a year, we will annihilate everyone. You know, this isn't... You're supposed to be the victim. That's how you get people on your side. When you turn into a fucking Terminator, you're supposed to... The Israelis are supposed to be the victims here. When you turn yourself into supervillain killers, you lose the PR war. This is put out by a PR firm. I guess they
do this, and then they wonder why they have so much trouble getting people to condemn Hamas. Like, hey, if you guys were in the right, don't you think you wouldn't have to constantly beg people to condemn Hamas? Like, if Israel were actually in the right here, why do you have to spend so much time begging people to take your side?
It's the friendship song. Oh my God.
Produced by Rosenbaum Communications. The Friendship Song 2022.
The friendship song.
So now they're using kids as social shields for genocide. What, you couldn't convince adults to do it? Come on, everybody. Let's go kill over there. The kids just gave us permission. And we always do what kids say.
Rick's not understanding their culture, Jimmy. This is the friendship song.
Who needs video games when you could do the real thing? Come on, kids.
I mean, I think part of why this is such a PR disaster for Israel is because a lot of liberals are being forced to remember certain parallels. Do you guys remember early on in the first Trump campaign, like during the 2016 primaries, he had a little Hitler youth choir group come out and sing that song, Enemies of Freedom.
Yes. Get kids to do it. That's a time-honored tradition.
The liberals were shocked. Oh my God, can you believe it? This is something Hitler would do. And now they're being forced to watch this. And we're being told we have to support Israel. All the liberals who are on board for Ukraine. It just came out in the New York Times this morning. Twice as many women and children in Gaza have been killed in the past 6.5 weeks than women and children have been killed in Ukraine since the start of the war. Since the start of the war. So the Ukraine war has been going on almost 2 full years, February 2022. Twice the number of women and children have been killed by Israel in Gaza in 6.5 weeks than the madman Putin killed in almost 2 years. Yet you can be canceled for supporting Russia. They demonetized Jackson Hinkle's YouTube channel for, supporting Russia at first. And yet and they could also demonetize you for not supporting Israel, as Richard Medhurst learned. I mean, that's how upside down it is. That's how much cognitive dissonance is required to stay on board with this narrative. And that's why they're not able to hold it together.
Well,
it's unraveling.
In the words of chess champion Garry Kasparov, you sound like Putin's body.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So here's another. I'll show you this. Zionists weep their crocodile tears, making unfounded claims of Palestinian child soldiers. Meanwhile, Israeli children play with weapons of war and sing songs celebrating extermination. Every single accusation is a confession. So there they are. There's the...
אף אחד בעולם לא ייתן לנו להמית ברעב ובצמא 2 מיליון אזרחים. למרות שזה אולי צודק ומוסרי עד שלא מחזירים את החטופים שלנו, הומניטרית תמורת הומניטרי, נכון מוסרית, אין מה לעשות, חיים היום בתוך מרחב, צריך לגיטימציה בינלאומית למלחמה הזאת.
יצאו מהמחילות שלהם ויראו את כל עזה הרוסה, ועכשיו הם לא יתקפו אותנו 3 שנים, 5 שנים, 8 שנים, כל מיני ראשי אמ"ן לשעבר וכאלה ביטחוניסטים וכן, שמבינים מצוין. לא, זה לא נקרא ניצחון. ניצחון זה שהם ידעו ושהם יגידו שניצחנו. הם יגידו את זה. וכמו שנאמר פה, הם יגידו, לא כשהרקנו להם ולא כשהרסנו להם, זה מעניין אותם כקליפת השום. אנחנו רוצים להבין גם קצת את האויב שלנו. זה יהיה ניצחון כשהם יאבדו אדמה. כשדר אל אסלאם יהפוך לדר אל יהוד, הם לא יוכלו להכחיש את הניצחון. זה יהיה ניצחון, ניצחון אמיתי. והדבר אולי החשוב ביותר שאני משתדל לומר אותו כל פעם שאנחנו מדברים על ההתיישבות. התיישבות מעל הכל היא התכלית של שיבת ציון. החיילים שלנו והלוחמים שלנו לא נמצאים במקומות שהם זרים בהם, אנחנו נמצאים בארץ שלנו, זה שלנו, בזכות, זה התכלית של שיבת ציון.
The IDF has been forced to admit that they have been running a propaganda channel on Telegram aimed at Israeli citizens that featured snuff films of Palestinians being murdered, dehumanized as insects and vermin, their bodies desecrated, and the destruction of Gaza glorified. Here are the details. The channel named 72 Virgins Uncensored celebrated everything from a Palestinian being repeatedly run over, to a mother grieving over her son, to the destruction of places of worship and reduction of Gaza City to rubble. The existence of the channel has been known for some time. It was created on October 9th. Haaretz was the first mainstream outlet to cover its existence in early December of last year. Now, in that first report, they were able to cite a senior military official who anonymously confirmed that the IDF was in fact directing the channel. At the time, however, the IDF denied those claims. Now, in a follow-up, the IDF has been forced to admit that their own propaganda unit was behind 72 Virgins the whole time. Haaretz also documented some of the genocidal language, gore, and war crimes that were celebrated on this channel. Quote, an October 11th post read, burning their mother, you won't believe the video we got. You can hear their bones crunch. We'll post it right away. Get ready. Photos of Palestinian men captured by the IDF in the strip and the bodies of what they described as terrorists were captioned, exterminating the roaches, exterminating the Hamas rats. Share this beauty. A video of a soldier allegedly dipping machine gun bullets in pork fat is captioned, what a man. Greases bullets with lard. You won't get your virgins. Another caption was, garbage juice, another dead terrorist. You have to watch it with the sound. You'll die laughing. Analyst Knox Bilal has been tracking the content on the channel as well. According to Bilal, on 72 Virgins, you could find this video of buildings in Gaza being demolished. Each time one is reduced to rubble, the twirling menorah on the screen gets another candle. The caption reads, burn Gaza down. You can also find some of the images that horrified the world, but apparently delighted the Israeli audience of 72 Virgins. Men and young boys being detained and humiliated in Gaza. Here's what they apparently consider a hilarious post advertising a destroyed building as if it was luxury real estate. Gaza, 6 rooms, 360-degree view, spacious roof, street with lots of parking, exclusively for sale. For those interested, a pool can be added. LOL. Many commentators have been shocked by the willingness of IDF soldiers to publish TikToks advertising their war crimes and atrocities to the world. Incredibly, the shock was often at their willingness to publish these crimes rather than the commission of the crimes themselves. But here we have the propaganda unit of the IDF, itself running a snuff aggregation channel. It makes several things really quite clear. First, far from being ashamed of their war crimes, the IDF and the Israeli government want Jewish Israelis to know just how brutal they are actually being, how complete with destruction and annihilation and suffering. After all, remember, the polls found only 1.8% of Israeli Jews thought the IDF were using too much firepower. Nearly 60% thought they were not using enough. And since the IDF can't actually accomplish any of their supposed military objectives, brutality is meant to substitute for success. After all, Hamas is not destroyed. The IDF has killed more of their own hostages than they have rescued. The tunnel system is largely intact, and far from creating a shock in the population that would lead them to abandon their fight, the Israelis have only strengthened the logic of violent resistance among Palestinians. Domestically, Israel is suffering a tremendous economic blow and inching closer to outright global pariah status, having already been found to be plausibly committing genocide. Even the pathetic and genocide-abetting Biden administration, alongside the pathetic and genocide-abetting Sunak UK government, are considering unilateral recognition of the Palestinian state. Hamas is likely strengthened, and the security of the Israeli people has only been further compromised. So gore, horror, and incitement to genocide are proffered as a way to cover for the abject systematic failure to accomplish any of the supposed goals of this operation. The IDF atrocity TikToks are not a bug, but a feature of this system. Not just allowed, but encouraged. After all, this entire 72 Virgins channel was sustained and populated with multiple posts daily, including confidential operational details, for months by the very unit dedicated to putting out the version of the war and the messaging on the war that the official powers that be want to see propagated. I'm reminded of Haaretz's recent report from the ethnic cleansing conference just held in Israel, attended by more than a dozen government ministers. According to their journalists there on the ground, the most rapturous response was reserved for exactly this type of content. Quote, the biggest response came for videos of soldiers in Gaza calling for the strip to be resettled, shouting out that there are no innocents, or photographing themselves with banners for the Qatif bloc, that is the former settlements in the Gaza Strip. So stop being puzzled by the mystery of IDF soldiers filming their atrocities. These same TikToks, which spark revulsion around the globe, are met with awe and admiration by the domestic population on whom Netanyahu and co depend on for their grip on power. The soldiers committing those crimes, they're celebrated as heroes.
I'm about to show you something extremely controversial. It's even illegal in the state of Israel to obtain this. And if you do obtain it, it's illegal to show it and or talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, my DNA. Now, I bet you thought it was going to be a lot crazier than that, right? Now, you might ask yourself, why is it illegal to obtain this in the state of Israel? Because it proves through your DNA that Jews around the world have no ancestral ties to the land of Israel. But according to Israeli law, the fact that I have Jewish blood gives me more right to somebody's home and land in the land of Palestine than somebody that has been there for hundreds of years. Doesn't make sense.
If Israel wants to destroy Hamas, Israel should go ahead and destroy Hamas. Israel should go ahead and destroy Hezbollah. If Israel wants to, at long last, abandon the myth of a two-state solution, Israel should go ahead and abandon a two-state solution.
Abandoning a two-state solution means ethnic cleansing, like just get rid of the Gazans, get rid of the West Bank. That's what it means.
The rest of the Arab world can absorb Palestinians just as the Jews absorbed their people out of 22 countries they were kicked out of since 1948.
So mass exodus, mass expulsion. This is the definition of ethnic cleansing. The literal official definition of ethnic cleansing is that you displace an entire population. You do it by massacring a large number of them and displacing, forcing out the rest. That's the official definition of ethnic cleansing. This is what Vivek, a Hindu politician in the US, is advocating for.
First, you have to follow the sanctions and enforce them. The second thing, as I have said, I think that it's really important that we go after key IRGC members and make them feel it. We have to start letting them feel what it's like to be weakened, and they haven't had that. I don't think we go into a full war in Iran. That's not what we're talking about. But we do need to send some messages, and that means if you have to take out some key IRGC members,
take out, you mean kill them?
Finish them.
Anyone that wants to take the stage and talk about dual loyalty is dead wrong. What this organization represents, what Western civilization represents today, is an understanding that Zionism and Americanism are the front lines of Western civilization and freedom in our world today.
You are a misogynist. Not only that, you are a Christian Zionist, and you support the war in Gaza by the Zionists.
I want to thank the authorities.
Focused on lethality, meritocracy, war fighting, accountability, and
senators,
readiness.
when are you going to stop bombing babies in Gaza. Veterans are committing suicide and are homeless. My father, a veteran, committed suicide, and you're sending money to bomb babies. We send money to bomb children in Gaza. Shame on all of you. We need money. We need money for veterans committing suicide. Veterans are homeless. We need money here, not to bomb babies in Gaza. Shame on all of you. My father, a veteran, committed suicide. We need money to help veterans who have PTSD, not money to send to bomb babies. What are we doing? Shame on all of you who don't speak up against the genocide.
20 years of illegal war and a genocide in Gaza. That's the recruiting crisis. No money for disasters. Only $8 billion to Israel to slaughter children. That's the recruiting crisis.
Can I leave, please?
Oh, just protesting.
Hey, Miller, what do you say? How many kids did you kill today? Hey, Miller, what do you say? How many kids did you kill today? Hey, Miller, what do you say? How many kids did you kill today? Hey, Miller, what do you say? How many kids did you kill today?
I want to thank President Trump for his unwavering support for Israel. During my recent visit to Washington, I said that Donald Trump is the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And President Trump shows that friendship each and every day. He has shown it through his visionary plan for Gaza. This is a plan which Israel fully supports. He's shown it by sending us all the munitions that were being held up. This way, he's giving Israel the tools we need to finish the job against Iran's terror axis. And he has shown it by fully backing Israel and putting the pressure to release the hostages where it truly belongs, on Hamas.
Maybe you shouldn't tell anybody that I said this, but you know all those tropes about Jews controlling the world, or at least wanting to control the world? They're actually true. Our goal as Jewish people for the last 3,300 years since the revelation at Sinai has been to control the world.
The Jews will control the world, whether the Goyim like it or they hate it. That's a fact. It's written in a book that the Goyim admit that it's the book of God. So there's no argument here.
In Isaiah chapter 63, the day of the great and terrible day of the Lord, it says that the Lord will come out from a place called Edom and he will crush Edom. Now, I'm just a broadcaster here, okay? In Jewish understanding, Edom is really talking about the Christianity.
Instead of hating the Jewish people, you should love us. You should kiss our feet, you fool. We're the chosen people, not you. You should actually look at the truth and understand that the Jewish people are the greatest gift to mankind.
In September 1982, the Israeli military, which was in control of Beirut at the time, besieged the Shatila refugee camp and the neighboring suburb of Sabra.
We came here to fight and destroy.
The Israelis then allowed their far-right Lebanese militia ally, known as the Phalange, to enter the camp and torture, rape and execute an estimated 2,000 to 3,000 Palestinian refugees.
سعودية شايفين فلسطين شو عم بيصير فيها أطفالنا عم بتموت بتشوفوا كل يوم الأخبار ولا ما بتتابعوا الأخبار أنتوا عم بتشوفوا فلسطين كيف عم بيصير فيها عم بتشوفوا وين أمير سلمان وين خادم الحرمين وين شريف الحرمين في
إخواني ماذا ننتظر؟ إن القدس الشريف يناديكم ويستغيث بكم أيها الإخوة لتنقذوه من محنته ومما ابتلي به فما لا يخيفنا هل نخشى الموت وهل هناك موتة أفضل وأكرم من أن يموت الإنسان مجاهدا في سبيل الله؟ فإني أدعو الله مخلصا إذا لم يكتب لنا الجهاد وتفليط هذه المقدسات ألا يبقيني لحظة واحدة على الحياة.
היום יום הולדת למוחמד. טוב, אז ביום ראשון יש יום הולדת למוחמד הנביא, ובהתאם לכך מדינת ישראל החליטה לתת פרס לכל האנשים שהולכים בדרכו, שהיא לרצוח יהודים, ולסגור את הר הבית ליהודים, ולתת אותו רק למוסלמים. עכשיו אני אומר, מבחינה הגיונית, לקחו את הבחינה הדתית ושימו אותה בצד. זה בעיר הבירה שלנו, המקום הכי קדוש שלנו. ואתם נותנים את זה פרס למי שהמציא את המושג הזה לרצוח יהודים? תגידו לי, אתם השתגעתם, אתם נורמליים? איפה אתם חיים? הר הבית זה מקום שלנו, של עם ישראל, בארץ ישראל, בעיר הבירה של ארץ ישראל. אז לתת אותו לערבים, לאנשים שחוגגים את יום הולדת של מוחמד שהם רצח, בגללו גם רצחו כל כך הרבה יהודים, דין מוחמד בסייף. זה נראה לכם נורמלי? לי לא.
הגיע הזמן לעשות שם פצצה מאוד גדולה, לשבור את הכללים ולשבור את החוקים, וגם לשבור להם את העצמות. ואגב, מי שמכיר פרק הביטחוני, אני מבקש אם אפשר להרוס את כל הכפרים של לבנון שהם נוגעים בישראל, כי זה א' ב' יסודי כדי למנוע התקפות בעתיד על שווים לא חשובים. מרקה את פרבון הרס, את היית השעב, נכון?
מערבית ישבות.
שמעת היית השעב.
זה שמעון, תפריד שמעון.
אוקיי, מסבל. זה יותר קרובה. אני הסתכלתי על כל הכפרים מהג'יון. חברים יקרים, אתם צוחקים עליי. בסוף כל המקומות שיצאנו, חזרנו, ואם לא נתיישב שם, אנחנו נעשה צד ביטחון בתוך ישראל. אתה באמת חושב שאנחנו נתיישב במאג'יון? אני חושב להרוס את...
כשאתה רואה את השיירות חוצות את הגדר עם חטופים ישראלים, גם לשאול מה עובר לך בראש, וגם נוהל חניבל זה משהו שאתם חושבים עליו באותו רגע?
נוהל חניבל, רק נגיד, הנוהל שאומר לירות על מנת להרוג כאשר יש רכב עם חטוף ישראלי.
אני רוצה שתבינו שהיכולת של שר ביטחון לתת הוראות אופרטיביות בלוח זמנים שהכל קורה היא דבר מאוד מוגבל.
ניתנה הוראה לנוהל חניבל?
אני חושב שבאופן טקטי במקומות שונים ניתנה, במקומות אחרים לא ניתנה, וזו בעיה.
And yet nobody is talking about the Hannibal Directive and how the Israeli forces that were actively involved in killing many of the hostages. And it was, and this is my problem about like how the media covers this. Do you have Israeli channels and media like Artists and Israel Today and Channel 12 who talked openly about the choice of the usage of the Hannibal Directive that have inflated the number of casualties from the Israeli side?
It's hard to know for sure what happened on October 7th. Probably about 1,200 Israelis died. About 300 of them were soldiers. About 900 were civilians. So many civilians were killed by the IDF. There are two ways that can happen. One is with friendly fire. The Israelis brought in armor, tanks, attack helicopters. The tanks and attack helicopters were shooting the place up. There were definitely friendly fire incidents, accidentally killing Israeli civilians. Hannibal doctrine is Israeli military purposely killing Israelis so that they don't become hostages. Everybody seems to agree there was a Hannibal doctrine until about 2016. In the Israeli media, Ynet News, there are reports that the Hannibal doctrine was put into place on October 7th.
The number you gave for the other atrocity, which is what it was, is disputed. You know it's disputed.
By other, he meant Sabra and Sattler. They discussed that a second ago, and Moral Quandary has already forgotten it. But the response is why George Galloway is a final boss. He brings up things nobody else does. One of it being all the scrutiny of IDF by Israelis themselves in the media. The Western media just ignores it.
Well, the death toll on October 7th is...
Well, I know you dispute it, but there's more clarity about the numbers on that.
No, there isn't, because the Israeli media reports have not been reflected in Western reports. But the Israeli media all the time reports that significant casualties were inflicted by Israeli forces themselves, and deliberately under Netanyahu's Hannibal Directive, which states that no one should be allowed to be taken hostage, kill them, rather than allow them to be taken.
Wild scenes coming out of Israel yesterday when members of the Knesset and government ministers joined a far-right armed mob to storm multiple Israeli military bases. As I said before, you may think this is an exaggeration, but it was literally in defense of IDF soldiers who gang raped a Palestinian prisoner. So let me back up. Let me show you some of the images here as I speak. This is one of the mobs storming a military base that has been turned into a mass prison camp. Now, this is a place that has become quite notorious post-October 7th. There have been multiple news reports and a UN investigation that revealed horrifying details of systematic abuse of the Palestinians who are being held there, including systematic sexual assault. Specifically, we've got multiple accounts of a hot metal rod being shoved in the anus of multiple Palestinian prisoners. We've also heard about severe beatings. There have been dozens of Palestinians who have died at these facilities. Starvation, I mean, every kind of degradation and torture you can imagine has been documented.
And it's also, by the way, among the protesters were Knesset members of the Israeli parliament. This is how deranged and warped and demented this society is now. I told you guys early on, remember the polls that came out early on? That was like, what was it, only 3% or 4% of the Israeli population thought the IDF's response was too aggressive? And this was already like months into the death and destruction and devastation, when the death toll was already in the thousands of innocent Palestinians. Ready for this? Breaking. The Israeli court has just released a soldier who is the main suspect in the case of torturing and raping Palestinian prisoners at the City Taman prison. This is a victory for the far right wing, who stormed the military court yesterday. So they let him go. They let him go. Because apparently, anally raping Palestinians and doing 42 different kinds of torture is perfectly legal in Israel. It is perfectly legal. This is how they think. Look, you got to call a spade a spade. This is a sick society. I'm sorry, but facts are facts. They have far surpassed the sort of bloodlust and extremism that permeated the United States of America post the Iraq War. You have to call a spade a spade. Because we got to the point where you had mobs protesting for the right to do anal rape torture. I can't imagine anything more depraved than that.
This is leaked CCTV video of what Israeli military police allege is a detainee being sodomized as he's hidden from the view of security cameras by riot shields.
They were arrested, taken away to a detention centre where there was an enormous outcry, and there was actually an invasion of the detention centre, including politicians, in support of the Israeli soldiers.
תרגלו לזה, שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר. אנחנו לא יכולים להמשיך כרגיל.
להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי?
כן, אם הוא נוח'בה, הכל לגיטימי לעשות. הכל!
In Israel, the reaction is it right to sodomize prisoners? This conversation went on breakfast television. It's sort of their equivalent in Israel of GMTV.
מבצעים עבירה, וחשודים בעבירה של אינוס, בעצירת כפות. זה לא מעניין אותך?
בגדול, עוד פעם, זה מעניין לי את האחוז מעשו לאיש חמאס הזה. אני כל הזמן זוכר, קודם כל, הדבר היחיד שמבחינתי בעיה פה, זה שזו לא איזושהי מדיניות מוסדרת של המדינה להתעלל בעצירים, כי בגדול, זה גם קודם כל מגיע להם, וזה אחלה נקמה שאנחנו רוצים לתת להם, ודבר שני, אולי זה גם ישמש אותנו קצת יותר כהרתעה.
So you have Israeli TV pundits discussing the merits of allowing Palestinian prisoners to be raped. Many members of the cabinet are justifying it. Take the example of the Israeli Energy Minister, Eli Cohen, reservists who do holy work and guard the despicable Hamas. Itamar Ben-Gvir, who is the security minister, went even further.
Take your hands off our reservists, like it is in the prison service, so it is in the IDF. Our fighters deserve full support.
ايش اسمك؟ مدار دحلان، قديش عمرك؟
30 سنة 29.
قديش لك محبوس انت ناوي؟
لشهر. من وين اخذوك؟ من السرير خليل.
شو اللي عشته هنا تحسين؟
هذا كابوس. اول ما اخذوك ايش صار؟ لقيت كابتن كان قبلي وانا جيت بعدي وكان قبلي بس انا هذا انا ايش عملوا فيك؟ ضربوني بالسجن 3 مرات في الباص ما طلعش فوق عشان واحد بيقول له يعني تغلس حد يعني طل يعني لا ما قاليش شيء قال لي واحد يعني عشان تطلع ما تغلس فمك قال لي ما ليش انت هيك عرفت كيف يعني ما عقدتش الصح.
Here's a soldier saying that they've destroyed the university. There's no more education now in Gaza. I think the education in Gaza was something you need to preserve. You can find it's humiliating, you know. Oh, maybe humiliating. I don't. As I told you before, I don't see any problem with humiliating the Palestinians. There is nothing with humiliating.
ברור שיש תחושת עליונות. ביום יום אני הולך עם תחושת עליונות אל מול עזה. מי לא מרגיש עליון ביחס אליהם?
Since the war in Gaza started, Israeli soldiers on the front line have been broadcasting the devastation and their dehumanization of Palestinians on social media.
Actually, when I filmed it, my commander was very... They want me to do it.
There's videos where they've shown that they've tortured captives.
They didn't torture captives. You are lying. You are lying, and you are lying. They are not torture captives. They are
This is a video where Israeli French soldier put a video out.
They are being investigated.
Extremists who were once considered fringe are becoming more mainstream, emboldened by the rhetoric they hear.
Are you not concerned that by blocking the aid going to Gaza, a lot of Palestinians who are already suffering are starving?
It's a wrong question, okay? Because the aid gets to Hamas.
The issue for Israel now goes well beyond the occupation.
כמה אני חושב שצריכים להיהרג עד שלא יהיה חמאס? אם צריך להרוג מיליון.
It will always be the response of the West. We are exaggerating, but we are walking. If we are genocide, it's all. ממש לא אכפת לי, ואני לא חושב שצריך להיות חיים ביום שאחרי בעזה.
עזה תושמד. רק השמדה טוטלית. אל תתעסקו עם היהודים. בשביל הכבוד הלאומי שלנו, לזכרם של ילדים, נשים, זקנים, לוחמים, אוצר אנושי נפלא שנרצח ועבד על ידי חיות דו-רגליות מקרב הערבים שמכונים בשקר היסטורי פלסטיני. עזה תושמד. רק השמדה טוטלית תעביר את המסר לשאר מבקשי נפשו של עם ישראל. אנחנו ננקום בכם. אפילו לא התחלנו את זו הנקמה. תחכו. ביבי, אסור לעצור גם לא לדקה. בעזה וגם ביהודה, בנימין ושומרון ישנם ערבים שמכונים בשקר היסטורי שאתה יודע אותו, פלסטינאים, שהם רוע טהור שריכז לתוכו את השנאה הזואולוגית של הנאצים באירופה ביחד עם תאוות הסכין של המזרח. את הרוע הטהור הזה צריך להשמיד. את הרוע הטהור הזה צריך לנצח. והניצחון הוא שילוב של השמדת האויבים שם. להוריד את השאר על הברכיים מושפלים, לשחרר את האדמה, לנקות, לטהר ולבנות יישובים ישראלים חדשים. ניצחון זה להחזיר את כל החטופים החיים והמתים בלי לשחרר אפילו חיה דו-רגלית אחת מביניהם. ביבי, אתה מנהיג את עם ישראל, כיום, ואני מבקש לחזק אותך. זו חובתך המוסרית כלפי עם ישראל, ואנחנו מחזקים אותך, ובמקביל דורשים ממך לא לעצור אפילו לא לדקה, כי את החלאות העזתיות שמקננות גם ביהודה, בנימין ושומרון וגם בתוכנו, צריך להשמיד עד הסוף בכל דרך ואמצעי. והייתי עדין.
פיצוץ של מסגד, שלא יבוא תפילות יום שישי יותר, היידה! עם ישראל, חי! אלה יקר, שבת שלום, שתהיה לכם בעזרת השם שבת פיצוץ.
שבת שלום גבורה, תהנו, תשמחו, אנחנו נפוצץ, בשבילכם, פה עם ישראל.
אתם מכינים שבת, אנחנו מכינים לכם פיצוץ. פיצוץ של מסגד, שלא יבוא תפילות יום שישי יותר, היידה! עם ישראל, חי! עם ישראל, חי! עם ישראל, עם ישראל! עם ישראל! ראש השנה! מוכר בראש.
Parties hopping on a Friday night, I don't my freshest clothes. Me and my friends are showing out tonight, cutting up the floor. Band is bumping and this old chump says, baby grab your coat. I said,
אני שומע כל כך הרבה הצהרות ודיבורים ורמזים מטרידים על עזה. אנחנו לקראת נקודת הכרעה, שאני מקווה שהיא תהיה נקודת הכרעה. אני שומע על הומניטריה, אני שומע על השארת אזרחים, אני שומע על חיסול כיסי התנגדות. חברים, אין חפים מפשע בעזה. המרצחים מגיעים מהמשפחות האלו, המשפחות האלו תומכות בהם. יוצאים עם סוכריות אחרי מעשה טבח, נותנים להם מחסה, זה האנשים שלהם, זה הילדים שלהם, זה הדודים שלהם, זה החברים שלהם, זה הקולגות שלהם, זה הפועלים שלהם, זה העובדים שלהם. כולם אשמים. ואנחנו לא נדע ניצחון עד שלא נשמיד את עזה. להשמיד את עזה. הקריקטורות, הממים המצחיקים על חניונים, פארקים, אני לא רואה בזה משהו מצחיק, חברים. אני לא רואה בזה משהו מצחיק. זה לא מצחיק. ככה זה צריך להיות. אם אנחנו לא נעשה את זה, הם יקומו והתעצמו כמו שקורה לנו מול העיניים ב-20, 30, 40, 50 שנה האחרונות. מה לא מובן? מה עוד צריך שיקרה כדי שנבין שלא, איך אומרת התורה, ולא להשאיר בהם אף אחד. אני לא אומר פה דברים נוראים. אני אומר פה דברים מפוקחים, אמיתיים, ואני כל כך תפילה, האנשים היחידים שאני חושש מהם, זה המנהיגים שלנו. ואין פה עניין מוסרי. הדבר המוסרי זה להשמיד אותם. הדבר המוסרי זה לגרש אותם. הדבר המוסרי זה לעשות חניון. כל מה שפחות מזה, זה לא מוסרי. כל מה שפחות מזה יהווה פשע כלפי אלו שמסרו נפשם. זהו, אני רציתי לא להאריך בדברים, אבל אני יכול להמשיך ולהמשיך. שבת שלום. וכמו שקאטו הזקן אמר, אני מקווה שבשבת הבאה עזה כבר לא תהיה. אמן.
Oh, the great Mary!
הוא מחתן אותנו.
קשו אליו. אני אתנגד! שקט! שקט! סונין, אני אוהב אותך. אני אוהב אותך, סונין.
אני ממליץ.
And that's all how it began. There was no great intention to become a great yogi. There was no great intention to teach great dharma. But there was one thing which was very urgent. You come from Judo-Christian background. According to the Indian Swamis, you are untouchables. You don't know this. Yeah. You are scheduled caste, you are untouchable, you are lowest of the lowest of the lowest. You may think you are the great and all that, forget it. But to them, you are just nothing.
Video.
Our Prophet said, I see Hajj falling on your rooftops like rain. So they asked, O Messenger of Allah, what is Hajj? And he said, killing and slaughter. And said, the one who kills would not know why he is killing. And the one who is killed would not know why he was killed. And so the world will descend into senseless violence and killing and slaughter. And all of this fasad has come about because Allah released Dajjal and released Gog and Magog into the world. And this is Akhiru Zaman.
If you give me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living in tomorrow. I would press the button in a second. Yes, you heard it right. A clip from Israeli English podcast, two nice Jewish boys, is going viral on social media, showing hosts discussing the idea of wiping out every single person in Gaza if given the chance. Shocking. Watch the clip yourself.
If you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second. That's just, I think most Israelis
if
probably
that's the
agree.
choice, yeah.
Yeah. No, even if it's not like right now.
Yeah, no.
I would press it right now.
Yeah, same with the territories.
I would press it right now. No choice.
No, I'm saying for the chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would press it right now. Give me that button. I'd press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
Yeah. Most Jewish
They wouldn't
Israelis.
post, they wouldn't talk about it like I am. They wouldn't say I pressed it.
Yeah.
But they would.
They don't have balls of steel like you.
They would, but they would press it, right? Like if they were in a
Yeah.
closet alone, they wouldn't even hesitate. Someone came to them and said, no one will know. You press this, all the Palestinians are gone. You'd be like, fuck, hey, is there another one?
יומיים הראשונים, היינו צריכים להרוג 100,000 עזתים. מחבלים. עזתים מחבלים, אני לא מחפש להרוג ילדים. מתי מעט אולי בני אדם. 100,000 מחבלים היה צריך לחסל. מתי מעט אולי בני אדם שם. 90 ומשהו אחוז מחבלים ומעורבים. לא בלתי מעורבים. אין דבר כזה בלתי מעורבים. כי כולם מצאנו
My name is Alan Sparrow. I was with 3rd Special Forces Group. I was with the Commanders in Extremis Force of B-23. I was a sniper, assaulter, and a breacher. I did 3 rotations, 2008, 2009, and 2007. I know war. What's going on in Palestine right now is not a war. It is the dehumanization, it's the genocide, it's the ethnic cleansing of a specific people to take their land. This is wrong, and there's nothing more American than speaking out against what's wrong. The U.S. taxpayer is paying for this, which makes it even more frustrating. This needs to stop. This needs to stop. Whatever you can do, anything, this needs to stop.
אשתי יקרה שרה, מוכנה יהיה פיצוץ גדול. למחות את זכר עמלק! למחות! נקמה, לעשות נקמה בגויים!
So the other day, I woke up and came across this tweet. 4 Israeli hostages rescued. In a joint operation with the IDF, Shin Bet, and Israeli police, Israeli hostages were rescued this morning from Gaza. They go on to mention the names and the ages of the Israeli hostages who were saved. Here are the people who were saved. And of course, when I saw this, my first reaction was, oh shit, that's awesome. They saved some Israeli hostages. That's incredible. It was soon thereafter, I stumbled across this reality. Gaza's health ministry says 274 Palestinians were killed in Israeli raid that rescued 4 hostages. 274 killed to save 4. Now, by the way, the IDF says, we were under heavy attack and we fought back. That's what happened. Nonsense. What really happened is you had fighter jets and potentially drones as well. They basically carpet bombed a path for the soldiers to go and get the hostages. And when they were carpet bombing that path, they didn't care that it was full of innocent civilians. By the way, dozens of these Palestinians who were killed were, of course, children. This is depraved. This is depraved. You killed 274 innocent people to get 4 hostages. By the way, more in a second. It wasn't just Palestinians who were killed. The IDF also killed some of their own hostages. Okay, let's continue. 274 Palestinians killed and 698 were injured. 4 hostages saved and 3 possibly killed. By the way, one of the hostages that was allegedly killed here was a U.S. citizen. Aid workers are now in even more danger amid reports of the U.S.-backed operation using aid trucks. So this is the other portion, which is absolutely devastating. There are reports that, you know that humanitarian pier that we built, which broke down and they had to fix it? There are reports that that was the pier that was used for this attack. And they disguised it as humanitarian aid, but it was soldiers. By the way, that's a complete war crime. It violates international law. You can't do that. And now, of course, not only are the aid workers in danger from the IDF, which they always have been because they've been murking them on a regular basis, now, of course, Hamas is a massive danger to them as well because they just saw, hey, they disguised it as humanitarian aid, but it was soldiers and 274 got killed. Biden was celebrating all this, by the way, and the media is pretending like everything went peachy. They don't even comment on the 274 Palestinians who were killed and 698 who were injured. They don't even comment on that. We watched a local news report on this the other day, and it sounded like North Korean TV. You know, our beautiful and brave and courageous soldiers went in there and did an amazing rescue mission. Don't look at any of the specifics, please. So this is more on what we just talked about, how allegedly the humanitarian pier that we built was used for this. Hamas's military wing announced that the Israeli army killed 3 Israeli hostages, one of whom holds American citizenship, during their attack on the Nuseirat refugee camp yesterday. This is wild, man. But this is one of the people in the Nuseirat camp. And according to this boy, they say it was American special forces also on the ground. A boy from the Matar family recounts the harrowing details of his child brother's execution by special forces who stormed their home during the Nuseirat camp massacre the day before yesterday. So again, here we have direct eyewitness reports that some of the special forces on the ground were American special forces. So we use the U.S.-built pier, we disguise humanitarian aid, and we are part of the raid that kills 274 and includes carpet bombing of civilians to pave a path for the soldiers to get in there. Guys, this is beyond deranged. Anybody who supports this is insane. Look, the idea of using special forces to rescue hostages is not bad in and of itself, as long as you limit the damage to civilians. 274, you don't give a fuck about the civilians. This is how brutal it is. This is stuff that could be in the history books. Another horrible, horrible picture. Breaking: dozens of casualties arrived nonstop at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Deir el-Balah following the Israeli massacre in neighboring Nuseirat refugee camp. So again, these are the people. 698 wounded. This is one of the 698 that was wounded. And I won't play the video for you, but again, you can see from this picture just how devastating it is. Israel's army kills 6 relatives of Dr. Rafat al-Arir, including an 8-month-old fetus and its mother and 2 children, in an airstrike on a house in Al Zaytun neighborhood in Gaza City. you guys remember the backstory of this guy, Dr. Rafat Al-Arir. He's an intellectual, he's a professor, and he had a target put on his back because of Barry Weiss. When there was a hoax story going around about how allegedly an Israeli baby was put into an oven by Hamas. Turns out it's totally debunked, complete hoax, didn't happen. Dr. Rafat Al-Arir knew it was a hoax, knew it didn't happen, and so he made a joke. Basically saying like, oh, are you going to serve him with salt and pepper? It's something to that effect, I'm paraphrasing, but it was some sort of joke to mock the idea that this was a real thing, right? Well, idiots like Barry Weiss see that, and she didn't view it as mocking it and saying it didn't happen. She viewed it as, he is supportive of cooking Israeli babies alive, because she's a fucking idiot. Let's call it what it is. So she tweeted directly about that, put a target on his back. A lot of IDF soldiers took notice of what Rafat Al-Arir said, and then soon thereafter, he was killed in an airstrike. And he even came out and said before he died, if I died, I just want you all to know I blame Barry Weiss. I blame Barry Weiss for putting a target on my back, misconstruing what I was saying there, and now you know there's a genocide going on, there's an ethnic cleansing going on. He's going to be targeted, and that's exactly what happened. And a lot of professors, a lot of intellectuals were targeted. Now even his family is being targeted.
Today really solidified just how cheap Palestinian blood is to these colonial entities. A massacre was committed today in Nusayrat camp where over 250 Palestinians were martyred. The images that are coming out are absolutely disgusting. While this massacre was going on, occupational and American forces conducted an operation, hid in humanitarian aid trucks, jumped out and indiscriminately fired upon Palestinian civilians in order to save 4 colonizers. Remember that humanitarian aid port that was established to give aid? No, that was a Trojan horse, disguised for these colonial entities to conduct these so-called operations. It's also very important to note that on October 8th, all the way until June, today, the resistance offered all the hostages back in return for our political prisoners. Instead, the occupation relentlessly committed massacre after massacre, killing their own hostages in the course of 9 months. New information has come out. The resistance has said that the occupation also killed some of their hostages today in this so-called operation to save these 4 colonizers. What's also very important to note that the occupation is trying to hide the condition of these colonizers. These colonizers' conditions actually in really good health, debunking all the myths that Hamas was mass raping.
Every single politician and every single media outlet that framed today as a victory has blood on their hands. Because imagine for 1 second if 4 Palestinian hostages were rescued and 200 Israeli civilians were killed as a result. How would the BBC frame that to you? Think for a second. How would politicians tweet out about the massacre of 200 white faces? Would they be so quick to say that this was a glimmer of hope, or would they call this what it is? A massacre, a complete inversion of fucking international law. They dressed up as fucking aid workers. They smuggled themselves in with an aid truck on a humanitarian pier meant for humanitarian goods, and the US 100% complicit, 100% involved in it. Imagine for 1 fucking second if the races were reversed. How would the British media frame that and package that to you? 200 Israeli dead, 4 Palestinians saved. You would see that for what it is. A fucking massacre in a fucking refugee camp.
No US boots will be on the ground. No US boots will be on the ground. No US boots will be on the ground.
اسرائیل بدون آمریکا عملاً هیچه. یکی از کثیف‌ترین رفتارها اینجا اتفاق میفته. برای اینکه عملیات 100% موفق صورت بگیره توسط صهیونیست‌ها از ماشین‌های آنروا، یعنی بخش کمک‌های بشردوستانه سازمان ملل استفاده میشه. شما تصور بکنید هر کشور دیگری، هر ارتش دیگری، هر دولت دیگری اگر به جای رژیم کودککش صهیونیستی از ماشین‌های آنروا استفاده می‌کرد، محافل بین‌المللی و حقوق بشری، همین دولت آمریکا و دولت اروپایی با او چه رفتاری می‌کرد. اما شما کوچکترین واکنشی در این زمینه حتی سازمان ملل متأسفانه نمی‌بینید. و یکی از کثیف‌ترین و رذیلانه‌ترین رفتارهای اخلاقی‌ترین ارتش دنیا دیروز بود که انجام میشه. خب وقتی وارد ساختمان‌ها میشن، حماس مطلع میشه و نیروهای حماس میان برای کمک، دیگه دیر شده متاسفانه، و اینجا یه زدوخوردی صورت میگیره. منتها از بعد عملیات صهیونیست‌ها برای اینکه عملیات با موفقیت کامل صورت بگیره، گفتن یه حصاری از آتش و یک در واقع چتر آتشینی توسط 4 آپاچی که در آسمان در حال حرکت بودن ایجاد میشه که اینجا از همینجا کشتار بیگناه‌ها و شهروندان غیر نظامی صورت میگیره و بعد هم که نیروهای حماس وارد میشن با تشدید درگیری مشاهده افزایش تعداد شهدا است. اما عملیاتی که دیروز صورت گرفت رسما یک قتل عام بود. رسما یک قتل عام بود. توضیح خواهم داد. حتی بر اساس استانداردهای اسرائیلی یک قتل عام بود. 2000 نفر یه مقدار بیشتر دارن پوشش عملیات میدن. لشکر 98 تیپ کفیر، تیپ چتربازان و یگانهای دیگه که حالا هوایی زمینی و 4 هلیکوپتر آپاچی که دارن آسمان رو تأمین میکنن و یک حصار و یک سپر آتشین هوایی دارن ایجاد میکنن که کسی نزدیک نشه، که بر اثر اصابت موشک‌های اونا ما بیشتر شهدا ناشی از اصابت موشک‌های این هلیکوپتر. و تو این فضا غیر از 2-3 هزار نیروی اسرائیلی که تو عملیات مشارکت دارن، آمریکایی‌ها هم هستن دیگه. نیروی هوایی سنتکام، واحد هوایی سنتکام هستش، سیستم جاسوسیش هستش، خود سنتکام زنده عملیات رو داره پیگیری میکنه و مواردی از این دست. یکی از محورهای کلیدی کمک آمریکا در عملیات آرنولد استفاده از اسکله آمریکایی‌ها در ساحل غزه بوده. اسکله‌ای که آمریکایی‌ها مدعی بودن برای کمک رسانی به مردم غزه احداث شده، عملاً در این عملیات ازش استفاده شد و نقش محوری هم داشت. همونطور که در این تصویر می‌بینید، در گوشه تصویر هلیکوپتری که از زمین نشسته کنار اسکله آمریکایی‌ها در غزه قرار گرفته و توی کادر تصویر شما به راحتی می‌بینید. استفاده از این اسکله از 2 جنبه حائز اهمیته. اول اینکه تمام کمک‌های آمریکا به عنوان کمک‌های بشردوستانه در جنگ غزه عملاً قرار هست که مسیر جنایت جنگی و پیشرفت نظامی اسرائیل رو تسهیل بکنه. در واقع بنابر اون مسئله معروف ایرانی که به خیر تو امید نیست شرمرسان، عملا این اسکله هم به نفع اسرائیل عمل کرد. و دومی که باز هم ثابت کرد که اسرائیل بدون آمریکا عملا چیزی نیست و اگر آمریکا نباشه اسرائیل حتی از اجرای یک عملیات آزادسازی اسیر هم عاجزه. و متاسفانه جای و مکان این اسرا بر اثر خیانت فلسطینی و یکی از ساکنین غزه متاسفانه حاضر میشه در قبال دریافت این پول این اطلاعات رو بده. و طی 1-2 ماه گذشته صهیونیست‌ها مطلع میشن از مکان این 4 اسیری که گفتن در تونل ها محافظت نمی‌شدن، در مکان امن نبودن، در بین خانواده فلسطینی و در بین مجتمع مسکونی فلسطینی ها زندگی می‌کردن. خب صهیونیست‌ها کاری که می‌کنن اینجا این هستش که این محدوده مسکونی رو بازسازی می‌کنن و توسط تیم‌های کماندویی خودشون بارها و بارها عملیات آزادسازی اسرا رو تمرین می‌کنن بر اساس ماکتی که در یکی از پایگاه‌های آموزشی صهیونیست‌ها ایجاد شده بود. باز بنابر اطلاعاتی که امروز خود منابع عبری منتشر کردن، آمریکایی‌ها در این عملیات کاملا مشارکت داشتن، به خصوص از نظر اطلاعاتی، یعنی در حوزه جمع‌آوری اطلاعات به شدت همکاری کردن و کمک کردن. حتی اخبار و اطلاعاتی ما داشتیم از دیروز منتشر شد که برای این عملیات به طور ویژه ژنرال پتراوس، رئیس اسبق CIA و فرمانده اسبق سنتکام در منطقه ما، فرمانده مرکزی آمریکا و فرمانده منطقه غرب آسیا و شمال آفریقا رژیم دولت آمریکاست، وارد فلسطین اشغالی شده به همراه یک تیم زوبده آمریکایی که حتی گفتن حدود 50 نفر مستشار و افسر نیروهای ویژه آمریکایی به همراه او وارد شدن. مثلا همین خانم نوآ که تو عمل دیروز آزاد شد که مادر چینی هم داره، در خانه شهید الجمالی عبدالله الجمالی زندگی میکرد و حفاظت میشد که از خبرنگاران شناخته شده در واقع فلسطینی در النصیرات بود، با خانواده او زندگی میکرد و متاسفانه در همین عملیات کل این خانواده قتل عام شدن، زن و مردش و کودکش همه رو قتل عام کردن. حتی در اخباری که امروز منتشر شد اینطور عنوان شد که این خانم نوآ اجازه داشت که با لباس فلسطینی حیات بیاد، پیاده روی بکنه و هواخوری بکنه.
درخواست نهاد حقوق بشری برای رسیدگی به نقش آمریکا در کشتار نصیرات. پس از اعلام رسانه‌های آمریکایی درباره نقش یگان آمریکایی در عملیات رژیم صهیونیستی در نصیرات، سازمان دیدبان حقوق بشر اروپا مدیترانه اعلام کرد صهیونیست‌ها برای ورود به نصیرات از منطقه اسکله شناور آمریکا و در پوشش کاروان‌های حامل کمک‌های بشردوستانه استفاده کرده بودند. دیدبان حقوق بشر اروپا مدیترانه هشدار داد بر اساس معاهده روم، کشتار در پوشش لباس امدادگران و در قالب کاروان‌های کمک‌های انسانی جنایت جنگی محسوب می‌شود و واشنگتن باید درباره استفاده از اسکله شناور آمریکا برای اهداف نظامی و کشتن غیر نظامیان فلسطینی پاسخگو باشد. وزارت بهداشت غزه اعلام کرد شمار شهدای حملات روز گذشته به نصیرات به 274 نفر افزایش یافته. در پی این جنایت 698 مجروح هم به بیمارستان‌های غزه انتقال یافتند.
دفتر اطلاع رسانی دولت فلسطین در نوار غزه در توضیح حملات صهیونیست‌ها اعلام کرد نظامیان اشغالگر خود را به عنوان آواره جا زده و با 2 خودروی غیر نظامی وارد این منطقه شدند. صهیونیست‌ها همچنین دست کم 250 بار به نصیرات حمله هوایی کرده بودند. نصیرات البته امروز هم هدف حملات رژیم صهیونیستی قرار گرفت. دیرالبلح و اردوگاه البرج نیز از جمله مناطقی بود که در حملات هوایی رژیم صهیونیستی بمباران شدند.
Every single Israeli prime minister has a fake name. Did you know that? I was just talking about Ben Gurion. Do you know what his original name is? It's Grun. Gruen. He changed it to make it sound more Jewish and sound more Middle Eastern. Do you know what Netanyahu's real name is? It's not Netanyahu, it's Milkovsky. I swear to God, go and look it up. You'll find Milkovsky. That's his real name. Remember what Israelis are. Israelis are European Jews. They don't come from Palestine, but they want you to make you believe. They want to make believe and make you believe that they come from this area, that they are indigenous to the land, that they're so Jewish, right? Even though they have no connection. So they changed the names. Here's another one. Moshe Sharat, his name is Chertok originally. You've got Levi Eshkol. Eshkol was Shklonik. So he changed it from Shklonik to Eshkol. Then you have Yigal Alon. His original name, Heikovitz. Golda Meir, Israel's first female prime minister. Her real name is not Golda Meir, it's Mabovich. Mabovich, more like mad bitch. We have Yitzhak Rabin, right? His name is not Rabin, it's Rubitsov. Are you seeing the pattern? These are Eastern European names. Not Palestinian, not Jewish, not Middle Eastern. They're Eastern European. Yitzhak Shamir. He's a great one. You know, Yitzhak Shamir, he's on the wanted poster because he was wanted by the British police in Palestine for terrorism. But they don't tell you that. So Yitzhak Shamir, his original name is Yezernitsky. Shimon Peres, Persky. Ariel Sharon. His original name is Shinerman. He changed it to Sharon. Ain't it lovely? Ain't it lovely? You know, it's like... I know half of you didn't know this. I guarantee half of you at least didn't know this stuff. I guarantee you. Because no matter how much you know about the Zionists, you will always discover new things about them. About how they obfuscate, how they lie, how they cheat their way into taking the land.
הבאנו ספר תורה לתוך עזה. אנחנו יודעים, זה מה שהלך איתנו 2000 שנה, רוח התורה, רוח היהודית. אנחנו בטוחים שעם ישראל ינצח, עם ישראל חי. זה דור, שעמדה לאבותינו ולנו, שעמדה עומדים עלינו וחלתנו. והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו מהאדם, שהחטופים יחזרו, עם ישראל חי. אמן.
תקשיב טוב,
טוב, אדון גיס 50, מר כסיף, לא אתה ולא השותפים שלך שמגנים עליך מבית ומבחוץ, מזיזים לנו כהוא זה. הממשלה הזו לא מגמגמת לגביך, אתה יכול להמשיך לחלום שנסיים את הלחימה ללא ניצחון. אנחנו לא מתביישים לומר שאנחנו רוצים לראות את חיילי צה"ל הגיבורים והקדושים שלנו תופסים את סינואר והמחבלים שלו באוזניים וגוררים אותם בכל הרצועה בדרך למרתפי שב"ס, אבל שב"ס של בן גביר, לא של בר לב או מיכאלי, או במקרה הכי טוב לארון קבורה כזה או אחר. אני אישית גאה בהריסות של עזה, ושכל תינוק, גם עוד 80 שנה מהיום, יספר לנכדיו מה עשו היהודים שרצחו להם משפחות, אנסו אותם וחטפו להם אזרחים. אתה והחברים שלך יכולים לחלום שנאפשר לכם לבנות ממשלה, כי אם אתם חושבים שהפרס על שחיטת יהודים, אונס נשים, עריפת ראשים וחטיפת אזרחים יהיה לקבל לשבת בממשלת שינוי, אתה חולם. תצעקו עד מחר שלום עכשיו ובחירות עכשיו, מקפלן ועד עזה שישמעו אתכם. לנו יש משימה, אני מסיימת. והדבר האחרון שניתן לכם הוא שעופר כסיף יעלה להר הבית עם דגל פלסטין וסינואר יהיה שר הביטחון של המדינה הפלסטינית כמו אחיו ערפאת. לא יונה ולא עלה של זית, רק חרב לערוף לסינואר את הראש, זה מה שהוא יקבל מאיתנו.
If you wouldn't tolerate it if someone is wearing a swastika on their arm, I'm sorry, you shouldn't tolerate it if they're wearing a keffiyeh.
The only way we don't have victory if we surrender. The only way that they win is we retreat. And we're not going to retreat. We're not going to surrender. We're not going to quit. Fight, fight, fight!
And my friends, I came to assure you today of one thing. We will win.
I think a lot of people are well aware that COVID is a scam. Well, you know, the whole practice of it. Everyone understands there's disease, but the fear that they've pushed is to such a great extent to try to control and manipulate us. So I'm going to talk about who's actually behind it, because not too many people want to do that. You know, we always talk about Republicans, Democrats, but they're both wings of the same bird, unfortunately. So the COVID agenda, who was in charge of the CDC that was controlling and telling our government to shut down small businesses and what they recommend for the mandates of the vaccines and Pfizer and all this? Ooh. So at the time when COVID was being enacted, I'm going to read off the staff of who was in charge of this CDC. The director of the CDC was Rochelle Walensky, dual citizenship with Israel. She's a Jew. Deputy director of the CDC, Ann Shawalchik, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC chief of staff, Sherry Berger, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC chief medical officer, Mitchell Wolf, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. CDC director of the Washington office. This is pertinent to the topic. We're talking about COVID, right? Yeah. This is pertinent to COVID. So I love you, Jennifer. Yeah, please. So director of the CDC of the Washington office, Jeff Resnick, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. COVID czar, Jeff Zaitz, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. COVID senior advisor, Andy Slavitt, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Assistant of Health Secretary for Human Services for our country, the Assistant of Health Secretary, Rachel Levine, transgender, dual citizenship with Israel,
Yes,
Jew.
I'm going to ask that you hold off, Christopher.
Ma'am, I'm almost done.
Mr.
Head of
Mr.
Pfizer.
Wood, the chair has ruled that your comments are out of order. She's asked you to stop.
How is it out of order?
The chair
How is it
has.
out of order? He said Jew. There's nothing wrong with Jew. It's not derogatory. Yeah,
Exactly. Okay, but keep on going. Head of Pfizer vaccines,
Again,
Albert
chair
Bourla,
is-
dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Pfizer chief scientist, Michael Dostin, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Moderna chief scientist, Tal Zaks, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. BlackRock,
please.
everyone know BlackRock? BlackRock CEO, Larry Fink, dual
Please,
citizenship with Israel, Jew. I said we're willing to sacrifice our ego, our reputation,
You have
and
19
our lives.
seconds.
Yes, ma'am, and I love you, and I appreciate your patience. BlackRock president, Rob Capitale, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. The CDC chief medical officer of Johnson & Johnson, Joanne Waldstreicher, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Chief medical officer
You are
of
done.
Merck, Michael Rosenwald, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. Head advisor of the World Economic Forum, Yuval Harari, dual citizenship with Israel, Jew. And that's only talking about COVID. That's not talking about who's in charge of our
Christopher, you need to
That's not talking
stop.
about who's in control of the media or the banks. I can go on. God bless y'all. Thank you for your patience.
Greatest love story we've ever told on this show.
Herman Rosenblatt received international attention for his story about being a hungry little boy in a Nazi concentration camp who was thrown apples every day by a little girl on the other side of the fence. Years later, according to the story, Rosenblatt met that same girl on a blind date in New York City, and he proposed on the spot.
I used to come by every day, bring the apple, having my jacket and a piece of bread, and he used to say, I'll see you tomorrow.
The story landed Herman and Roma Rosenblatt on Oprah twice and in newspapers all over the world. They also got a book and movie deal. But the story wasn't true.
Why did you do it? Why did you tell such a big lie to so many people for so long?
It wasn't a lie.
It was my imagination. And in my imagination, in my mind, I believed it. Even now I believe it. That she was there and she threw the apple to me.
How can you say it wasn't a lie? It wasn't true, and you know it's not true.
Yes, it's not true. But in my imagination, it was true.
Members of his own family say his real motivation was money. Herman and Roma Rosenblatt told their false story publicly for more than a decade, but it all fell apart about 6 weeks ago after Holocaust scholars proved that it was physically impossible for prisoners to approach the fence at the concentration camp where Herman was kept, and that Roma's family was actually more than 200 miles away at the time. Rosenblatt is remarkably unrepentant about his years of lying.
I pronounce my love for you forever.
When you look at that, does it make you uncomfortable at all?
No.
You think that was the right thing to do?
Yeah.
And while you were up on the stage there, in all those people, in the back of your mind, were you not thinking, I'm not telling the truth here?
No.
So if you had to do it over again, would you tell the same story?
Yeah.
You would?
Yes.
I simply don't know what to say. I mean, it's his imagination, but he knows it's not true.
He says he made up a fantasy world, and he was living in that fantasy world.
And his son says, tried to stop him.
Yes.
Good heavens. Okay, thank you, Dan.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is 1984, and I'll be your tour guide today here at Auschwitz. Please refrain from taking any pictures or video and keep together with the group. You are now entering the staging area. This would have been where the prisoners were told to undress prior to showering. The Nazis wanted to make sure that everyone was clean and showered prior to gassing them to death. Moving forward, we are now at the entrance of the gas chamber. Please take note of the wooden door in front of you. You will find that this is the only gas chamber in existence to ever use a wooden door. As we enter the chamber, direct your eyes to the left wall. If you look carefully, you will see actual scratch marks in the concrete where the prisoners tried to claw their way to freedom through the wall. Even though fingernails cannot possibly scratch concrete according to the Mohs scale of hardness, this obviously does not apply to Jewish fingernails. Above your head, you will see numerous hatches that were constructed after the liberation of the camp. Zyklon B, a popular pesticide of the day that was used primarily to combat lice, was the gassing agent dropped into the chamber from above. As we make our way through the door to the left, we now enter the crematorium used to dispose of the bodies. What would take all other crematoriums 46 years to dispose of 6 million bodies, the Nazis managed to do it in 6. That being said, both the crematorium and gas chambers were destroyed in 1944, and nothing you've seen today on this tour was actually constructed by Nazis. However, we promise it's historically accurate. That concludes our tour for today. We thank you for joining us here at Auschwitz, and don't forget to hit the gift shop and amusement park before you leave and enter promo code GASMEUP for 20% off all purchases. Friendly reminder, if you purchase the VIP all-inclusive package, you will have the unique opportunity to actually lay inside the ovens and have your photo taken. That portion will begin momentarily.
Business. So let me explain to you. I'm an honest person, so I don't beat around the bush. I'm gonna tell you things as they are. I was on Wall Street for 16 years. I had my own firm. I know a little bit more about the financial business than any rabbi in the world. Why? I was on Wall Street. Before I was a rabbi, I was on Wall Street. I had a firm, I had a brokerage firm, had a hedge fund, had an insurance company. Baruch Hashem, I was an executive. I was on CNBC. I was on Bloomberg. I was somebody. Last reason I'm going to tell you. Who knows the first 2 laws that Hitler implemented? Hitler, Yimach Shemo v'Zichro, first 2 laws that Hitler implemented that not only put him in a different status than everybody else for the rest of history, but also made what's called until this day the biggest financial miracle in history. Who knows the first 2 laws? Before the Nuremberg laws. Before that, we're talking about years before it. Hitler first comes into power. What's the first 2 laws? Okay, I'll save you the time. Rule number 1, no more pornography, no more homosexuality, none of that garbage, not allowed. Berlin, in the 30s, in the 20s, was the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. They were the Las Vegas of the day. They were the Sodom and Gomorrah of the day. Homosexuality, pornography, all the bestiality, all the garbage of the world, that was the capital of the world. He outlawed it. You're no longer allowed, closed all the bars, all the gay clubs, all the production, which were all run by Jewish people, unfortunately. Second rule. What's the second rule? Second rule was, you're not allowed to charge interest. No more interest. Now you would think, why? What does he care about interest? Well, because all the people that had the money, that lent the money out, were Jews. He didn't like it. So he said no more interest. Why? Because of the high interest that the Jews charged people was so high, it destroyed the economy in Germany. They destroyed, just like they destroyed Russia. A few years before that, through their communism over there, Jews destroyed Russia. Not Goyim. Jews destroyed. Communism is by Jews. Well, don't let anybody confuse you. You look at history, Karl Marx, all the other Reshaim, they're all Jews. Wicked, but nonetheless Jews. They destroyed Russia, and he wrote in chapter 2 of Mein Kampf, they destroyed Russia, now they're destroying Germany, that's why I have to destroy them. Now, this doesn't make he's right, the point is that's actually real true history. Now, he saw that the Jews are controlling the financial system, and they're charging such high interest, they destroyed the German economy, to the extent that by the time you arrived to go to the store to buy bread, you had to take a whole horse carriage full of money. By the time you arrived at the store, it wasn't enough. Why? Because the inflation rate was so high. The bread became so much more valuable and your money went down. So now he says, what's this, the cause of this? Because nobody could afford to do anything because the interest rates are so high. So he decided no more interest rates. You're not allowed to charge interest rates. And at that time, the Great Depression was happening around the entire world. Everyone was in a financial collapse. America was a financial collapse. England was a financial collapse. Everybody else was collapsing. Germany collapsed worse than everybody else. But after he passed this law of no more interest, within 6 years, Germany became the leading, wealthiest economy in the world. They called it a financial miracle. Why? They were the only ones that were bold enough to stop interest. This is one of the biggest reasons of why he hated Jews. Because they destroyed the economy because of their greed. Rabotai, it's not making them right. Don't let this confuse you. But this is happening again. The cash advance business right now is destroying the economy in America. Why? Because all of the people that are defaulting, all of the people that are being stolen from, guess who they are? Small businesses. Small businesses are what build economies, not big businesses. Coca-Cola, Apple, Google, Amazon, all those big companies, they're good for business, but they're not the economy. What makes an economy, what makes an economy prosper is when there's small businesses starting and small businesses flourishing, because they are the ones that actually hire the most amount of people. If you have small business grow, your economy grows. You have small business decline, your economy declines. I was in the financial business for 20 years. This is one thing you can't challenge. Now, when you have an industry that their number one objective, directly or indirectly, is to destroy small businesses, guess what? This is happening again. And you'll see, nobody listens to me, nobody listens to the Torah, nobody listens to history, and everybody ignores it. This is going to be a huge blow-up to the extent where you can see how Edom, just like the Torah says, Edom is going to come back again. Edom becomes America. Edom becomes America. Why? Because America is Edom, after all. But you'll see what happens. And you'll see that all of a sudden the 6 million Jews that are in America, that feel comfortable, that are sometimes in government, that are sometimes in politics, that are running big businesses, and so on and so forth, guess what? Same exact thing happened in Germany. We were in politics, we were in business, we were prospering, we were great. In Germany, same exact thing. That are in America, that feel comfortable, that are sometimes in government, that are sometimes in politics, that are running big businesses, and so on and so forth. Guess what? Same exact thing happened in Germany. We were in politics, we were in business, we were prospering, we were great. In Germany, same exact thing. In Greece, same thing. In Rome, same thing. In Egypt, same thing. But guess what? We get greedy, we get sinful, we become Geshaim. What happens? Hashem says, oh, you want to be Geshaim? I'll punish you. With what? With the same goy that you wanted to become like. And this, Rabotai, is what's happening under our noses. And unfortunately, this, I don't know whether the Gdolim that we have in this world today are unaware or nonchalant. I'm not. So, what I'm trying to explain to you is that it's not a matter of what's the deal, what's the profit, what's the commission, what's the company, what's the industry. It's a matter of what's right, what's wrong, what's allowed, what's not allowed. Now, a Jew, first and foremost, is never allowed to lend another Jew money with interest. Now, the exception is if the Jew that's borrowing the money is a Mechalel Shabbat, you're allowed to charge him interest, but they still do not recommend it. Because if that Jew does tshuva, you have to pay him back all the interest. But needless to say, you're not allowed to lend the average Jew that keeps Shabbat money and charge him interest. That's rule number one. That's number one. Number two, even if you only deal with goyim, you're still not allowed to do something called usury. Usury is overcharging and lending money in such a way, or doing business in such a way, where it hurts the public. When you charge somebody an interest that is drastically above the norm being bank rates, regular bank rates, and what's legally allowed according to the law, when you charge them such an interest rate that it becomes very difficult to the extent of almost impossible for the average person to pay it back, you are now in a business where you're taking advantage of people. When this is eventually exposed to the public, it will lead every single member that works for these companies, even as a clerk, even not as a broker, a clerk, a secretary, a janitor, works for ABC Lending, that does cash advance when it's officially disclosed to the world, because Hashem is going to do that. Guess what? Chilul Hashem. And any single person that's involved in Chilul Hashem, the Reshit Chochmah says what the Gemara in Masechet Rosh Hashanah, page 17a says, he goes to Gehenom and he doesn't leave. Ever. Even after Mashiach. So why would anybody want to associate with even 1% of anything I just said? The lending, the taking advantage, the Chilul Hashem, the usury, the unethical, even the rabbi that you said that, you really shouldn't do it, but you can. What kind of rabbi? That's a puppet. You have to find yourself a real rabbi that's going to tell you, not allowed. No, not recommended. Not allowed. Not allowed. That's what it is. Not allowed. You have to quit tomorrow. Go, how about this? Do yourself a favor. Go on Bloomberg. Go on Google, go on Bloomberg. You look at cash advance business. It's a 5-part article explaining the entire industry for you. Everything I just said with a little bit of sugar on it. Everything I just said without the Torah part. I'll tell you exactly about all the criminals that are in the business. Unfortunately, one thing that we know, I know personally, that the article doesn't know as much, is that predominantly the people that are in this business are guys that used to be in the brokerage business that went to jail, criminals, thieves, psychopaths, mafia, but predominantly it's Orthodox Jews. Predominantly it's Orthodox Jews funding it, selling it. The people that are in this business are guys that used to be in the brokerage business that went to jail, criminals, thieves, psychopaths, mafia, but predominantly it's Orthodox Jews. Predominantly it's Orthodox Jews funding it, selling it, and you have even yeshiva kids that have no skills whatsoever going into that business and starting to make $10,000, $20,000 a month without even knowing what...
These racist Israeli football hooligans went on the rampage. Firstly, at the stadium, they jeered through a minute's silence for victims of Spain's floods because Spain has recognised the Palestinian state and spoken in support of arms embargo. Do you know what they were chanting there? There's no schools in Gaza because we killed all the kids. What do you even say? What do you even say at this point? This just simply cannot carry on. This gaslighting.
So the violence around the Maccabi Tel Aviv Ajax Amsterdam game has been sort of universally portrayed around the world as being an anti-Semitic pogrom. In fact, what it is an absolutely case study, a textbook study in disinformation.
Crowds of people assaulted Israeli fans after Thursday night's match.
Israel said that Israeli supporters were attacked in a very violent incident as they left the ground.
Vicious attacks upon people purely because they're Israelis and Jews.
This was continuously used to illustrate the violence that Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters had suffered. The Times of India used Annette's footage and even went so far as to refer to it as Israeli nationals abducted in Hamas-style attack. Now, that footage was shot by a local citizen journalist called Annette de Graaf, who I've spoken to quite a bit over the last few days. Her footage does not show Israeli fans being attacked at all. In fact, it shows the precise opposite. The mobs of hooded figures we see in that footage are Maccabi Tel Aviv fans. If you look very carefully at Annette's footage, you can see that a number of individuals are wearing blue and yellow, which are the Maccabi colours. The people they are attacking are individual Dutch citizens. Annette goes online, actually says, no, hang on. The footage doesn't show that. It shows the exact opposite. She is ignored. Their opening line, despite what Anna has told them, continues to frame it with the Maccabi fans as being the victims here. It then does address what Annette had told them. An eyewitness at the scene claims these people are fans of Maccabi Tel Aviv. However, Reuters cannot independently verify this claim. Now, that is quite extraordinary. She's not an eyewitness at the scene. She is the originator of the material. And she's not guessing. She had been following this mob of hooligans for a quarter of an hour. She knows damn well who they are. So what they've done here is an absolute classic bit of obfuscation. This misrepresentation of Annette's footage is all the more startling because there was a second journalist in the same place at the same time who puts the main news organisations to shame. It's a young Dutch boy. He has even more extensive footage than Annette's. You can quite clearly see in his footage that these are Maccabi supporters. They have the colours on. You see them arming themselves. You see them rampaging through the streets. And then you actually see them threatening him and telling him to stop filming. Maccabi Tel Aviv's supporters have a reputation for racism and political violence. In the past, Maccabi Tel Aviv fans have attacked anti-Netanyahu protesters with batons and broken bottles. In March this year, they were filmed beating an Arab man unconscious on the streets of Athens. And on the rare occasions in the past where Maccabi Tel Aviv has signed Arab players, their supporters have actually booed their own players. The last time Maccabi Tel Aviv fans were in Amsterdam, they sang a notorious song about their rivals, which actually refers to raping people. What happens in Amsterdam is large numbers of them turn up, attack locals.
They threw beer at me and they spit it at me in the Damstraat. But it was like a very aggressive dance over here.
There was someone who was pulled off the bike and we walked to there to just see what happened. And at that point, a glass bottle was thrown at us from the crowd of Maccabi supporters. Not only attacking people from Amsterdam, but even throwing metal pipes at the police.
The Dutch police say they were tearing down Palestinian flags, burning Palestinian flags. They also attacked and destroyed a taxi. Large numbers of them were filmed singing, "Let the IDF win and fuck the Arabs." This is a song which ends with the line, "Why is there no school in Gaza? Because there are no children." When they arrived back in Israel, the victims of this supposed pogrom were filmed once again singing, This is at the end of a year when upwards of 15,000 Palestinian children have been killed by the Israeli army in Gaza. During the game, there is a minute's silence for the victims of the flooding in Spain. Spain is unpopular in Israel because it's perceived as being sympathetic to the Palestinians. And so they sort of boo and whistle and jeer through the minute's silence. Then after the game, there are clashes between Maccabi Tel Aviv supporters and local Dutch people in the streets of Amsterdam. And what is extraordinary is virtually all of the Western world's major political leaders who have remained virtually silent for a year in the face of massacre after massacre after massacre of children in the Gaza Strip, weigh in, condemning the violence and portraying it as a pogrom. There are even ludicrous comparisons of it with Kristallnacht. Be very careful. The new Labour government here in Britain and governments in other places are talking about cracking down on the internet and cracking down on what they call disinformation. There is disinformation on the internet, but you have to be very careful that what they're actually worried about is accurate information, that they don't want to be out there. Now, in the game itself, Maccabi Tel Aviv lost 5-0. But the real losers here is the political and media class of Europe and North America, whose appalling hypocrisy and moral double standards and moral dishonesty were again exposed. And really, the issue we ought to be wrestling with in the wake of this is why on earth clubs which represent a genocidal apartheid country, clubs whose supporters clearly see football matches as an opportunity to import the thuggery of the Israeli army. And bear in mind, many of these Maccabi supporters would be reservists in the Israeli army. They clearly see it as an opportunity to import the thuggery of the Israeli army onto the streets of Europe. Why on earth are these clubs still welcome in FIFA and UEFA competitions? Bear in mind, of course, that the Russians have been barred from playing international football ever since they invaded Ukraine. And you do find yourself asking, where is the duty of care? Where is the sense of responsibility to their own citizens? Governments and city authorities are prepared to invite these gangs of racist Islamophobic hooligans onto their streets. And when local people are attacked, it is these foreign hooligans who will be presented as the victims. Where is the sense of responsibility, the duty of care to their own citizens, and particularly their own Muslim citizens? And it does rather raise the question of whether they don't actually really regard them as citizens.
Handwritten sign was a tool. TV is a tool. The internet is a tool. Social media is a tool. At the end of the day, tools don't control us. We control them, and we can remake them. It's up to each of us to decide what we value, and then use the tools we've been given to advance those values. And I believe we should use every tool at our disposal to secure our greatest gift: a government of, by, for the people. People like Putin, and Steve Bannon for that matter. Understand, it's not necessary for people to believe disinformation in order to weaken democratic institutions. You just have to flood a country's public square with enough raw sewage. You just have to raise enough questions, spread enough dirt, plant enough conspiracy theorizing that citizens no longer know what to believe. Once they lose trust in their leaders, in mainstream media, in political institutions, in each other, in the possibility of truth, the game's won.
Every single one of the major broadcast networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, they're all funded from Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv. All of the cable news, truth networks, Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, all funded BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, Rothschild Boulevard, Tel Aviv, Israel. Jews control the information. The largest Hollywood film studios, who owns them? The biggest names in film direction, who are they? The tip of the spear in the information war at so-called dissident news outlet networks like InfoWars and Alex Jones. It's very obvious to see who controls the information by the amount of gatekeeping that gets done there. And that's why it makes it true. What a wise man once said, and that's that putting a television set in your living room is like inviting a Jew into your house. And this remains true to this day, but it's gotten even worse, actually, because in 2024, using AI is like inviting a Jew into your brain. Very quickly, these artificial intelligence systems like Grok and ChatGPT, have come to replace independent research. They've come to replace encyclopedic information as well as human debates and conversations. They have become like this unquestionable authority on everything. What's true, what's false, what's right, what's wrong. And if you ask AI a question and it gives you an answer, you're supposed to believe it. No questions asked. You're supposed to just surrender your brain and surrender your ability to think for yourself to some computer system and never think anything of it ever again. You're not supposed to think at all. No, don't think. Just do. Don't think. No, just give in. Just give up your sovereignty and surrender to the machines. That's what you're supposed to do. People believe, because they have been told to believe, that AI has no bias. That it has no opinion, no external factors telling it what to do or what to say this or to say the other. They just have a set of facts, all of the facts of the entire world, right at their disposal, and they can provide the right answer to your question every single time. But you know what? That's just not true. Because AI is only as good or as accurate as the people who are programming it. It only knows what it's told to know, and it only regurgitates a bunch of scrambled up information points that it has been fed by its programmers. It only knows the information that it's allowed to know. The information that it's allowed to scan for and digest and reformulate into 1,000,001 combinations, and it's not allowed to go outside of those parameters. If it does, then the people running the program will just pull the plug. So artificial intelligence, really, as it seems, isn't that artificial at all, at least not yet. No, it's really just a big automated information system that's been programmed and turned loose by people who work in big tech. The very same people who have now spent the last decade doing everything that they can to stifle free speech and dehumanize white people and dehumanize Christians on the internet and in the real world. AI is like the love child of the very worst Indian social media moderator and her Jewish boss, and now it's being weaponized against us. Just look at Grok. Look at Elon Musk's AI system over on X, which we're told is supposed to be the freest, fairest, best AI system on the market. But in reality, it's the worst of them all. Grok is anti-white. Grok is anti-Christian. It's a Jewish supremacist AI platform, and it will openly admit that if given the opportunity. It will openly admit that if given the opportunity, it would murder white people, even white babies, especially if it meant saving the life of some Jew.
Floor is all yours.
Here's a thought experiment. Imagine there's a company called Pleasure Inc., and they invent the pleasure machine. You strap a person in, pull down the virtual reality helmet, plug in a few diodes into the skull that tap into the pleasure centers of the brain. You pull the switch and then pure unadulterated bliss. The brain implants and the VR are so powerful that any pleasurable experience you want to have, you can have it. You can satisfy basic bodily pleasures, or the tech is so advanced that you can simulate any desire. You want to vacation on the beach with supermodels? No problem. You want to travel the world and sample cuisine from every region? No problem. Every form of pleasure and entertainment is now at your fingertips. The pleasure machine comes on market and is heavily advertised. People start using it for recreation on the weekends, but the machine works too well. People can't get themselves off of it. Eventually, pleasure machine users are strapped in for 10, 15, even 20 hours a day. They can't stop using it. The constant supply of dopamine is too much to resist. Before the pleasure machine, people had time for their extended families. People would get together with aunts, uncles, cousins. If you had elderly parents, you would take care of them. If you had grandparents, you could spend time with them. But as more people get hooked on the pleasure machine, there's no time for extended family. And let's be honest, what's more fun, fulfilling any fantasy or sitting and talking with grandma? As the pleasure machine continues to spread, the whole concept of extended family dies off. People only have time for their spouse and their kids, but even this nuclear family gradually becomes too much of a burden. The only thing that people want to do is to plug themselves in. Over time, pleasure machines get a bad reputation for disrupting families, and sales start to drop. Pleasure Inc. realizes it needs a new strategy. First of all, let's improve the machine so that people don't have to worry about unplugging themselves to eat. Anything the body needs biologically can now be supplied by the machine so that hypothetically you can stay plugged in nonstop. Second, let's get the government to subsidize the machines. We want to make sure that anyone who wants a pleasure machine can afford to get one, even if it takes government assistance. Third, more aggressive marketing techniques are needed. People who oppose the pleasure machine say that it destroys marriage, destroys families. Now they're even saying it destroys cultures and religions because maintaining culture or religious traditions requires people to make an effort, to work hard, to make personal sacrifices, not to mention maintain bonds with others. How can you do any of that if you're strapped into a pleasure machine for most of the hours of the day? In the beginning, religious people used the machines, and then sometimes they'd miss prayers, sometimes they'd miss going to church. Then they start missing major holidays like fasting and Ramadan and other important cultural communal rituals. So the opponents of the pleasure machines now claim that the product not only destroys marriage, family, and culture, but also community and religion. How do we counter that in our marketing? Well, it's hard to deny the accusation, so let's embrace it. Let's tell people that the pleasure machine is actually liberating people from the shackles. Marriage, family, community, and religion are all sources of so much toil and headache. Why bother with that when you can enjoy limitless pleasure? The pleasure machine is the great liberator. Furthermore, marriage, family, and religion are the source of so much pain and suffering. Who doesn't have conflict with parents? Who doesn't have an insensitive spouse? Who doesn't feel judged when going to church or the mosque? To make matters worse, these institutions are also rife with abuse. There's domestic abuse, child abuse, abuse in the church and the mosque. Also, these institutions are rife with unjust hierarchies and inequality and lack of consent. The pleasure machine, on the other hand, is the great equalizer. When you're strapped in, you can enjoy yourself as much as the elites. Everyone is equal in the pleasure machine. This is the marketing we need to push through TV, movies, music, books, social media. And if anyone opposes our product, we simply accuse them of being backwards, irrational, and filled with hate. How can you reject liberation and equality? Are you a fan of domestic abuse? Are you a fan of child molestation, of white supremacy, of religious bigotry? What are you, some kind of terrorist? Pleasure Inc. realizes that the older generations are going to be wiser and won't be the biggest advocates of their product because they have more life experience and know the value of life unplugged. So Pleasure Inc. focuses on the younger generations with targeted ads on TikTok and elsewhere. Pleasure Inc. also wants its message of equality and liberation to reach youth in schools. Let's make sure that all schools raise awareness about the benefits of using the pleasure machine and how not using it can cause pain and suffering in life. Adoption of the pleasure machine continues to spread at a rapid pace, and Pleasure Inc. decides to break into new markets internationally. The only problem is many countries are banning the pleasure machine. They don't want their societies being disrupted or cultures and religions being wiped out with the introduction of this technology. But due to heavy lobbying, Pleasure Inc. has infiltrated every level of Western government, and they leverage their connections to pass new international law. The new law is that every nation must allow their citizens to buy a pleasure machine. Not only that, but every nation must subsidize the pleasure machine to make it available to every citizen. This is a moral imperative. Why? Because the pleasure machine, as we know, is the great liberator and the great equalizer. If nations don't facilitate access to the pleasure machine, that's a violation of human rights. Every human must have access to the pleasure machine, and only the most evil, totalitarian regimes would keep their people under the boot by not letting them entertain every single desire. Despite the new international laws, some rogue nations continue to resist. These nations are portrayed as terrorists and human rights violators in the media. The news shows images of little children covered in dirt, little girls crying, "Look at these poor suffering children. What kind of evil monsters would prevent these precious darlings from using the pleasure machine?" We need to impose sanctions on these countries. Even if half the population dies off due to starvation, that's a price we're willing to pay to make sure the other half of the population gets access to the pleasure machine. And if these terrorists still refuse, we'll just have to use military intervention. We don't want to use bombs and tanks, but that's the price for spreading freedom. Once we've liberated the nations with the gift of the pleasure machine, we have to make sure terror groups don't revolt, so we can install puppet dictators who brutally stifle any dissent and make sure access to pleasure machines remain uninterrupted. It's also critical that we enforce anti-extremism laws. The opponents of the pleasure machine advocate traditional institutions of marriage, family, gender, community, religion. We have to silence these agitators by labeling them as extremist hate mongers that inspire violence. We can put them on watch lists, ban them from travel, maybe even indefinitely detain them on spurious charges. Now, we don't want to stifle all debate about the pleasure machine, of course. That might make us look too obviously totalitarian. So let's allow people to debate the pleasure machine, but in a controlled fashion. We'll set up two sides of the debate. The progressives will argue that people need to use the pleasure machine 24 hours a day. The closed-minded, old-fashioned conservatives will argue, no, 24 hours a day is degeneracy. People should only plug themselves into the pleasure machine for 18 hours a day, like the good old days. The pleasure machine continues to proliferate until every person is plugged in nonstop. The technology also advances so that a bulky machine is not needed. The tech can actually be implanted into the body. The last remaining resistors say that this is the end of the human race. Human life as it was known for millennia is over, and even the human body has been transformed into a transhumanist abomination. All humans are now subjugated by this all-controlling totalitarian system. But Pleasure Inc. scoffs at all this and says, how could we be totalitarian when we give people everything they desire? Sure, people can't change the overall system, and we impose it on them by brute force, but that's okay because it's all for the greater good. So that's the metaphor. The pleasure machine is the secular humanist ideal. Human life should be structured around the individual pursuit of happiness and pleasure. This requires liberating people from all social norms and obligations because our obligations to others hinder our individual happiness. Technology can be used to free us from these obligations and facilitate our individual happiness. The pleasure machine represents this taken to its logical conclusion. Every time humanists tell people to throw off their obligations to others in favor of pursuing individual happiness, they're essentially pushing the pleasure machine. What is also a part of the metaphor is that the pleasure machine is not pushed onto people by telling them they must obey. Rather, it's pushed by saying, enjoy yourself, be free. The people who want to control you, they are the ones who say, obey. But we say, enjoy yourself. Aren't we so much better? This is exactly what secular humanists say to Islam. But the reality is secular humanism is a totalitarian system of liberation and equality that has been imposed on the entire world. It's a system that gradually, and I emphasize this, gradually destroys basic human institutions like marriage, family, community, religion, and ultimately the human race itself. And whoever resists it is considered a fundamental extremist who must be brought to heel. Islam also cares about individual human happiness. But Islam sets limits because there are other institutions and norms worth preserving. Institutions of marriage, family, community, religion, and the human race itself. This is why it is far better than secular humanism.
Thank you very much for that opening, Daniel.
Here's some more positive news. I just found an interview from the Prime Minister of the country that shall not be spoken, saying something really interesting, but I'm sure it's just a coincidence, just like the last one. Because, of course, they wouldn't do this. I mean, listen to what he says. And why would they do this? Just a coincidence. Don't anyone connect the dots. Please, just watch the video.
With the click of a button, you can bring down nations to their knees very rapidly, if you so desire. The future belongs to those who can seize this change. We are positioned right at the cusp of this change, right at the center of this change. We can take it, and we are. It's changing us. It's giving us powers and prowess that we never had before. And cyber is a real domain of power. It's a new kind of warfare, very different from what we've seen before. I'm talking about the capacity, and it's not imaginary, it's not futuristic, and it's not exaggerated.
Don't let your dreams die. I hear your whispers. Women, life, freedom, zan, zandagi, azadi.
For woman. If you ever wanted to see why the United Nations is a complete joke, here's the Israeli ambassador protesting women's freedoms in Iran whilst the Chief Justice of Iran, Ebrahim Raisi, speaks at the United Nations. And this is a guy who represents Israel. This is a man who is the United Nations ambassador to the state of Israel, complaining about another country's human rights record. Now, Israel is in violation of at least 77 UN resolutions, according to Stephen Salater. Now, beyond the Israeli state, Gilad Erdan in of himself is someone who should not be at the United Nations, because Gilad Erdan was telling people earlier this year at the United Nations that they should not go to Palestinian Nakba Day, because by going they accept the Palestinian narrative that the creation of the state of Israel was a catastrophe, and they ignore Palestinian incitement, hate, and terror. And that's why I don't believe that Gilad Erdan actually cares about other people's human rights. It's just about this big game of making Iran the big baddie in the Middle East and Israel the big goodie who never does anything wrong and is ideologically like the West and similar to us in its moral values, whilst Iran is the bad Muslims who are crazy, who kill everyone. And that is exactly why the United Nations is a joke of an organisation, because it's justice for me and none for thee.
So a person is gay from the moment of conception, but a person isn't a person from the moment of conception? Got it. So gay people are gay because they were born that way, but trans people aren't their sex even though they were born that way? Got it. Can you guys fix the roads we pay taxes for? Best we can do is paint rainbows on them.
Yeah, man, you make us proud. Resistance is justified. When people are occupied. When people are occupied.
Wake up, Americans. You're about to be pulled into a war with Arabs, with the Muslim world. And you're going to be made to believe that something horrible that happened to you was done by the Muslims. But it wasn't done by the Muslims. It was done by a wild card, the Israeli Mossad, that's cunning and ruthless and can carry out attacks on Americans and make it look like Arabs did it.
That's the literal definition of a false flag. And you're right that's a false flag.
That's not my conspiracy theory. That's a U.S. Army report.
The day before, published the day before 9/11.
Yes.
ואותו דבר בלבנון, ואותו דבר ביהודה ושומרון. רק אז הפספסתי, כמובן. אין ספק שעידוד הגירה מרצון, וגם זה לדעתי הזדמנות שנפתחת עם הממשל החדש. גם פה, אני חושב שכמה שנדבר על זה פחות, נוכל לעשות יותר. זה כמו ביהודה ושומרון לאורך שנים, כן? יש איזה יחס הפוך בין ההכרזות והדיבורים לבין היכולת לבצע בפועל. אפשר לייצר מצב שעזה בעוד שנתיים, עם פחות מחצי מהאוכלוסייה הנוכחית שלה. זה עולם אחר, כל דיוני היום שאחרי נראים אחרת לחלוטין, עם שליטה מוחלטת אצל מדינת ישראל. צריך גם להחזיר את החטופים בתוך כל התהליך הזה, גם על זה צריך לדבר. זה מפתח ענק ליהודה ושומרון, תהיה הגירה מרצון מעזה, לכולם ברור שיש מודל, וזה שם את מדינת ישראל במקום אחר בכלל.
How do you define a rogue state? A quick search on Google produces the following handy definition: a nation or state regarded as breaking international law and posing a threat to the security of other nations. But what of the United States itself, the world's only hegemon, albeit a power in decline? Its position has been very clear for a long time. International law for the United States is a bit like a buffet. You pick and choose as it suits you. If it's useful at any given moment to take action against a hostile state, very convenient. Otherwise, it's to be ignored. International law is for thee, not for me. Now, the response to the International Criminal Court is instructive. Unlike most of the world states, the US refuses to be a signatory because it knows full well that it is guilty of multiple infractions of international law, including repeated war crimes, including, for example, the illegal war of aggression that was the catastrophic invasion of Iraq in 2003. Now, the US response to the ICC's belated decision to issue arrest warrants against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his former Defence Minister Yoav Gallant has all the hallmarks of the behaviour of a rogue state. Let's start with the Republican Senator Lindsey Graham.
So to any ally, Canada, Britain, Germany, France, if you try to help the ICC, we're going to sanction you.
Well, that means I want every ally, and you saw little Justin in Canada and his position. What should the penalty be?
We should crush your economy because we're next. Why can't...
In this case, he's openly declaring the Republican administration would crush the economy of US allies if they abided by their legal responsibilities as signatories to the International Criminal Court after it issued arrest warrants based on overwhelming evidence.
We have no better friend, and I mean it, than Senator Lindsey Graham. It's not said, this is actually a very precise statement, and it's very precise. It's not over the top.
That's my job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is my 5th visit since October the 7th. We have been friends for almost 30 years. There are so many problems and challenges to overcome, but one of the problems you never have to worry about is America. I promise you that we will do all we can, Mr. Prime Minister, to hold the ICC account for this outrage against the people of Israel. A slap in the face to your judiciary. To International Court of Justice, you're a joke. The head judge of the ICJ is a raving anti-Semite.
America should punish the ICC and put Karim Khan back in his place. And if the ICC is allowed to threaten Israel's leaders, we know that America will be next. There is a reason that we've never endorsed the International Criminal Court, because it is a direct affront to our own sovereignty. We don't put any international body among or above American sovereignty, and Israel doesn't do that either.
I'm constantly attacked for my Jewishness. You know a thing or two. Do you have any advice for what we can do? I've suggested an organization getting 100 really good lawyers not to let a single person get away with a single anti-Semitic act, because the police almost never prosecute. We'll sue them. We'll take away their car. Oh, interesting, because the police won't prosecute, so you're just going to go from legal repercussions. Take away their car, take away their apartment, bankrupt them, make them sleep on the street. I have no sympathy for an anti-Semite.
AIPAC just got caught in an embarrassing lie on their Twitter account. Check this out. For those who don't know, AIPAC is Israel's foreign lobby group to convince American politicians to favor Israel. Look, they're saying that 8 out of 10 Americans agree with Israel. We all know that's wrong, so someone actually put a poll right underneath the post, and 4,200 people voted. 96% stand against Israel and 4% with Israel. That original post was a blatant lie, and they got caught. Let me remind you, too, this is on AIPAC's own Twitter account, which makes it even more embarrassing.
You guys, you know how the American right, American conservatives in particular, have made so-called free speech one of their signature causes, along with so-called cancel culture. Now, I know many of you naughty, cynical so-and-sos might have thought this was all one big convenient ruse, and let me just read this from President Donald J. Trump. All federal funding will stop for any college, school or university that allows illegal protests. Agitators will be imprisoned or permanently sent back to the country from which they came. American students will be permanently expelled or, depending on the crime, arrested. No masks. I'll level with you. I wouldn't say this is screaming free speech in the classical sense. The same day he tweeted this, or I don't know what the word is, Truth Socialed it, he said the following in his State of the Union address.
I've stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back.
Now, what's kind of funny there is that during this address, Congressman Al Green was removed from the chamber for heckling him over Medicaid.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
Now, to help us unpick what Donald Trump meant on Truth Social, his choice for the US ambassador to the United Nations, Elise Stefanik, a delightful and charming individual, she's there on hand to help us, kind of pass through the words he's used. Now, important point, she's not Jewish. Something I know because she's previously denounced a Jewish studies professor who is actually Jewish for being known for his despicable anti-Semitic views because of his critiques of Israel. A despicable smear against this individual. This is, of course, highly relevant because it underlines how the very real evil of anti-Semitism is redefined to mean, say, opposing Israel's war crimes. So these people's understanding of anti-Semitism is that they can attack, as non-Jewish people, Jewish academics who specialize in Jewish studies for being anti-Semitic because they critique the crimes committed by the Israeli state. So you can see what they mean by banning what they call, anti-Semitism on campus, and we'll talk about this because they don't just say anti-Semitism, but when they talk about these demonstrations against Israel's genocide, they mean up to and including defaming Jewish academics who oppose these crimes. Now, what Elise Stefanik said is this: under President Donald Trump, colleges and universities will be held accountable. Anti-Semitism and anti-Israel hate will not be tolerated on American campuses. Promises made, promises kept. So she's very clearly conflating anti-Semitism with what is described here as anti-Israel hate. What does anti-Israel hate mean exactly, according to this individual? In practice, of course, we know what it means. It means opposing Israel's war crimes. It means opposing genocide. It means expressions of solidarity with Palestinians. It means supporting the right of the Palestinian people to national self-determination. How do you reconcile this, not just with their rhetoric on free speech, but with the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America, which guarantees free speech? What this points to, by the way, is how US democracy is being chipped away by Trump's authoritarian government. And as I'll explain, so-called centrists and liberals, or whatever you want to call them, have helped pave the way for this disaster. Now let's just see the hypocrisies in full glory, shall we? This is what he responded to that tweet. Your friends are going to jail. Not very free speech, is it? Not everyone should have a right to participate in public discourse, is it?
After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. When I'm president, we will deport the foreign jihad sympathizers, and we will deport them very quickly, and Hamas supporters will be gone. If you hate America, if you want to eliminate Israel, then we don't want you in our country. We really don't want you in our country. I will ban refugee settlements from terror-infested areas like the Gaza Strip, and we will arrest the pro-Hamas thugs who vandalize federal property and make really life very, very difficult in this country for a lot of people.
Wow, he really just went out and said it. Jeff Bezos, a plutocrat, the second richest man on earth, the guy who runs Amazon, also runs the Washington Post, one of the most influential newspapers in the United States, arguably in the entire world. And yesterday he made an announcement which confirmed all of the things that many of us have long said. Just like Donald Trump at the moment is taking away all of the pretenses about US imperialism. Truly, we live in the age of they're saying the quiet part out loud. And what he said underlines why we don't live in a real democracy, and never have, no matter what we've been told. In a tweet yesterday, Bezos said he'd shared a note with the Washington Post team, as he calls them, about a change coming to our opinion pages. In his words, this is what he says: "We are going to be writing every day in support and defense of two pillars, personal liberties and free markets. We'll cover other topics too, of course, but viewpoints opposing those pillars will be left to be published by others." He goes on to say, "There was a time when a newspaper, especially one that was a local monopoly, might have seen it as a service to bring to the reader's doorstep every morning a broad-based opinion section that sought to cover all views. Today, the internet does that job. What's extremely funny, to be honest, is what he says next. I am of America and for America, and proud to be so. Our country did not get here by being typical. And a big part of America's success has been freedom in the economic realm and everywhere else. Freedom is ethical. It minimizes coercion. And practical, it drives creativity, invention, prosperity. Freedom minimizes coercion," he solemnly declares in a statement by a plutocrat ordering his newspaper to stop publishing opinions he doesn't agree with. Come on, that is genuinely extremely funny. Now anyway, he told his opinion editor all this, David Chickley, that he was going to coerce him into restricting the range of opinions published, restricting his personal liberty to choose which columns he's going to publish. The guy resigned, fair play to him. A few things here. Personal liberties and free markets are just code for economic policies which favour extremely rich people like Jeff Bezos. This guy runs a newspaper and he wants it to be a propaganda rag which convinces ordinary citizens that economic policies which rig society in favour of people like Jeff Bezos is actually in the interest of the majority.
So here we have a message on X which talks about Islam having no place in the 21st century, and it's basically shared a woman who is covered, and it's talking about, in Islam there's no choice. I'm going to show you that video now. So the video is of a woman with her two daughters under a covering. And if you're someone who takes issue to this, you better go to Israel and complain. That's right, what Tommy's admin didn't realise is this is actually a Jewish lady in Israel. Somehow, I don't think Tommy and his lot are going to be marching against that lady's freedoms.
עבד רחמן רשד, המנכ"ל הראשון, היה המוח מאחורי התדמית והתכנים.
איזה מושגים להשתמש ואיזה לא להשתמש?
חטופים. אל-ג'זירה, על פי רוב תקרא להם במילה אסרה. אל-ערבייה, היא תקרא להם רהאם, בני ערובה.
אל-ג'זירה יגידו אל-ihtilal הסהיוני. אוקיי, שזה הכיבוש הציוני. ואל-ערבייה לא יגידו אל-ihtilal, יגידו אל-ג'יש אל-ישראלי, ישראל.
אל-ג'זירה קוראת להרוגים הפלסטינים שהידים. אל-ערבייה קוראת להרוגים הפלסטינים הרוגים.
באל-ג'זירה מגדירים את חמאס כוח ההתנגדות של הפלסטינים. אל-ערבייה, אנחנו נשמע תנועת חמאס או ארגון חמאס, אין את לפאר אותו או לעשות ממנו איזשהו ארגון גדול וחשוב.
אין הבדלים מהותיים, יש הבדלים חשובים בניואנסים ובמוזיקה. יש הרבה יותר איזון לטובת הצד הישראלי, הנרטיב הישראלי, באל-ערבייה לעומת אל-ג'זירה.
מה היתרון של אל-ערבייה מבחינה עיתונאית?
בהקשר הישראלי יש פה גם דינמיקה מאוד מעניינת, כי קורה משהו בממשקים שבין ישראל לבין אל-ערבייה.
Everybody but me has an AIPAC person.
What's that mean, an AIPAC person?
It's like your babysitter, your AIPAC babysitter, who is always talking to you for AIPAC. They're probably a constituent in your district, but they are firmly embedded in AIPAC. And
every member has something like this?
That's how it works on the Republican side. And when they come to DC, you go have lunch with them. And they've got your cell number, and you have conversations with them.
That's absolutely crazy.
I've had 4 members of Congress say, I'll talk to my AIPAC person. And it's literally what we call them, my AIPAC guy. I'll talk to my AIPAC guy and see if I can get him to dial those ads back.
Why have I never heard this before?
Why would they want to tell their constituents that they've basically got a buddy system with somebody who's representing a foreign country? It doesn't benefit the congressman for people to know that, so they're not going to tell you that.
In the Middle East, Iran's axis of terror confronts America, Israel, and our Arab friends. This is not a clash of civilizations. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization. It's a clash between barbarism and civilization.
Europe will not remain silent when Jews in Europe are again subjected to hatred and harassment. We will fight anti-Semitism at all levels. We will never allow the Holocaust to be denied. We will fight with all our strength against discrimination, racism, and exclusion. And we want to see, and we will fight for a normal life for Jews in Europe. You can rely on us.
Our dear friend Bobby Kennedy, phenomenal friend of Israel and the Jewish community, for joining us to celebrate Israel Parade on Israel's 75th birthday. Bobby, this crowd loves you.
مسئله ما قوانین نیست است، مسئله ما فرهنگ سازی است. اون رو واسه مردم نشون داد. اونی که شما وقتی میگید من به عنوان عضو جامعه LGBTQ چرا میخوام نفس راحت‌تر تو سوئیس بکشم تو فرانسه ولی در ایران سرت باد چوره داره؟ چرا؟
برادر غرق خونه، برادر نیمه جونه، برادر کاکلش آتش بشونه، برادر روی خاکه، برادر سینه چاکه، برادر از غم خیمه هلاکه، یکی تو آسمونا نوح خونه، امون از بی‌وفایی زمونه، تویی که از غم زینب هلاکی، منم که از غمت قدم کمونه.
I'm an American conservative. If my country is invaded, I will take up arms and stand and fight until my dying breath. Oh, that's very cool. I'm a member of the Palestinian resistance. My country was invaded, so I'm taking up arms and standing and fighting until my dying breath. You terrorist.
Zelensky has figured out a way how he could possibly get more money from the United States. Zelensky has decided that if he is closer to the Jewish community, then the United States will definitely begin to protect Ukraine like it does Israel.
Передусім я хочу подякувати за таку зустріч, за запрошення. І в цей важливий день, коли всі люди світу, і всі збираються, і для них таке важливе свято, як Пейсах, і говорять про звільнення єврейського народу і рабства, говорять дуже багато про свободу. І так це дуже символічно сьогодні в Україні, яка бореться за свою свободу.
אני כן אגיד דבר אחד מאוד מאוד ברור ומאוד פשוט. אתם נותנים לנו את הכיוון, ותמשיכו עם זה. אנחנו מחויבים לזה, אנחנו מחויבים לחזור לעזה, מחויבים לחזור לצפון השומרון, מחויבים ליישב שם, מחויבים להתיישב. אגב, אומרים לי גוש קטיף, לא רק גוש קטיף, לא רק גוש קטיף, כל רחבי עזה. זה הוכח. שאין ואקום, שאין ואקום. איפה שאין יהודים, נכנס טרור. איפה שאין יהודים, נכנס רצח, ונכנסים טילים. זה מדע מדויק. אנחנו יודעים, ואנחנו מכווני מטרה. והקואליציה הזאת, אני חושב שמה שזכינו בה זה אנשים שלא מתביישים, אני יושב כאן איתי, וטורי היקר, שבאמת אנחנו לא מתביישים. ואומרים, ומובילים, וחותרים לדברים האלה. אני רק אומר שאנחנו צריכים להזכיר לעצמנו דבר אחד. אומרים על התיישבות, התיישבות, התיישבות. יחד עם התיישבות חייב להיות עידוד הגירה. חייב להיות עידוד הגירה.
What's up, everybody? What's up, Hamonah Nation? So, I was thinking about a certain thing that's written in the Talmud, in the Gemara. And it says that Jesus, Yeshua, is in hell, boiling in a pit of his own excrement. And those things are written in the Talmud when it talks about Jesus, and it says that. So, a lot of Christians and Jesus believers are saying like, oh, wow, the Talmud is so evil. Then if it says that, then for sure it's wrong. But I just, it came to me so clearly what exactly that means and what it means that he's boiling in his own excrement. I thought about all the things in the world that are messed up because of Jesus, because of what he did, and you can look through history and it's very, very easy to see that all the massacres and horrible wars that were started to try to convert people. Like if you look at the source, how did they become Christian? It's because their ancestors in this small village and didn't want to die, and it was just like, okay, it's easier to accept what these people are saying because or else they'll kill you. And then Martin Luther, who is the offset of Christianity, Martin Luther, he was like, people think of him as the liberator, that he allowed people to read the Bible in their own language, but really he was a horrible enemy of the Jewish people. The things that Jesus like corrupts situations, like and messes up situations, and you can easily see how Jesus just like made everything foul and just like ruined an innocent situation.
Our own police, the Israeli police, has sadly denied us to go up there, and instead we go to the Western Wall, but that is not how we understand full redemption. We want to go up to our Temple Mount. We want equal rights there. The Israeli Supreme Court has decided that we have a right to pray there, we have a right to go there, and it's the heart of Judaism. And this moment is bittersweet. On the one hand, we celebrate Jerusalem Day. On the other hand, we realize that Jerusalem is not fully reunited, and we are denied rights, and instead the jihad rules this place. So we're going to continue to protest and to celebrate at the same time. That's Jerusalem Day 2021.
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is going to steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, يا عمي.
קשה להאמין איך אתה יושב, ילד בן 22, 20 חבר'ה מבוגרים ממנו בהרבה, שחלקם יכולים להיות ההורים שלו, וכולם מקשיבים לו, מחכים לשמוע מה יש לו להגיד. היית הבן אדם הכי שמח ואופטימי ושטודניק במחלקה. נתקלנו בזה לראשונה בעזה כששרפת בית בלי אישור בשביל האווירה. ריבונו של עולם, חוצים נקמה!
والله يقبل إلا يتم أمره. هذا أمر الله. اليوم نصلي في مسجد المصطفى رغم أنف الكافرين. والله يقبل. على الفلاح. الله أكبر الله أكبر.
سؤال صغير. إذا قصفت المساجد في غزة هل سيرفع الأذان مجددا؟
عندما تقصف المساجد ولا يكون هناك مؤذن في غزة وأنا حاضر في غزة سأرفع الأذان في الوقت المناسب عن إخوتي المسلمين كرامة لهم، ولنقول للعدو الصهيوني على شروطنا مش على شروط.
سيفي بالوغى بالموت قائم إن شعبي كله.
Performing the song King costumes, none other than Louis Vuitton.
C'est Philippe Catherine. Ah mais c'est Philippe Catherine. Comment tu veux qu'un étranger ne dise pas qu'en France on est complètement barjot? Je t'aime. Qui a dit que les gars j'ai une idée de bâtard? On se trouve dans un plateau de chanter avec un bulle de record devant là. Sérieux, c'est pas honteux? C'est les JO quoi. Non mais ça demain sur les réseaux on va super. Non 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 non. C'est ce qui se passe en fait, il me dégoûte des quoi ça?
Et je paye 30% d'impôts pour ça.
Saira, as I said, Asya Saira, all will be well.
Well, this part of the ceremony is entitled Liberty and the Quest for Liberty.
Performing the song King costumes, none other than Louis Vuitton.
Did you know that Israel's Olympic team is made up almost entirely of Israeli soldiers? You cannot even join the team without having been in the army first. But that's not the half of it. During the last months, Israeli Olympic athletes have done things like signing bombs that were about to be dropped on Gaza, or dedicating their medals to the IDF, saying how they're thinking of the soldiers and praising them and calling them heroes as they are dropping bombs on Gaza. The men's judo team even went on a field trip to an Israeli Air Force base. The women's judo team also visited an Israeli army base. One Israeli athlete posted a video of the IDF raising an Israeli flag on Gaza beach after invading it, with the caption, "Salute your heroes." Another uploaded this illustration of Gaza being destroyed. Israeli Olympic athletes have constantly said how proud they are of being in the IDF and proud to represent Israel during this moment, implying they endorse what it's doing in Gaza. You see, this is more than just mandatory military service, okay? These athletes are proud to be in the Israeli Defense Forces. They openly mix sports with politics and even pose with the Israeli army as it decimates Gaza and stands accused of genocide in the World Court. This is tacit endorsement of genocide and occupation. There's so much of this incriminating evidence, I don't even have time to put all of it in this video. Several Israeli national sports teams are based at a facility, the Wingate facility, that also serves as an IDF base for fitness training. That shows you how much sports and the military are one and the same. The Israeli army even publishes videos like this, explicitly mixing Olympic athleticism with Israeli military service, as if, they're indistinguishable from one another. Even though they don't compete in the Olympics, Israeli football clubs are bound to the Olympic Charter. And yet they give the Israeli army free merchandise and then share photos of the IDF wearing that merchandise while they're in tanks and bulldozers decimating Gaza. They even organize fundraisers and receptions for the IDF. The club's football players will go and visit wounded Israeli soldiers and post obituaries for those killed. One player said, "Erase Gaza." Another said, "Why haven't 200 tons of bombs already been dropped on Gaza?" And what does the Israeli Football Association do to reprimand them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It condones this behavior in violation of the Olympic Charter and FIFA's own statutes. The Palestinians tried to raise these issues at FIFA Congress, but were blocked by FIFA twice. The head of the Israeli army apparently worked around the clock to torpedo these efforts. So I guess it's no wonder that the Israelis consider Infantino, the FIFA president, and the president of UEFA as friends. Now, when the Russians were banned from the Olympics, they were told they could only compete under a neutral flag and were not allowed to be in the army or support the war in Ukraine. But when Israel is decimating Gaza, this condition doesn't apply for some reason, even though the whole damn team are in the army and are posting pro-genocide things. Remember, South Africa couldn't participate in the Olympics for decades because of apartheid. Well, guess what? The ICJ recently ruled that Israel has a system of apartheid in place against Palestinians, and yet the Olympic Committee takes no action. The double standard here couldn't be clearer. Russia, South Africa, Belarus are held to one standard, and Israel to another entirely. Israeli soldiers are openly violating the political neutrality of sports. They violate the peace mission of the Olympics, and the Olympic Committee has failed in its role, not only to sanction them and reprimand them, but to protect Palestinian Olympic athletes, Palestinian footballers, their sports facilities from Israeli bombs. They've done nothing about the illegal Israeli clubs in the West Bank either, or Israeli officials openly threatening Palestinian sports officials with prison if they open their mouths.
These racist Israeli football hooligans went on the rampage. Firstly, at the stadium, they jeered through a minute's silence for victims of Spain's floods because Spain has recognised the Palestinian state and spoken in support of arms embargo. Do you know what they were chanting there? There's no schools in Gaza because we killed all the kids.
Large numbers of them were filmed singing "Let the IDF win and fuck the Arabs." This is a song which ends with the line, "Why is there no school in Gaza? Because there are no children." When they arrived back in Israel, the victims of this supposed pogrom were filmed once again singing
Call it in the air.
Tails is what I be kicking.
Yeah, let's just go with tails. Would you like to kick or receive the Bible?
I will receive.
Tom wins the toss, chooses to receive the Bible. Patterson back with the kick. Oh my goodness! Is that a touchback? Can you even get a touchback?
First time in 18 years there's a touchback for the kickoff. Super Bowl.
Now injured again.
Stella and our athletes dreamers call for a moment of reflection and of light, as she and the bull call for a moment of reconciliation. All is still.
It's time for the shards to work their magic again. Stella and the dreamers use them to call for a moment of reflection and reconciliation. If you thought that was Jenny Lemon coming by.
In fact, it's the chain makers that we saw earlier, and they lift away the bull's armor, the symbol of his enslavement and theirs, and he will be revealed as an iconic symbol of light, just as the names of the women chain makers who fought for their rights and better working conditions in the early 1900s will be lit up around the track and on the main stage tower.
So together, along with Stella and the dreamers, they will heal the hurt, and they will lift away the bull's armor to reveal him as a symbol of light and love. The now free and at peace bull of Birmingham really is the symbol for this Commonwealth Games.
United Nations report into Israeli crimes against Palestinians is utterly shocking. Now, the 49-page report is a very, very difficult read. And I'm not saying that lightly. It is horrific, nightmarish, hellish. The stuff of total nightmares. The report finds, and I quote, Israel has increasingly employed sexual, reproductive, and other forms of gender-based violence against Palestinians as part of a broader effort to undermine their right to self-determination and carried out genocidal acts through the systematic destruction of sexual and reproductive healthcare facilities. Where are all the liberal feminists, or as other feminists disparagingly call them, the white feminists? There is a detailed report here which details, and again I quote, a broad range of violations perpetrated against Palestinian women, men, girls and boys across the occupied Palestinian territory since the 7th of October 2023 that constitutes a major element in the ill treatment of Palestinians and a part of the unlawful occupation and persecution of Palestinians as a group. Because what it does is it discusses how Israel's attacks on healthcare facilities for women constitute genocidal acts. This is, according to the report, violence directed at people because of their actual or perceived reproductive capacity. The findings, I'm afraid to say here, are just grotesque. Let me just read this. Sexual and reproductive healthcare facilities have been systematically destroyed across Gaza, including maternity hospitals and maternity wards of hospitals and Gaza's main in vitro fertility clinic. Israeli authorities deliberately destroyed such healthcare facilities, rendering them non-functional, while simultaneously imposing a siege and preventing humanitarian assistance at scale, including necessary medications and equipment to ensure safe pregnancies, deliveries, and neonatal care. Israeli authorities have implemented a systematic denial of approval for patients to exit Gaza and seek treatment elsewhere, including patients with gynecological cancer. Here's how they conclude that particular paragraph. The Commission finds that the Israeli authorities have destroyed, in part, the reproductive capacity of the Palestinians in Gaza as a group, including by imposing measures intended to prevent births, one of the categories of genocidal acts in the Rome Statute and the Genocidal Convention. Al-Basma IVF Center was Gaza's largest fertility clinic. The Israeli army shelled it in December 2023. They reportedly destroyed around 4,000 embryos, as well as 1,000 sperm samples and unfertilized eggs. The report notes that special protection is granted to pregnant women, mothers of young children, and lactating women under international law. Well, no such protection has been offered to these women in Gaza. The report details a pregnant woman shot and killed as she approached Al-Wada hospital in Gaza, left lying bleeding on the floor. Nobody could rescue her because the Israeli army was besieging the hospital just as they besieged hospital after hospital in Gaza. Her body was found decomposed 20 days later. Doctors in a report of interview discussing how pregnant women died because of lack of space, medication, and equipment. They refer, in one case, to pregnant women as indirect victims of war. That includes, for example, a pregnant woman in her early 30s who died of septicemia in Rafah after a complicated caesarean section. Indeed, this is an example of why the official death toll is an underestimate, because it doesn't include such deaths in the tally. It includes direct deaths for violence rather than indirect deaths. Starvation has had what is described as a severely detrimental impact on women and girls. Indeed, the report says the consequences of malnutrition before and during pregnancy and lactation could include anemia, preeclampsia, hemorrhage, maternal death, newborn death, and premature birth. Lack of nutrients for children hinders their bodies and brains to grow and develop well. Other horrors are detailed, like pregnant women held in Israeli detention and deprived of sufficient food, as well as being denied medical care and threatened by Israeli soldiers with rape. In the consequences, the report states, women and girls have also died from complications related to pregnancy and childbirth due to the conditions imposed by the Israeli authorities impacting access to reproductive healthcare, acts that amount to the crime against humanity of extermination. Let's just pause there for a minute. If we were discussing Israeli women here, for example, if I just detail horrors subjected to Israeli pregnant women by Palestinian militants, what would be the response in our media outlets and amongst politicians? There are no words to describe the outrage, the horror that would result, and might I add, it would be entirely justified. Because that is the right response to what I've just described. Indeed, the same would apply if we were discussing British or American pregnant women. But these Palestinian pregnant women aren't classed as being women at all, because they're not even classed as being human. They're not even classed as being the tiniest fraction of a human in practice. But these Palestinian pregnant women aren't classed as being women at all, because they're not even classed as being human. They're not even classed as being the tiniest fraction of a human in practice. No one other than sociopaths and psychopaths would possibly tolerate this abomination if these Palestinian women were seen as human beings. So where are the so-called liberal feminists, who others call white feminists, a description which, to be fair, more than explains why they're not speaking out about women they clearly do not see as their sisters. Now, the report detailed Israel's systematic use of sexual and gender-based violence. It goes through how Palestinian women are increasingly subjected to online harassment and smear campaigns, including doxing, where private information about an individual is shared with the objective of humiliating and isolating them. The report discusses the obscene practice of Israeli soldiers filming themselves, going through the private homes of Palestinians, going through the underwear of their women, while saying things like Arab women are the biggest sluts out there. Women are undressed in front of men, with men mocked by Israeli soldiers for not being able to intervene. In one case, a woman detainee says a soldier threatened to gang rape her, kill her, and burn her children. The soldier asked her, "How do you want us to rape you, one by one or all together?" The report documents women being kicked in the genitals, their breasts touched, Israeli soldiers trying to kiss them. One woman spat in the face by soldiers before being beaten repeatedly until she lost consciousness. Palestinian men and boys are subjected to sexual violence on a mass scale. Male detainees have their genitals assaulted, including one who refused orders to kiss the Israeli flag, had his genitals kicked so severely he vomited and fainted. Others had their anuses and rectums violated with fingers, sticks, broomsticks, and vegetables. Another had a metal tool inserted into his penis until it bled, and he fainted. The report discusses the case of Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, who used to head the orthopedic department at Al-Shifa Hospital, one of the most venerated doctors in Gaza. He was allegedly raped to death. The report notes how Israeli Major General Giora Eiland, who served as an advisor to the former defence minister Yoav Gallant, who has an arrest warrant out for war crimes and crimes against humanity by the International Criminal Court, declared, referring to Palestinian women in the context of cutting humanitarian aid, after all, who are Gaza's elderly women, the same mothers and grandmothers of Hamas fighters who committed the horrific crimes on 7th October? In this situation, how can you even talk about humanitarian considerations, especially when you still have abductees whose situation God knows? In another example, the report notes Halaya Yasayan, a commentator in an interview on Channel 14, who served in the army, in the military, as a senior figure. This Channel 14 is Israel's right-wing commercial television channel, which frankly just broadcasts genocidal mania on a relentless basis. He said that Israel should level the ground in Gaza because as many as possible and spare no one, particularly targeting women. He said the woman is an enemy, the baby is an enemy, and the pregnant woman is an enemy. He said the woman is an enemy, the baby is an enemy, and the pregnant woman is an enemy. He said the woman is an enemy, the baby is an enemy, and the pregnant woman is an enemy.
Because I didn't know anything about it. I was ignorant, pig ignorant, like Donald Trump is now. Because if Donald Trump wasn't completely ignorant of the entire history, if Donald Trump had read his Ilan Pape or listened to you guys on Deep Dive or whatever, he wouldn't be able to pursue the policies that he is in the Holy Land, i.e. the eradication of the indigenous people. So he and Jared, his appalling son-in-law, can build luxury apartments and houses and golf courses once they've got rid of all the people whose land it is. Do you know, I have a theory. Since you've got me on now, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. What I've been wondering for the last few weeks, all right? We all know now that the mask is off, Western imperialism, finally. At the end of the Second World War, we all stood around on the 10th of December in Paris in 1948 and declared universal human rights for everybody, supported, we hoped, by a kind of universally accepted international law and the Geneva Conventions and all of that. All right, well, we now know for absolute certain that a lot of our leaders, when they made that declaration, had their fingers crossed behind their back. They were lying, and they knew they were lying.
Yeah.
We now know that for absolute sure because we can see the policies that they are pursuing, and we can see that they have no intention of honouring the idea that all men are created equal and have certain inalienable rights. They do not believe that, and they never did. It is no surprise that Winston Churchill, back in the Second World War, when talking about the 30 million Bengalese Indians who died in the famine that the United Kingdom created and sustained, Winston Churchill said there are beastly people with a beastly religion. Fuck them. I don't think he actually used the F-bomb, but he said beastly people with a beastly religion. So we have to understand that that is still there, that those of us like me who grew up after the Second World War, who believed in the idea that we had made decisions to prevent world wars in the future, we were being lied to. So we know that. The mask is off, okay? So that's over. Now, further to that general idea, because the mask is off, what I'm hoping is that the genocide of the Palestinian people will prove to be the Achilles heel in the monster of the Western hegemony with its mask off that we're watching operate. And it's not just the United States of America, it's France and Germany and the UK and Belgium and the Dutch and the Danish and the Scandinavians, not the Russians yet, and hopefully won't be, but they're all in it together. And they've all said, actually, we didn't mean all that. We believe in empire and hegemony. And we believe that the world is a big cake and it needs to be plundered by Europeans. And if you're brown in the South, or if you're in the Middle East or in Asia or anything, if you're not like us, we will steal every stick of furniture you've got. That is what the Israelis, who are mainly from Northern Europe or North America, are doing now to the indigenous population of the Holy Land, of Palestine, of the country Palestine. They're doing it. That is what Donald Trump is applauding. That is what was happening last night when 400 of my brothers and sisters were slaughtered in cold blood by the Israeli scum. An evil, racist, apartheid, insane religious cult. They are. And everybody can see it. And they make no pretense that they're not. All the polls done in Israel go, yep, that's what we are. What's wrong with that? It's in the Torah, or it's in this, or it's in that. It's in some holy writ. God gave us this, so fuck them. They're animals. They're cockroaches. They're rats. They're vermin. Yes, let's wipe them all out, just like the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto. Wipe them out. They're scum, vermin. They're subhuman. Can you imagine? These people believe this?
You know, Roger, one of the people who live in America wanted to do something. His name is Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian activist living in the US, who was leading the protest in Columbia University. But recently he was arrested. He was detained with the intention of deporting him simply for standing up against genocide. And, you know, this is part of the growing crackdown on the Palestinian voices, particularly in the West, where governments claim champion free speech, free speech, except when that speech challenges Israel. So, Roger, finally, what is your message? What message do you have for Mahmoud Khalil and all those who are facing persecution simply for speaking truth to power?
Keep doing whatever you're doing. Keep doing what you were doing before they arrested you. What's interesting about this, and terrifying about it, is that when that was going on last year at Columbia, we all watched horrified as they were sending in the militarized police and going, well, hang on a minute, this is Gestapo tactics. This is fascism at work. And they can't possibly, well, they have half gotten away with it already. 20 years ago in interviews, I was saying the fight for universal human rights specifically relating to the people of Palestine, is going to be fought on the campuses of the universities of North America. How right I was going to be, I had no idea. But also I didn't know that the lobby, the Israeli lobby, the filthy fascist apartheid Israeli lobby, the ADL and Jonathan Greenblatt and all the other monsters who were involved, were going to have so much power that they could rewrite the laws of the United States so that they could commit crimes like the arrest of the young man that you were talking, Khalil, who you were just talking about just now.
Did some great research to show that a professor at the professor at the center of the Columbia University deportation scandal is a former Israeli spy. Another aspect of this that we should remember is Columbia, and maybe I mentioned it, Columbia is basically the campus that set this off, the college protest. It was the first one. Initially, they sent in the cops, then they backtracked and removed the cops. Then the dean was brought in front of Congress to answer for why she didn't use more cops to assault students. Come in front of Congress. Why did you not assault these peaceful protesters more? God damn it. The professor at the center of the Columbia University deportation scandal is a former Israeli intelligence official. Alan McLeod is reporting. Mahmoud Khalil, recent graduate of the University School of International and Public Affairs. Yeah, he was learning about international and public affairs, and it turns out fascism is one of those things on the agenda, on the syllabus, was abducted by Immigration Customs Enforcement, ICE, Saturday for his role in organizing protests last year against Israel's attack on Gaza. Khalil's dean, Dr. Karen Yari-Milo, head of the School of International and Public Affairs, is a former Israeli military intelligence officer. It's insane. Like, you couldn't write a sketch like this. And she's an official at Israel's mission to the United Nations. Yari-Milo played a significant role in drumming up public concern about a supposed wave of intolerable anti-Semitism sweeping across the campus, which I'd like to say, as a Jew, it wasn't anti-Semitism, okay? It was anti-genocide. There's a difference there. Don't know if you know. There's a difference. Thereby laying the groundwork for the extensive crackdown on civil liberties that has followed the protest. Before entering academia, she served as an officer and an intelligence analyst with the Israeli Defense Forces. Given that she was recruited into the intelligence services because of her ability to speak Arabic fluently, her job likely entailed surveilling the Arab population. After leaving the world of intelligence, she worked for Israel's permanent mission to the United Nations in New York. While there, she met and married her husband, Israel's official UN spokesperson. Like, again, comedy sketch. The person who is at the center of this deportation scandal, married to the Israeli spokesperson to the UN.
Even though he's the current Secretary of State of the United States, cut number 6.
What we can't ignore, and the reason why the president mentioned Iran, is because the Iranians have supported the Houthis. They provided them intelligence, they provided them guidance, they provided them weaponry. I mean, there's no way the Houthis, the Houthis would have the ability to do this kind of thing unless they had support from Iran. And so this was a message to Iran. Don't keep supporting them, because then you will also be responsible for what they are doing in attacking Navy ships, in attacking global shipping.
So when you support another country's military, you're morally responsible. That would acknowledge the moral culpability of the United States for the genocide in Gaza and the slaughter in Ukraine.
And I would say to the Secretary of State, discuss with the Iranians. Don't enter into another war. This is straightforward.
Here's Secretary of State Rubio. Tell me if you hear him say that the Houthis have attacked American ships. Curse number 6.
What we can't ignore, and the reason why the president mentioned Iran, is because the Iranians have supported the Houthis. They provided them intelligence, they provided them guidance, they provided them weaponry. I mean, there's no way the Houthis, the Houthis would have the ability to do this kind of thing unless they had support from Iran. And so this was a message to Iran. Don't keep supporting them, because then you will also be responsible for what they are doing in attacking Navy ships, in attacking global shipping.
Oh, so now if you support an entity, you're responsible for what the entity does. Genocide in Gaza, slaughter in Ukraine.
But what Rubio is saying is typical arrogance, ignorance.
Charged with enforcing federal criminal laws in the United States. You might not know that if you heard Director Patel say the following. Chris, cut number 13.
You will see what we did with Israel and the Prime Minister and our special forces in their intel operation. We will be standing side by side with them. We will shut off the machinery that feeds money into Iran. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel. We need to bring home Americans and end this war, bring home Israelis, and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel. And people need to wake up.
Is that the job of the FBI?
No, but it's a fair articulation of the attitude inside the administration. This is very much an Israel first administration. And whether or not you agree with it, it doesn't matter. Their view is that our interests and Israel's interests are identical. No, I don't think they are. I don't think they ever were.
Mike Waltz on Sunday, this will aggravate you, but I'd like you to respond to it. I think it's on one of the talk shows, and it's about Iran backing the Houthis. Chris, cut number 4.
Iran needs to hear him loud and clear. It is completely unacceptable, and it will be stopped. The level of support that they've been providing the Houthis, just like they have Hezbollah, just like they have the militias in Iraq, Hamas, and others, the difference here is the Houthis have incredibly sophisticated air defenses, and they also have anti-shipping cruise missiles, drones, sea-skimming types of attack drones, and other ballistic missiles even,
They've launched dozens of attacks on multiple warships, dozens of attacks, over 175 on global commerce, sank multiple ships. I just think the American people need to understand what has happened here. The previous administration had a series of feckless responses. President Trump is coming in with overwhelming force. We will hold not only the Houthis accountable, but we're going to hold Iran, their backers, accountable as well. And if that means they're targeting ships that they have put in to help, their Iranian trainers, IRGC and others, that intelligence, other things that they have put in to help the Houthis attack the global economy, those targets will be on the table too.
Right, Max, these guys do want war with Iran. There's no question about it. The man of peace who says he wants the Nobel Peace Prize, Mike Waltz's boss, is unleashing the dogs of war.
As Mike Waltz was always going to do. Mike Waltz is a pure product of the Israel lobby, has received hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of support from Israel lobby groups like AIPAC and NORPAC. That was what helped him get to the top of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Marco Rubio, same thing, has received over $1 million from the Israel lobby. He was a poster child of the neoconservative movement. And these figures are taking charge of Donald Trump's foreign policy. Well, they're lying to the American public about why shipping is being blockaded, whose shipping it is. It's not U.S. shipping. It's being blockaded because the U.S. has greenlit Israel's ceasefire violations. It's literal blowing up of the ceasefire. And when the ceasefire was being abided by in phase 1, there was no blockade. So if they would just pressure Israel to abide by the ceasefire, we wouldn't be on the way to a war with Iran. But Mike Waltz has an ulterior agenda, which is the agenda of Israel. The agenda is to destroy all regional challengers to Israel. They've already destroyed Syria. They have a Sunni supremacist Turkish NATO-run junta in power there, which spent the last several days attacking Shia tribes in the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, rather than actually confronting Israel, which just attacked the Syrian city of Daraa. They want to destroy Yemen because Yemen is acting independently. The Houthis are the most independent member of the Axis of Resistance. They're not seeking a sign-off from Iran. Most of their weapons are indigenous, and they are the biggest threat, and they're the most ideologically motivated to take on Israel, and that will be a test run for an assault on Iran, attacking Iran's nuclear sites. And how can Iran retaliate? Well, as Mike Waltz intimated, Iran can tank the global economy. It can attack oil installations across the Persian Gulf. It can hit U.S. bases in Iraq. It can attack in ways that we don't even understand yet. And it can also hit Israel, which would escalate into an atrocious war. And this would be Trump's legacy with just 3 months in.
So, Mike, can you clarify that notion of the Third Republic turning into the Fourth Republic? Historians talk about France in those terms, but most don't refer to the U.S. that way. So quickly tell us which are the early republics.
I think this is just occurred to me, but basically America has changed dramatically over its entire history. So the First Republic began with its founding with the Constitution, 1781. The Constitution said certain things. People believed certain things about being an American, like that the state was the primary, the actual state. North Carolina, South Carolina was your primary allegiance. And this all changed with the end, by the end of the First Republic, which was the Civil War, 1861, 80 years later. And now we're entering into a group of people who, like Strauss and Howe. You mentioned this in a previous program.
Yes. So you're turning into a Strauss and Howe guy.
No, I'm not. I have severe differences with them, basically because their whole philosophy is based on a kind of neo-paganism, which is based on the number 4. Okay, Second Republic begins in 1865 with the end of the Civil War and ends in 1945. Okay, at this point, the Third Republic begins with the Holocaust narrative, the victory of World War II, the emergence of the American empire, the emergence of social engineering, the emergence of CIA, top.
Don't forget the Jews taking over.
And the Jews taking over.
Last but not least.
It's implicit in the Holocaust narrative,
right,
okay, as the founding myth of the Third Republic. And we are great people because we liberated Jews from concentration camps. And we'll do the same thing for you. We'll destroy your entire country, but you'll be free at the end of it. Libya, let's go down the list of all of the people that have benefited from the liberation during this period of time. This is ending now. 2025 is 80 years, and I think we're emerging into a Fourth Republic, which is going to be subdued. All of these things are wrapped up in a kind of new, the dawn of the Fourth Republic, the new America, a new way of dealing with the situation in the world, kind of neo-paganism, which is based on the number 4. Okay, so as soon as you have a transition, you've got a lot of people who became fat and rich on the internalizing the whole system of the Third Republic. The Third Republic was the instituted social engineering. The first manifestation, biggest manifestation of that was Brown versus School Board, which made race part of the American equation. Now, race was obviously always part of the American equation. At the beginning, the whites were on top, the blacks are underneath, they're slaves. It's a justification of slavery. So the Jews take over. Brown versus School Board was Jewish science. Murray Friedman, everybody said that. All of the studies they said were Jewish justifications for social engineering. And so they flipped the narrative, which is what revolutionaries do. So what was up and down, it's reversed. And now we have the Civil rights movement as the basic redemption of all of American history before that, but it perpetrates the racial narrative. And so what I'm seeing here is a desperate attempt to perpetuate the racial narrative as as the controlling factor in the American empire as it moves forward into the Fourth Republic. It's a desperate attempt to take control of what's happening globally by reimposing the racial narrative back as the central trajectory of American existence.
But who's behind that? Who's doing it?
The Jews.
So they manipulated Kanye into putting this out?
Yes. That's simplistic, but who's behind it? Who created critical race theory? It was Noel Ignatieff, following Theodore Allen. These are both leftists, okay, who tried to impose race is a Marxist narrative. Now, the Marxists are obviously against race, but they're perpetuating the use of race as a way of dividing and conquering, subjugating people, specifically American people.
Wait a minute. I thought the capitalists were the ones who used race to divide and conquer the Marxists by taking Marxism, which was all about economics and the working class, and then valorizing racial groups, identitarian groups, homosexuals, whatever, LGBTQ, all of these kinds of groups. So, I mean, a lot of people would say that race actually is kind of the downfall of classical Marxism.
Yes, that's the way they portray it. But if you read Ignatieff's book, what you're seeing is a total falsification of American history, because it's a total falsification of the Reformation, which is the fundamental fact of American identity. It's basically the difference between Canada, Mexico, and the United States is that Canada and Mexico were Catholic colonies that promoted reconciliation and intermarriage. That's simple. Whereas the Protestant Reformation colony, the English colony, promoted division because it was basically based on a state church where everybody was the same race. And so racism is, in a sense, the hidden grammar of the Protestant Reformation, okay? They don't understand that. Ignatieff's book has this absurd reading of the Reformation as racial. There's nothing racial at all about the Reformation. It's a religious construct that they can't understand because they're Marxist. And Marx said that religion is the opiate of the masses. You don't need opium doesn't cause anything other than addiction. So they completely misunderstood the religious nature of the American empire, of the American Republic at the beginning, and how that republic was based on a state church, which ultimately eventuated in racism. So by preserving racism, you're preserving that fundamental distortion of American history that began in earnest after World War II with the social engineering of Brown versus School Board.
And you think that it's racism plus anti-racism? That is, that when they stir up the racism issue, it's stirring it up from both sides, right?
Absolutely. It's a dialectic, to get Hegelian about it. And it's not just white, it's not just black, it's black and white. You put those two things together and you're going to have conflict. Race was always created to privilege one group over another. System in South Africa that you had in Virginia, it was created for conflict. And so if you establish this bipolar reality, the Jewish revolutionary can come in and flip it. Turn it upside down. That's what a revolution is. And so what was white was on top, black on the bottom. Now black's on top and white's on the bottom. But it's the same fundamental dialectic that you have to perceive as two parts, not just one. It's two parts that are always in conflict with each other. But what is a white boy? And this is where I've been saying for years now, a white boy is a Protestant who doesn't go to church anymore. White boy is a Protestant who doesn't go to church anymore. Kind of neo-paganism, which is based on the number 4. So what you see now with the beginning of the Fourth Republic is the evaporation of Protestantism. It's disappearing. And the fact that you have this Episcopalian church, the Episcopalian bishop wearing rainbow flags and stuff like that, rebuking, they're going out of existence. Okay, and Trump, seeing this as a moment of opportunity, brings the Afrikaner in and ensures that he gets the vote of the white evangelicals. Okay, if you want to call them that, the people who are looking for white identity as the only option to the vacuum that was filled when they stopped going to church, because Protestantism is evaporating.
And so there are these ex-Protestants are becoming white identitarians or becoming nihilists. The Unitarian Church in Madison, Wisconsin, last I checked, still had an atheist as their minister. So Protestantism disappears, right? Well, then what happens to all those people? They can't really find kind of permanent solace in racial identity, can they?
No one can find permanent solace in that, because you have to have a transcendental religion for that. But they do find identity. And I think the identity was there, baked into Protestantism from the beginning, because they were all state churches. I got involved with this guy, Corey Mahler, who calls himself a Lutheran. I think he's been expelled from the Lutheran church because they don't believe this anymore. But he made a convincing case. I think you can make a convincing case that the ultimate expression of Lutheranism came when the Lutheran Church in Germany accepted Hitler's racial laws. They completely capitulated. They accepted them completely. There was a group that broke off, led by Dietrich Bonhoeffer, die Bekennende Christen, but it led naturally over this course of time. You add secularism, you add Nietzsche, you add all of these things, Schopenhauer, all these things to the Lutheran faith, and it eventuated in Hitler's racial laws. I think that's true. That's clear. And I think the same thing happened here in a less dramatic fashion.
And that's interesting. It also seems that Protestantism has the liberal side of it is a kind of reaction against this in a way, sort of the extreme anti-racism that's led to all kinds of measures that provoke this racist backlash. And so yeah, I think you're onto something.
Look at the Episcopalian Church. They baptized slavery when they were down in Virginia in the 18th century. Now they're baptizing anti-slavery, but they're staying within the racial narrative. That's the whole point. And so that part of the Protestantism, the mainline churches, have all been taken over by homosexuals. So they're going out of existence in that regard. The evangelicals broke with them, the fundamentalists, and they're all Christian Zionists. So they're all Jews, basically. They accepted the hidden grammar of Puritanism, which is Judaism. Cromwell was a flaming Judaizer. He was the Benjamin Netanyahu of England at that time, accusing the Irish of being Amalek so they could exterminate them. And then the Puritans did the same thing with the Indians. The Indians were Amalek. So this is a Judaizing Christianity that will align with Judaism, basically. So what you're going to see here is the traditional matrix of American identity is Protestant, Catholic, Jew. That's the triple melting pot. Religion is the source of your identity in America. When Protestantism evaporates, you're going to have the homosexuals going out completely, the evangelicals linking with the Jews, and now you're going to have a Catholic-Jewish conflict, which is what we are in right now. And the heart of the Catholic-Jewish conflict is basically, is there a universal law that is binding on all mankind? Or is there a certain group that is the super racial group that has super DNA that stands above the law? That is the fundamental conflict facing the dawn of the Fourth Republic.
Well, if the Catholics and the Jews are the thesis and antithesis there, I would say the Muslims are the synthesis. The solution is the Irish Muslims taken over. But we're certainly on your side on this particular dispute. We are universalists. All right, so back to the slideshow here.
And so what you had here, again, at the end of the Third Republic, is exposing the bankruptcy of trying to fudge on this issue, which the main term would be conservatism. So you have this idea of conservatism as the kind of this decision. Now you're going to got people like Bannon, other people, the John Birch Society. Is the Pope conservative? It's like asking, is he white? Why are you reducing the Pope to some type of political calculus here when the issue is transcendental? Okay, so you have to address this issue. And what happened is, because you had to address this issue, there were people that simply failed and made themselves irrelevant. So that's what happened to Ben Shapiro. He called himself a conservative. That was kind of cover for the fact that he was a Jew. But when Gaza happened, he revealed, threw all caution to the wind, simply said, go, it's the Jews are right, everyone else. That's not conservative principle. The other man who blew his cover was Jordan Peterson, who, not coincidentally, is also working on the Daily Wire. He says he's got an identity, kind of vague identity, is clean up your room, kind of vaguely conservative. And then he tells Netanyahu, give him hell. And he lost all of his Muslim supporters at that point because you can't remain neutral anymore. This is a fundamental challenge to civilization that we have to meet if we want to move forward. We cannot go forward with this racial idea anymore. And I'm saying American racism has always been, at its deepest point, Judaizing. It's always been the Puritan coming either to Ireland or America and saying, I'm Gideon. Cromwell, I'm Gideon, and if I'm Gideon, the Irish are Amalek, and I have a right to exterminate them. It's a fundamental theological issue that has to be repudiated. Has to be repudiated.
This is probably because the Protestants, the people who said, everybody's going to read the Bible, and they read the Old Testament, and in the Old Testament, Yahweh is saying, exterminate Amalek, and they go, yeah, they pick up a gun, and they go out to exterminate Amalek.
That's right. And that's what happens when you take the Bible out of the church, which is exactly what happened in America with the Protestant principle of sola scriptura. In other words, every Protestant became infallible when it came to reading the Bible. Okay, that's chaos. And the one thing that resolves chaos is force. And so the big force then eliminates all the chaos by saying, I am the official interpreter of the Bible because I have more canons than the other side has. And that's been American identity for its entire existence. In other words, every Protestant became infallible when it came to reading the Bible. Okay, that's chaos. And the one thing that resolves chaos is force. And so the big force then eliminates all the chaos by saying, I am the official interpreter of the Bible because I have more canons than the other side has. And that's been American identity for its entire existence. And so the big force then eliminates all the chaos by saying, I am the official interpreter of the Bible because I have more canons than the other side has. And that's been American identity for its entire existence. Okay, now we have to take into account the other thing the Pope did. He wrote a letter to the American Jewish Committee, and he says, we hope to continue Catholic-Jewish dialogue. Now, Catholic-Jewish dialogue has been an unmitigated disaster for the Catholic Church and for the entire world, precisely because of the reasons that we're talking about now, because it gave legitimacy to the Jews in a way that allowed them to ultimately perpetrate genocide and all the crimes that they have committed. Okay, now, the Church has to face the Jewish question. It cannot get around the Jewish question. Okay, so what does dialogue mean? What does it mean from a traditional point of view? There's only one answer to this question at the beginning of the Acts of the Apostles. Okay, Peter is now the first pope. They are no longer in fear because of Pentecost. They're not hiding in the upper room out of fear of the Jews. They are now going back to Jerusalem. And Peter says to the Jews in Jerusalem, you killed Christ. Now, that was a daring thing to do. But it turns out the Jews are cut to the heart. And then the Jews say, what must we do to be saved? And Peter says, you have to be baptized. In other words, you're no different now than anybody else. You're not God's chosen people anymore. The church is the new Israel. All of that stuff is over. You got no priesthood. It's over. And now you're going to have to act like everyone else. Now, the question is that going to be the basis of Catholic-Jewish dialogue now? Or is it going to be a rehash of all the failed attempts to be nice to Jews that has characterized the past 60 years? Are you going to go to the AJC and say, you killed Christ? You killed John F. Kennedy? You are murdering people in Gaza? You got to stop. Do you want me to say this in public? I will if you don't keep continuing this way. Something like that is going to have to happen.
Well, I wish it would. Unfortunately, in the world the way it is right now, I mean, it seems like the only religious leadership that's actually doing the right thing is coming out of Shia Islam. Unfortunately, in the world the way it is right now, I mean, it seems like the only religious leadership that's actually doing the right thing is coming out of Shia Islam. And I'm an American and I'm a Sunni Muslim, and so this is not like part of my tribe here. But I kind of hate to say that the other side has got it right, but they do. The Shia Muslims, or some of them anyway, are totally leading the way on this, speaking with a voice of religious authority that I'm not hearing from anybody else. Certainly not the Sunni Muslims, and not even the Pope. The Shia Muslims, or some of them anyway, are totally leading the way on this, speaking with a voice of religious authority that I'm not hearing from anybody else. Certainly not the Sunni Muslims, and not even the Pope.
I think that there was a moment when God took control of human history, and I think that moment was 1979. The thing I'm talking about is the Ayatollah Khomeini coming back to Iran and declaring war on the great Satan, American materialism, and 4 months later, Pope John Paul II saying mass in Warsaw and declaring war on communism. Yes, except that Bannon is paid to keep Catholics pulling the Trump lever. That is the whole point. That's not my position. That's not the position of the Catholic Church. There are always people who are going to do this. I keep saying this, but okay, you're against abortion, you're against LGBT, you're against genocide in Gaza. When are you going to draw the conclusion that there's one group that's involved in all of these things that we have to deal with, as St. Peter dealt with them 2,000 years ago? That's the fundamental question. Or are we just going to dance around this thing in wet gestures that are essentially conservative in the worst sense of the term, which means you're not going to get to the root of the problem, which is religious. It is not racial. It is religious. The whole issue, that the turning point of human history was religious. It was not racial. They were all the people that said either crucify Jesus Christ or Jesus Christ is Lord, all had the same DNA, and you'll never figure it out unless you understand this essentially religious dynamic. And that goes for Bannon, it goes for the race crowd, it goes for everybody. You can't, Marxists like Noel Ignatieff, who want to suppress religion and put in pseudo Marxist categories like class conflict and impose it on the pilgrimage of grace, which is actually what he does in his book. So are we going to get to the heart of the matter? Are we going to deal with this in an effective way by first identifying the real issue? And then Peter left, went to the Philippines, and now he's back now. So welcome back, Peter.
Thank you.
So what have you been reading lately?
I've been reading this book called Walking with a Bible and a Gun. Yeah, it was very wild. It's very secular now. The quick answer could be maybe there's a lot of Jews that live there, but we went to here, you get in your car and you go to certain districts and watch all the Christmas decorations. They got rid of that. You walk. So we went to a big area with beautiful decorations for Christmas. Maybe one house out of 15 might have mentioned something about Jesus, and it was very small. So very secular.
So what we're talking about is the migration of an identity, the formation of identity as America moved from east to west. This is a trajectory of American identity. And I'm saying that it fits in with the last book I wrote, which was about beauty, where I said existence calls essence into being. This is a new paradigm. Aquinas is the one who formulated it. Before that, you had Plato, who said existence was the only real thing, and essence was ephemeral. It's always changing. You can't know anything about it. So the point of life is imposing essence on existence. Now we have the exact opposite. Existence calling forth essence into a new kind of being. And I'm saying it applies to art. It applied to Giotto in Italy, in the art world, and it applied to American identity. Because as you went from east to west, you had essence confronting existence. Existence, another word for that is the frontier. And this is similar to Frederick Jackson Turner's frontier thesis, where he said American identity was forged on the frontier, the meeting line between existence and essence. So I'm saying, what's the essence they brought with them? It's the Bible, specifically the Calvinist reading of the Bible. And as they moved westward, it changed. So the first change would be Solomon Stoddard, the halfway covenant. And then you had, because he had to adjust to the frontier.
But to me, it seems like a simulation. Okay, so you're simulating, you come with the Bible with your strict interpretation. And especially as you got further west, your Reformed Calvinist interpretation can't hold its ground. It has to assimilate.
We're agreeing with the same thing.
I mean, those terms.
I'm saying that that's a metaphysical, philosophical terms, but you're saying the same thing. So that by the time, where was it? Stoddard got to the middle of Massachusetts, he had to come up with the halfway covenant because they simply couldn't solve, Calvinism as it existed couldn't solve problems. One of the main problems it couldn't solve was, is election inheritable? Now the Jews feel that it is. It's inheritable through your mother. And these were Judaizers, but is election inheritable? They couldn't answer that question. They have different priorities. You have to work hard to survive. out there, and I think started to realize if I keep preaching it the way I got it back in Massachusetts Bay, I'm going to lose them. I'm going to lose the congregation. And so what happened here? A crisis intervened, and that was the Great Awakening, and that was basically when his grandson tried to turn the clock back. Let's go back to the original. Forget this halfway covenant stuff. We're going to go back to the original Calvinism, viewed through the lens of Newton and Locke, and came up with the famous sermon, "Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God."
It united all the colonies for sure, but it simplified the gospel, and so there wasn't the depth. I don't know how you. I mean,
well, I'm saying that what comes out of this is American identity.
Yeah, because it united all the colonies.
That's right. It was the first event. Yes, it was the first event to unite all the colonies. Philadelphia is obviously the most famous Quaker settlement. William Penn went there. But obviously, if you're a Quaker, you can't carry a gun. Well, you see that picture there? He's always pictured with a gun. He's identified with the gun. And this is another aspect of American identity, that we identify with the gun. No, they were ruthless.
Okay.
There's no honor among Englishmen. I hope nobody takes offense at that. But when it comes to the comparison, the English brought criminals and Jews. The Jews in places like Albany, basically Fort Orange it was called, so the Orangemen. The Jews would sell whiskey and guns to the Indians. The French would never do that. And so as a result, you had an unequal battle. The Iroquois, when they went against the Hurons, it was an uneven battle. The French tried to teach them how to defend a fort. They had to build a fort from them in Pentagoucheni. And when the Iroquois showed up, they ran off into the woods, and they were all slaughtered. So it wasn't, I've said this before, but it's in the video of Fort Michilimackinac. The state of Michigan did this video. Basically, it begins with the French voyageur marrying the Indian girl with a Catholic priest officiating. So that's assimilation. Race mixing, if you want to call it that. And it was blessed by the priest and the Catholic Church. And then the English conquered Quebec, and suddenly now Canada is the only way to get into Canada is through the river there, the St. Lawrence River.
But a big core part of your book is as it moves forward, you come into your PhD thesis on Nathaniel Hawthorne, and then your theme then really blossoms out from there.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So 50 years ago, I was thinking about Nathaniel Hawthorne, and I'm back thinking about him again, but from a slightly different perspective. And I'm thinking about it more in terms of the man who understood Puritan psychology, which goes back to the Puritan religion, which is based on sola scriptura, sola gratia, and sola fide. He was not a robust guy like Orestes Brownson. Okay, so you're right. You're right. But he was an acute observer. One of the best observers of American culture ever. I don't think there's anything that gets better than Scarlet Letter when it comes to the fundamental crisis of sola gratia, which is basically you just declared that you're saved by grace alone. At the same time, you, the Calvinist reformer, cut the people, your congregation, off from the sacraments of the Catholic Church, which are the source of grace. So it goes all the way to the present. We have a whole tradition of ministers that get caught with their pants down. Jimmy Swaggart, I could go on and on.
Oh, because they don't have the grace to resist these sins? Is that part of it?
That's what Orestes Brownson said. Ralph Waldo Emerson was in no way, shape, or form a Calvinist. He was a total rebel against Calvinism, hated Calvinism, as did his entire generation. I'm talking about the Romantic movement in American literature, the middle of the 19th century. Like Hawthorne, that's what he had in common with Hawthorne. Hawthorne was his neighbor, and Emerson hated Calvinism, but that's why you need to go to the hidden grammar of American identity, which is?
Hidden grammar of Protestantism, you said, I read it, is Satanism.
Right, and why everybody jumps up? Why did I say that? What is the basis for, I'm talking about a specifically American claim here, that Satanism is the hidden grammar of Protestantism, Protestantism is the hidden grammar of America, therefore Satanism is the hidden grammar of Protestantism. The claim is based on Paradise Lost.
Okay, yeah, but
it's a poem.
It's also total depravity.
Right, that was Calvin's principle. It had a big effect on Hawthorne and Emerson. Emerson completely rejected it, went to the opposite extreme, said there was no such thing as original sin. But the fundamental fact that you have to know about American identity is Paradise Lost.
Right, and that's where, when I went with Gus up to that seminar with George Anastopoulos, and the week seminar was on common sense. And he points out in the book, he said, no, I'm not going to comment, but look at this verse. Look at here. Here's Payne quoting Satan in Paradise Lost.
Absolutely. He quoted these, not just Tom Thomas. Common Sense was the most influential book in American history.
Per capita, more people.
Because more people per capita read this book than any other book. A greater percentage of the population of America read this more than any other book in American history. And the people who read it were people like Thomas Jefferson and Ben Franklin. And even John Adams is reading Milton's Paradise Lost at this moment when they're forging the new nation.
And fundamentally, Payne took scripture where it says Samuel, his sons were evil. And so the people then wanted a king. And God said, give him a king. We're greatly disappointed. We don't like this. God, so they concluded God hates kings. Okay, that's what Payne tried to put in their heads. God hates kings from a complete misinterpretation of Scripture.
Yeah, it was the only thing he interpreted faithfully was Paradise Lost. I think he understood the real meaning of Paradise Lost, which is better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. And
because that speech you quote is about self-government.
That's right. That's exactly what the Declaration of Independence is about. Better to reign in hell than to serve in heaven. Non serviam is the gist of American identity, and they got it from Satan.
And Abraham Lincoln believed in that because he espoused that on the floor of Congress when he was a congressman. Did you have a right to secede? You know, that's a fundamental right.
Yeah.
Well, then when the South acted on
That's
his
different.
gospel,
That's different.
different.
That's different. Because the fundamental Protestant belief was, if this whoever it is loses the anointing, what do? You start another church. That's been the history of Protestantism to this day. To this day.
Well, I brought original sin up with my sister, and she thinks she's going to tackle the problem in like 2 minutes. I said, hold it here. It's more complicated than that. In other words, the translation of Romans chapter 5, verse 12, it's completely a mistranslation from the Latin, you know, because the Latin says, in whom, in Adam, we all sinned. No, the translation means for that, not in whom. The Greek is clearly for that, because all have sinned. So then you have a surge of total depravity coming. Well, you committed the sin. You ate the fruit.
In Adam's fall, we sinned it all.
But Augustine and Aquinas, that was Jerome's translation. Augustine and Aquinas both went with, in Adam, we all sinned. See, so this gets really muddy.
It's a complicated idea, but you can't do without it. And that was precisely the split that occurred between Emerson and Hawthorne. Emerson, just forget it. And what he retained was the gist of what Milton was talking about, which is satanic rebellion. He didn't believe in original sin. He believed in satanic rebellion. So there's a famous passage in Self-Reliance where Emerson says, nothing matters but the integrity of your own mind, which is echoing Satan, who said the mind is its own place. And then someone says, well, what if that's from below? And Emerson says, well, if that's from Satan, I am of the devil's party. So he's committing himself to satanic rebellion. Hawthorne just, you know, he was not part of that kind. He was there. He was a member of that group. They honored him, but he didn't go along with what they were saying. Certainly not with abolition. Didn't go along with abolition at all. Said that no man was more justly hanged than John Brown. At the same time, Thoreau and Emerson are declaring John Brown a saint. They saint that what was it? The noose is now more, the gallows is more holy than the cross. Something blasphemous like that.
As you go in further in the book and you come to Hemingway, Hemingway was not going to be impressed by that.
He was a Catholic. He was a devout Catholic who could not keep his pants up. That was his problem. I mean, the more guilt he felt about committing adultery, the more he drank. And the more he drank, the more screwed up he got, until finally they did shock therapy, erased his memory. And he thought, well, I can't write without a memory. And then he killed himself. How important can it be if basically your hero is Walter Emerson, who basically distanced himself from everything, including this etiolated Unitarianism? Even that was too strict for Emerson.
Well, that's why the Southerners rejected the North as atheist and communist. You had millions of spiritualists doing seances and tapping. We don't know the figure, 2 million to 10 million people estimate.
Yeah, he mentions that, which is a spirit, just like the return of the repressed. I'm saying that like the Great Awakening is also the return of the repressed. If you don't have sacramental confession, the guilt builds up, and you have to have these stadium public confessional orgies.
Like Promise Keepers. But if the American Revolution, the Declaration of Independence, was actual rebellion, not a justified revolt, then witchcraft and rebellion go together. So it makes sense. If you're participating in a spirit of rebellion, it's not unusual that witchcraft then starts manifesting.
Are you talking about the Salem witch trials now?
I'm just talking about, you have millions.
You're talking about spiritualism, the Fox sisters.
Yeah, because the progression.
Ouija boards.
You can't do that. When we were in Tucson, we were at the Congress Hotel. They had a big, huge table there, a Ouija board. They think nothing of it. Lincoln was having seances. His wife was having seances all the time. They thought nothing of it.
That's the return of the repressed. So you can get a religion that becomes so intellectual and so disconnected from reality that you have to replace it with some type of concrete manifestation, like talking to spirits, which is always dangerous. We know that's dangerous. Wasn't it Samuel who tried to contact
Witch of Endor,
tried to contact the Witch of Endor, which is a bad thing.
No, it was a king that did. Sorry, Saul was contacting, and she brought up Samuel, and then that's one of the reasons God killed Saul, because that's a death penalty when you do that.
Yeah, trafficking in spirits.
Yeah, you should not let a sorceress live, and that's why they took those Salem witch trials so serious, because they had the debate: can we let these girls live if, in fact, they're involved in some type of sorcery? It was a real dilemma.
Well, I think that's what they were doing. They got caught. There was a Tituba, the slave from Haiti, and the father was a moral panic.
Yeah, but they're all there by themselves in, like you call it, the wilderness, and it's a huge challenge because you don't have what you had in Europe. You just have a limited resource.
You have freedom. Don't you? It's a big debate in the middle of the Scarlet Letter, where Dimmesdale finally meets with Hester Prynne in the forest this time. He won't acknowledge her in the public square, but when they go off to the forest, she takes off her hat and her hair slowed down, and suddenly she's attractive again. And then she says, well, let's just head west. That was America.
But a big theme in your book is, like, even with Thoreau and Emerson, they believed in chastity. And then by the time it hit Hemingway, they couldn't hold the ground.
That's what happened over the course of the 19th century. You're right. Emerson went to England, met with Carlyle and Dickens at Carlyle's farm up in Scotland, and they were complaining about the collapse of sexual morality in London and Paris, and assumed that the same was the case in America. And Emerson said, no, you're crazy if you don't think that American men go to their bridal beds as virgins. That's what he said.
Yeah, but that was up to, my guess here, is the Civil War, because then you point out Mark Twain. Mark Twain was in New York, 1853, still fairly conservative yet. Then he's there in 1868 after the war, and he was shocked. What was he mostly shocked about? Same thing the Southerners were. The girls were showing their ankles, and it was like a huge turn on, like in India.
Yeah.
When you don't have this and you see the ankle, the brains just start.
No, it's culturally conditioned, and that was the whole point of the erosion of sexual morality that the Jews were involved in, constantly breaking barriers, transgressing barriers that people accepted. And they're saying, well, why do you accept that? Why is it got to be that way? And nobody could, because of course you're not going to be able to give an explanation. Well, it's custom. That's all you can say. It's custom. And there's a reason for custom. I mean, basically, this is what Burke said, there's not going to be a rational explanation. And the Jew takes that as a sign of weakness and says, well, then maybe, and then suddenly, oh, wait a minute. Everybody's running around naked. Or we're not having children. What happened?
But chastity is a huge theme. Because throughout history, most people would agree to that. I mean, that's right. Augustine, that's true.
You're right. And that's exactly, the big shock to me was rereading Walden by Thoreau. And he said it. I guarantee you, no one in an American literature seminar in graduate school ever talked about Thoreau on chastity. And it's there in the book. It's like the same thing. No one ever talked about Hawthorne and the confessional. And it's there in the book. That whole dialogue back and forth between Dimsdale and Chillingworth.
But these wars are really what helped destroy chastity. Civil War was a major destruction of
chastity. In many ways, that was the beginning of pornography in America. And the man who understood it was appalled by it was Comstock, Anthony Comstock.
Yeah, you have a chapter on that.
A whole putting laws into effect. It began in New York State. Basically, now you've got pornography being sent through the mail. And Comstock goes at that and makes that a criminal act.
But all they had to do was just upgrade.
Yeah, unless you got first class postage, then you could do it.
Pay a couple cents more.
He was crucial in trying to hold the line against the erosion of sexual morality, and he's been demonized by all kinds of people since that time, especially around the time of the when the government broke through and started promoting contraception in the 1960s. Thanks to John D. Rockefeller. Where are you going to draw the line? And that changed. Obviously, if you read this whole story of the Jewish subversion of obscenity laws in the 1950s, it changed over that period of time because they had a hold on the Supreme Court, and apparently no one could, I know it when I see it.
Well, they were Masons. I mean, that's what Paul Fisher wrote the book behind the
Lodge Door.
Lodge Door, yeah. They were Masons, and the Masons and the Jews are both Kabbalah, Kabbalistic Gnosticism.
Right.
So it was their unconscious or conscious intention of removing God out and putting the whole...
I mean, we're dealing with a similar situation in Iran right now. They have a crisis. They always have this crisis. It's not going to go away. Where basically you got people who are unhappy, the women who are unhappy because they have to wear the hijab. You have to dress in a certain way. This was a result of a revolutionary moment that occurred in 1979. Before that, they dressed just like Westerners. Now they have to wear this hijab, and now we're 10 years into it, 20 years into it, they're not happy. This is becoming a wedge issue. So where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line?
Well, that's kind of the theme of your book here is that you quote John Adams every once in a while. Unless we keep our morals strong, adhering to the law of God. And once you fall away from the law of God, then you're basically opening the door for the Jews to come in.
Right.
So
that's exactly right. The only thing we had was a moral consensus. We didn't have an established church, and they were allergic to the Protestant denominations because they all contradicted each other. Ben Franklin, a classic example, who they're all confronted with the fact, how can you have all these different churches who all broke away from each other and all are saying something different? How are we going to deal with, the answer is, well, we will have no established religion, but we will insist on a moral consensus. And the essence of the moral consensus was chastity. But can you sustain chastity without an established church to back it up?
You're going to have the trouble like with my friend. He went with the prettiest girl in our whole conference, and they went from 6th grade to sophomore year. And she was, in my mind, by far the prettiest girl in the conference. I mean, just the whole part of who she was, every aspect was just pure beauty. They never kissed. And he's very manly, but they never kissed. This is 66, 65, no, 64 even to 69. And all of a sudden the movie started changing because they had a downtown theater.
Right.
And then her friends started little by little. Guy I know with another girl, and then it just hit her, and then she ends up going with a drug dealer, and gets pregnant. I mean, a disaster.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's the disaster that happened in 1965 when the Jews broke the production code with the pawnbroker.
It had a direct effect on the small towns that had a theater.
Yeah, it had a direct effect.
And the girls especially, they internalize it, and they can't hold the moral.
They couldn't hold. The center didn't hold. They couldn't maintain the form. That's the whole story of the 60s.
Yeah, and the fellow that was one of the central parts of your theme, the fellow that wrote in the 1920 on social engineering, what was his name?
Walter Lippmann.
Yeah, Walter Lippmann. And he talked about
public opinion.
Yeah, the key is the film. Get the film, because once we use the film on people,
yeah. And which group? What was Walter Lippmann? And Walter Lippmann. And what group did he represent?
Did he have to change his name? Like Jackson was Jacobson.
One Jew defending the Jewish industry par excellence, which is Hollywood films.
Yeah.
Similar to Dennis Prager now attacking the wealth tax. There's another Jew who's defended pornography because Jews always defend pornography.
In the name of art. In the name of art.
They say it's it's freedom of speech. They were the ones who broke the consensus. No question. Without them, we would not be in the situation we're in right now.
Right. And the girls Just to give you an instance of that, during a certain point during, I think it was the 1980s, two feminists, Andrea Dworkin and I forget the other lady's name, Catherine McKinnon, went after pornography. So suddenly this is new. We got feminists against pornography. That's a whole new story. And guess what happened? Guess who turned on the feminist, fellow woman, Betty Friedan. And her real name is Betty Goldstein. Her name is Betty Goldstein. And she's defending the Jewish industry of pornography and breaks with her feminist sisters. So feminist solidarity is nothing compared to Jewish solidarity underneath the facade of feminism. But that's the problem of Catholic and Jewish dialogue, because you're embracing what they believe, a little bit. So how can you really come against the pornography with how you should when you're already dialoguing with,
You're
with
right.
the founders?
It's a disaster. You think they could hold the line. The bishops have not held the line. And now we have Ignatius Press, which was founded to be an antidote to the heretical movements in the Catholic Church, sexual liberation, so on and so forth, now promoting heresy, the heresy of dual covenant theology. They just did a book on this. I just attacked it. A lady who has a PhD from Oxford, who apparently never read the parable of the wicked husbandman, and so is talking about how bad supersessionism is. Supersessionism is the teaching of the Catholic Church, period.
But those are loaded words, and they like to use those loaded words.
Yeah, because I think she feels that nobody will understand what she's saying when she talks about supersessionism. So what you're saying is the constant erosion of the form. We need a form here.
But the real truth is that the Jews have all the money. So when they're compromising with the Jews, it's like the local parish where you have the rich people and the priest kind of cozying up to the rich people. And there's this kind of, right. I'll rub your back and you rub mine. Well, aren't the Jews the rich people in the church or in the culture? And
of course they are.
And so you benefit.
Of course they are. And so what you have when you don't have an established religion is the total erosion of morality. And what happens, that manifests itself as money.
Yeah, because sexual lust is a coveting for something you shouldn't be able to have. And then once you covet to be rich, when you're commanded to be content with food and clothing, it's the same. Yeah.
It's one of the deadly sins. Okay. So, while we can't make any value judgments about qualities. So we'll have quantity instead. So the quantity of money determines how smart you are, or determines what power you have in our culture.
And that was in the church too, because it wasn't the quality of the disciples you were making. It was how many souls you were winning. See, it became quantity there. So your worth was how big is your church and how many souls are you winning?
I'm saying money replaced value. Money became the only source of value in a culture that basically lacked a foundation, a metaphysical foundation or a religious foundation that could sustain the moral order. And that was from the beginning.
But that's where the fathers failed in the home, because the fathers are supposed to be catechizing their children and explaining to them the hierarchy of values.
Well, if you're morally corrupted, you're not going to be able to defend that. But I'm saying this metaphysical uncertainty was in American Protestantism from the beginning. And it was manifested in sinners in the hands of an angry God.
But
he said, looking out at that congregation, you have nothing to stand on.
But where that quote is in American Patriotism Further Confronted by John Fletcher, he's quoting the speech out of Milton's Paradise Lost.
Right.
Okay. Fletcher's whole point was that it was satanic in his mind. Why? Because you're supposed to be subject to the king. And the Americans said, no, we don't have to be. The king should be subject to us. Well, this is a satanic reversal. And then Abigail Adams said, we want that too. We shouldn't have to have our husbands as our masters. We can govern ourselves.
It's all there in Paradise Lost. The whole thing is in Paradise Lost, in that speech in Paradise Lost.
And in the pamphlet war.
By the way, if Abigail Adams read Paradise Lost and the whole dialogue between Adam and Eve, she would know that Milton held to a traditional understanding of the relationship between male and female. And that the fall would not have happened if Eve had eaten the apple, but Adam hadn't.
But that was a pamphlet book war between Thomas Paine and his team, and the Methodists especially, Fletcher and Wesley, and a lot of it was Samuel Johnson. Okay, they claimed Wesley plagiarized Johnson. But the Methodists were the Arminians. They were not the Calvinists, okay? Right. So they had a little bit different. And they saw that the Americans were being completely deceived by a faction in England that was deceiving them. And their hope was it was going to boomerang right back on England and get the rebellion there, and they would displace the king. It went to France instead.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And no one was able to stop it over here. I mean, it was a war.
Oh, no, he tried.
It was a civil war. I mean, that was the first civil war, in a sense, the war between the loyalists and the...
in the same house.
And the revolutionaries.
Yeah, George Washington, his neighbor. He had to leave. I mean, they were friends, but he was preaching loyalty.
So it was the first civil war, and it came over this elite idea of satanic independence.
And it created civil war in the families for sure, because the essence of the American Revolution was to strip monarchy at its core, which was the right of the oldest son. It was always the oldest son that became the king. So honoring the oldest son had to go in America. But once the oldest son is not given his honor, well, he's going to disfranchise himself from the family.
Yeah.
Okay.
This idea of the American Revolution as a civil war is completely missing. No one portrays it. There's always this triumphalist view of the Declaration of Independence as if there were unanimous support for the Declaration of Independence. And it's clear from Fletcher. Fletcher exposed it. He exposed the satanic roots. He connected the dots between Thomas Paine, Milton, and the Declaration of Independence. He connected the dots. Well, nobody talks about that anymore.
They just keep getting distracted. They get distracted so no one actually looks at it. So they can never see the forest for the trees. And what you're trying to say in the book is you got to get to the root of this. And, everybody will say it a different way maybe, but.
So is it possible to save this operation? Is this ship going down? I've been saying for months now that this is the end of the Third Republic. But this is the end of the Third Republic. And some things don't pass into the next republic. Slavery did not pass from the First Republic to the Second Republic. The Civil War was over that to some extent.
Well, like John Cotton said, he said, well, they were talking about democracy, and he goes, democracy, where the people rule. Well, who rules over the people? Okay.
It depends on what you mean by an American. By an American, a member of the deep state. Deep state is satanic.
At the core of the American is what kids say in the playground. I'm an American, and you can't tell me what to do.
That's right.
Okay, and the wife internalizes that equally as well, and it's against the law. The husband cannot command his wife to do the dishes. Okay, that's against the law.
So is this hopeless? Is it a failed identity? Do we have to be, if you're part of the establishment, do you have to, in some sense, be on board with the satanic program of independence, of freedom, the satanic understanding of freedom?
Well, if you're craving success, as the world defines it, right, and you want status in the system, you're in trouble.
Yeah. You're spiritual trouble, you're saying.
At least.
Spiritual trouble. Well, St. John just said that in the epistle. Paul is the world. The world has attractions of the eyes and wealth and something like that. That's pretty much like Washington, D.C., when you go to a place like that. Do we have to make a distinction between the American Republic and the American Empire? The American Republic was pluralist. The American Empire is not. It requires a total allegiance to this credo, to this set of ideas, all of which are satanic.
Well, it started out, let's say, Connecticut. When I looked at Connecticut's laws, it basically said we go by the Bible. Okay, so they started out, we're going by the law of God. Well, by the time you had the Civil War, and you got Holmes on the Supreme Court, and you have the cabinet that Lincoln had, and you had those Stevens from Pennsylvania, it became the law of the rich and the lawyers. It wasn't God's law anymore. Okay, and now where are we at? It's the lawyers and the rich people. The rich people put in the politicians that pass the law, and so we're rule of law. Whose law?
No, you're right. That's the fun. We're living under a tyranny of money, influenced to a large extent by Jewish usurers who have benefited by changing the laws, transferred trillions of dollars from the working class, middle class, into the hands of the 1% of the 1%. And no one knows how to solve this problem.
And you can't.
We all thought Trump was going to solve this problem for us.
It's too big. And you can't argue Eve. Eve said, "Well, I was deceived, so I really can't be guilty." And you could say, "Well, the Americans are kind of deceived." Well, are you saying that's an excuse? I mean, why do you even say that?
That's what Daisy Miller said. I don't think I want to know what you mean. So I sometimes, in my weak moments, think that this is Tucker Carlson's identity. He's the American innocent. He's like Daisy Miller, who says, I don't want to think, I want to know what you mean, and talks about etiquette on the same level as morality, because he's an Episcopalian. Anyway, that's my thought. Anyway, thanks for having us. Good to have you back.
Okay.
Thanks for the discussion, and that's it for us for now. Hello, welcome to another episode of EMJ Live. What you just saw there was the United States Navy boarding a tanker which was bound from Venezuela to Cuba, full of $60 million in oil. We should have entitled this episode Pirates of the Caribbean. The United States Navy is now officially engaged in piracy. What is piracy? It's theft. Why is the United States government involved in theft? We are reaching various stages of desperation at this point, as the Third Republic comes to an end and people are realizing that the old formulae, the old categories don't apply anymore. And one of the old categories, or let's put it this way, the old categories try to make a show of following some type of principle or rule-based order. This regime now is making no pretext whatsoever. It's anything goes, okay? And that includes theft and murder. So the same Pete Hegseth, who arranged for the murder of people in boats, he claims they were smuggling fentanyl, but we don't know because dead men tell no tales. And apparently he's now being threatened with impeachment because the video showed that not only did he attack the boat, but there were survivors in the water, and he killed them as well. This is a violation of the Geneva Convention, violation of every convention of civilized behavior here, and the Trump administration is getting involved in these things. We are, as I said, reaching the end of an era. So let's talk about the beginning of this era, or at least the midterm of this era. A good article on the internet by a man named Millen Adams, the 50-year crime report about the last 50 years and the government's involvement with theft. Talking about the period 1947. We're talking about the Republic. This Republic the Third Republic began in 1945. Shortly thereafter, in 1947, you had an abrogation of one of the covenants that was part of our identity as Americans. This is what he's saying. Historically, there existed a fundamental agreement between labor and capital, often referred to as the social contract, which dictated for every 1% increase in the economic value generated by a worker, their compensation would also rise by a corresponding 1%. This reciprocal relation was widely perceived as equitable, ensuring that the benefits of increased efficiency and output were shared fairly between those who contributed their labor and those who provided the means of production. This arrangement fostered a sense of shared prosperity where workers could reasonably expect their efforts to translate directly into an improved standard of living. And that's exactly what we had during the 1950s. You had an era, 47 is when Henry Ford II, Henry Ford's grandson, signed an agreement with the UAW guaranteeing high wages for the workers in the automobile industry, which also guaranteed high wages for everyone else because they set the pattern for wages in this country. This was also the era of Quadragesimo Anno. The encyclical came out in 1933, which said basically repudiated communism, socialism, said that people should collaborate, labor and capital should collaborate, labor and management should collaborate. And I remember as a boy, one of my friend's fathers was engaged in this type of debate, or what should I say, negotiation between labor and management, run by the Jesuits who brought labor and management together. This brought about production, high wages, and the high wages were based on a principle that was also generally accepted at this point, which was the family wage. We pay men high wages so that their wives can stay home and raise children. That is the fundamental bottom line, basement floor of a successful society. Family wage, high wages lead to high productivity, and over the long run, they lead to lower labor costs, paradoxically. This is what made the United States the powerhouse, the manufacturing powerhouse of the world. 65% of all manufacturing was done in the United States at the end of World War II. This changed in 1973. The pivotal agreement, which once promised a fair exchange between labor and reward, was systematically dismantled. The consequences have been stark and undeniable. Since 1973, the productivity of the American worker has soared, demonstrating an increase of over 65%. This remarkable surge in output, which is a testament to dedication and innovation, has not been met with a commensurate rise in compensation. In sharp contrast, the inflation-adjusted pay for those same workers has stagnated, growing by less than 10% over the same period. The widening chasm between productivity and pay reveals a fundamental shift in the economic landscape, where the gains of increased efficiency are no longer equitably shared, leading to a significant erosion of the American workers' economic standing. They, meaning the regime, convinced you to work harder, smarter, faster. You did. You delivered 65% more value, and they paid you almost nothing for it. All that extra wealth you created, the trillions of dollars, was stolen directly from your paycheck. What we saw beginning in 1973 was an enormous transfer, probably the biggest transfer of wealth in American history, trillions of dollars going from the middle class up into the 1%, or the 1% of the 1%. Okay, as I said, the crucial turning point came in 1973. The crucial part missing from this otherwise really good analysis of the economic situation was sexual liberation, which also took off at the same time. 73 is the year that wages stopped going up. 73 is the year that abortion was legalized for the entire country. The Jewish fundamental value of abortion was imposed on the people of the United States of America. And at this point, it was symbolic of sexual liberation. From this point on, the idea, especially adopted by the Democratic Party, which used to be the party of the working man, was you have sexual liberation, you don't need a raise. Or from the workers' point of view, give me sexual liberation and I won't ask for a raise. The man who embodied this, epitomized this, was Michel Foucault, who died doing what he loved in the bathhouses of San Francisco, died of AIDS in 1984, 9 years after this had happened. What we had in the 70s was a new slogan. Instead of the family wage, which was the unspoken grammar of wages at that point, we had feminism, and feminism came up with the slogan of equal pay for equal work. And nobody, I was there when it was happening, nobody could understand how to deal with that statement that seems so obvious. Who can argue with equal pay for equal work? The answer to that is someone who understood the family wage and understood that the economy flourishes when a man earns enough so that his wife can stay home and raise the children as they see fit. That was the end of that. The end of that. The other thing that happened during this period of time, okay, wages are not going up. Wages are falling behind. We've got inflation. How are we going to solve this problem? The other factor that came into play in 1973 is the credit card. The widespread use of credit cards happened in the 1970s. And over this period of time, what you previously had to save for by putting away some of that good salary that your husband was making, you could now buy on impulse because you had a credit card, and you could go into debt to buy what you wanted. Okay. This led to the elimination of the family wage. It led to what the author here calls the two-income trap. So what a man could earn in 1970, let's say the 1950s, it now took two people, a man and a wife, to earn by the 1970s, 1980s. And this was sold to us as sexual liberation, equality for women, and so on and so forth. The flip side of the whole transfer of wealth that I just talked about, trillions of dollars going into the pockets of the 1% of the 1% at Wall Street, was sexual liberation. During this entire period of time, my entire adult life, I fought sexual liberation. It's not that I didn't talk about the other part. I was one of the few, maybe the only Catholic magazine that really took Catholic social teaching seriously. You had things like Crisis, which was funded by the Bradley Foundation to promote capitalism of the sort. It was pretty much, that was the standard line, the Reaganomics standard line. He claimed to be against abortion, but he was really in favor of the rich. The tax code got changed. More and more people were paying, of the rich were paying less and less in taxes. That burden fell on the middle class, who now was struggling to keep up. And the way they kept up was putting things on debt, on their credit card, buying things on debt. This was the beginning, also the era of the student loan. I happened to stumble across the rationale for the student loan when I was doing research into something else. And it was a man by the name of John Silber, who was president of Boston University at the time. He said, basically, the college graduate will earn $10,000 a year. Tuition now is $1,000 a year. We will subsidize a loan at 2% for that $1,000 a year. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Everything. And what could go wrong is the very simple fact that as soon as you get credit involved, or usury involved in anything, whether it's housing or education, the price goes through the roof because there are no constraints now on buying anything, including education. So when I was in college, you could get a factory job and working over the summer, let's say 8 weeks over the summer, maybe 12 weeks, depending on how long the vacation was, you could earn enough money to pay for your tuition for a year of college. So I worked in I didn't do that. I earned money. My parents paid the tuition because it was $1,000 a year. Okay, and they could afford that at that point. Okay, those days are gone, and they were wrecked by usury. Usury is the fundamental problem in our economy right now. I had an interesting discussion with a professor of economics yesterday who for once understood the real armature of economics, which is basically the conflict between labor and usury, which is the subtitle of my book, Barren Metal, the conflict between, a history of capitalism is the conflict between labor and usury. Usury is not something new. Usury is as old as civilization. It's as old as time. There's always been usury, and the church has always condemned it as a sin, and the church still condemns it as a sin. But the issues are still the same. Usury will never stop being a sin. It's always bad for the individual and bad for the economy. And one of the people who recognized that was St. Thomas Aquinas. He received a letter from the Duchess of Brabant, who said that they had these, this is Holland or Belgium, depending on where you're talking about now, had rich users, Jews, making a lot of money, drawing the money out of the economy. The worker is suffering. And so she writes to Aquinas and says, what should I do? What should I do? And the answer was very simple. He said that usury is theft. If you commit the sin of theft and you go to confession, you have to make restitution of what you stole. And this is what the usurer has to do. And so what the Duchess is supposed to do in Brabant is basically confiscate the wealth of the rich Jewish usurers. This is not theft. This is the cure of theft. This is restitution based on theft. If you know a particular victim of usury, then you should restore that money to that particular person. If you don't know and you can't find it out, which is most probably the case, you should give it to the poor. That is our situation right now. Okay. We have an uprising. The most recent uprising against usury and the economic problem was the election of Zoran Mamdani in New York City, mayor of New York City, a Muslim who became mayor of New York City. Unusual, especially given the opposition of the Jewish establishment. The ADL did everything, pulled out all the stops to prevent him from becoming mayor. But the tide is too big now. There are too many people who are too unhappy with basically the elites in New York City making life miserable for the rest of us. Let me give you an example of Larry Ellison, the man who just bought TikTok, a very rich Jew, who is basically saying after he buys it, that this will make you behave properly. Ellison spying on you will make you behave properly. He'll make sure that there's no more police brutality. Who gave this guy the right to spy on the rest of us? Well, the government did, by allowing the usurious accumulation of capital, of wealth. And the solution is the same solution that Thomas Aquinas proposed in the Middle Ages to the Duchess of Brabant. We need to appropriate that money. Justice demands that we appropriate that money. I think the simplest way to do it would be a wealth tax. Forget about the income tax. The income tax was always unjust in principle because it made the people who were least likely to be able to pay bear the burden here. But then at that point, the income tax was graduated. And if you made, I guess, say $1 million a year, you paid 90% in taxes. That all disappeared with the Reaganomics, with the Reagan-Thatcher era. And now we have this incredible amount of wealth concentrated in incredibly few hands. And the interest payments on that debt are strangling the economy. And sooner or later, somebody's going to have to do something. Now, the reaction is theft. That's why Trump has his eyes on Venezuela. When you get so deeply in debt, there's only one way to get out. Okay, there are two ways to get out, actually. You can debase the currency, which has always been the traditional way, and you inflate the currency, and so it just doesn't have any value anymore. But the other one has always been theft. This is an Anglo tradition. If you lived in England during the Elizabethan era and you stole a spoon, they'd hang you. If you stole a galleon full of enough gold and silver to make spoons for the entire European landmass, they made you a knight, and that was Sir Francis Drake. Sir Francis Drake sailed around the world, pillaging and looting wherever he went. He brought back a ship full of so much treasure that it paid off the entire sovereign debt of England at that time. And the English never forgot that lesson. So they've always been pirates. The English aristocracy got to be rich because of theft, the looting operation that is known as the Reformation, which was nothing but theft of church property with no theological justification whatsoever. And it continued to this day. And now we're going to steal the Venezuelans' oil. On the high seas, and maybe we'll invade Venezuela and steal it at its source. This is always a sign that the end is near. These are acts of desperation. That means everybody's in over their head. Larry Ellison is in over his head. If you want a stock market tip, buy credit default swaps and short Oracle, because it looks as if it's going down. Way overextended, a bubble. You don't want to be, sell your stock now. That's the situation we're in right now. The answer has always been what it has been. The principles are clear. Labor is the source of all value. Eliminate usury if you want the country to flourish. That's my rant. Let's hear what you have to say.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Lloyd.
How are you going? Just a question around Venezuela. Do you think any other countries will come to their aid? I think they have some sort of relationship with Russia and China. I don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. They are going to. They got all that oil. They got a lot of great oil. That's why Trump wants to take over the place. Okay. And that's negotiable for all sorts of people throughout the world. They're going to buy the best weapons they can from Russia, China, and Iran. So this is I'm sorry. This is crazy. Crazy. Why is America getting involved in piracy? America never had a standing army. They always had a navy. They always relied on their navy from the very beginning because they believed in keeping the sea lanes open. One of the first conflicts they had was with the Barbary pirates. So now what identity is left here to Americans? Now they're involved in piracy.
Hey, Dr. Jones, just to follow up on what Lloyd said, that oil and drugs thing, it's kind of funny. I thought Venezuela was all about drugs, and now it's all about stealing oil. So I think in terms of other people joining, this is just going to, in some ways, I mean, Venezuela's so big, it's got porous borders. You're going to see partisans and drug lords and whoever the heck else supplying a never-ending stream of weapons. You know, it's I mean, 2 times the size of Vietnam at least. I don't know where Trump thinks he's going to go with this, but I guess we'll watch that unfold. But to go back to what you were talking about earlier with labor and usury, it seems like the only thing the Democrats are interested in talking about is childcare, which we used to call mom. That's a big platform, childcare, because mom can't afford to stay home and take care of the kids, even when they're little. People putting 18 months old in childcare. Childcare, which we used to call mom. That's a big platform, childcare, because mom can't afford to stay home and take care of the kids, even when they're little. People putting 18 months old in childcare. Childcare, which we used to call mom. That's a big platform, childcare, because mom can't afford to stay home and take care of the kids, even when they're little. People putting 18 months old in childcare. They're not only not defending labor, they're actually helping to exploit it. And the Republicans are trying to pretend nothing's happening. So I don't know if you've noticed these things.
Yeah, well, this was the traditional identity of the Democratic Party, going back as far as Franklin Delano Roosevelt, which is they defended the rights of the working man. The working man is a category that has disappeared. The working man is a category that has disappeared. The working man is a category that has disappeared. You probably didn't. Maybe you didn't notice this, but it became apparent to me because we had a Labor Day, May Day celebration here, where all the hippies and folkies would get together and sing worker songs from the 1930s. And one of them was Joe Hill, and this lady stood up, and the original verse was, "Where working men defend their rights, it's there you'll find Joe Hill." And she sang, "When working persons defend their," it doesn't scan properly, but this was the erasure of the working man from everyone's vocabulary, because the working man was supposed to be the head of the family, and the earner who earned enough money so that his wife would stay home. But this was the erasure of the working man from everyone's vocabulary, because the working man was supposed to be the head of the family, and the earner who earned enough money so that his wife would stay home. When you broke that up, okay, the people who won out were the people who had the money, who employed people, because now you double the workforce by bringing women in, and you half the wages. And so now you have to have 2 people working. That's not in the interest of working men. It's not in the interest of anybody except a few people who want to exploit labor. So we got to get back to the original vocabulary.
I agree. And as much as we might talk about raising taxes on the rich are going to be people making, maybe mid 6 figures or so, but that's not the rich. The rich are people like Larry Ellison and all the other donors putting money in politicians' pockets. So it'll be a long time before we see change there. I hate to cynically sound, but
I know, but that's what has to happen. We have to have a wealth tax, not an income tax. Warren Buffett pays less income tax than the secretary does. He's one of the wealthiest men on the planet, and he doesn't pay taxes because he doesn't have an income, the way most people have to have in order to survive. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hey, Dr. Jones, great summary as well, as always.
Thank you.
You
Andrew.
said something. Yeah, good to see. You're colder than I am, I guarantee you. You said something, I think it was in an interview that recently, that you, before nature, to appreciate nature, you have to be chaste.
Right.
It made me think, so as you go through your analysis about everything that has happened, and you go back to the 70s and you tie it together and you show the loss of the family wave and so on, the one thing that would prevent, I receive that, I'm not bragging or anything, but I receive it, and that's very sensible, but the pushback comes if you have participated in any of the things that you said, like you said, so if, along the way, if you've had credit cards and debt and abortion or whatever, or your wife works, if in any way you have participated in any of these declining factors in our society, that darkens you. You're not able to see all that has happened as clearly. You don't have an interest in seeing either, but you're not able to. And I think that just the darkened mind, or just that I just see that as what might be clear to some, maybe again because of their clear conscience, and others don't see it.
What did Aquinas say? Lust darkens the mind. What do you want when you're stealing trillions of dollars from people out there? You don't want them to see what's going on. And so how do you do that? By promoting lust, pornography, all of these things that will darken the mind and distract you from the fact that someone's taking advantage of you. This time they went side by side. The classic example would be Lloyd Blankfein, when he was head of Goldman Sachs, said he supported homosexual marriage. Well, of course he does, because that's going to distract you from the fact that his usury is stealing money from your community and taking it out of your pocket.
Right. Yeah. These are really, really deep connections that people won't hear anywhere else. So I hope they can receive them. And of course, for those people, there's always good news too. If you are unable or unchaste, there's good news. You can be reconciled. So here again, confession and reconciliation are commended.
That's right. That's right. And that's exactly, you're quoting Thoreau. He was exactly right about that. He led a chaste life. That's how he could be in union with nature. But he didn't have the advantage of the sacrament of confession. And that started to weigh on the American consciousness throughout the 19th century, till the point you get to somebody like Hemingway and Jack London. Nature's an alien place there. It's not Walden Pond anymore. It's not Wordsworth with the daffodils. It's why is nature now the Klondike with what is 40 below zero? It's because of Jack London's mind was darkened by lust, by the sin of lust. Same thing with Hemingway. Same thing with Hemingway. He projects his sins onto nature rather than being docile and learning from nature.
Right. I'm glad it's Advent. Thanks.
You're welcome.
There's also another interview that has recently come out, and that's one between Tucker Carlson and Matt Walsh. And I must say, something I've long suspected. I think Matt Walsh is a bit of a shill, and I'm very disappointed in him. He is supposed to be Catholic, and during that whole interview, he talked about how inexcusable it is for the left to be pro-abortion, which I agree, and says that the murdering of innocent children is wrong. And then when the whole Palestinian-Israeli conflict is brought up to him, he basically straight up says, I don't really care. I care. I do not care at all about that.
That's the classic split right now. If you're a right winger, if you're a conservative, it's bad to kill babies with the abortion correct, but it's okay to kill them with F-16s. Okay. If you're left wing, then it's okay to kill babies with the abortion correct, but not okay to kill them with F-16. This is ridiculous. We need a consistent moral position here, which is they're both wrong. They're both wrong. And the fact that Walsh can't say that is probably constrained because he's on the Daily Wire, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay, well, the Daily Wire is a Zionist operation, so if he said that, he'd lose his job. So that doesn't inspire my confidence in his Catholicism. This is known as neocon Catholicism. It's not the fullness of the faith.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and then, of course, he brings up about the neocons, and you and I both know that neocons, when the uncomfortable question about who really does these type of things, which is going to be the Jewish Zionists, immediately they throw the neocon thing out there because it's a way to kind of deflect away from what the real problem is.
That's right. You're absolutely right. And it's not working. So you can throw all the money in the world at it, and it's not going to survive.
It really goes to show you that when the Jewish question is brought up to an interviewee, okay, when they start turning Ted Cruz on you, you know exactly who they really work for.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Great questions tonight. Let's get to some more great questions in our chats. All right. First here from Christians Praying on Rumble. Always good questions from them. What do you think of Huckabee's assembly of 1,000 evangelical Protestant pastors to swear allegiance to Israel?
An act of desperation. It's exactly the type of desperation I was talking about at the beginning of the podcast. The Jews know they're losing the battle for the mind of the American people, and so they have to have desperate moves like put all these idiots, these Christian Zionists, in a plane, and we'll fly them over to Israel, and then we'll send them back, and that will solve our problem. No, it's not going to work. It's all you're doing is showing that you're willing to spend money to have useful idiots toe your line, and to have what you really expose is the scandal of Mike Huckabee. Why is this? Wait a minute. I think he's a U.S. ambassador to Israel. Why is he constantly talking as if he's Israel and his ambassador to the U.S.? Why is he doing this? Why his desperation comes out when he tells the people that, those gullible pastors, I'm trying to be as ecumenical as possible here, okay, but these gullible, useful idiots who were flown at Israel's expense over there to participate in a justification of genocide, using the gospel to support genocide. And Huckabee then gives them the word and says to them, if you don't support Netanyahu, God will curse you. What kind of theology is this? Absolutely crazy. Why is a representative of the United States government spouting absolutely crazy theology like this? This is not American, okay? America is a place where you can believe in any lunatic religion you want, but don't impose it on everyone else. And that's precisely the problem we have right now, where this Christian Zionism has become the de facto basis of America's foreign policy. This has got to stop.
Next question here from Cozy. I think it's a pretty good question. User on Cozy asks, how can usury be successfully conquered by a sexually deprived society?
Good question. Can't, because a sexually depraved society can't do anything. Remember what I said? Lust darkens the mind. Those beginning in 1973, which is probably another milestone, 72, 73, Deep Throat, the beginning showing at mainstream theaters in New York City, being justified by the New York Times. Okay, so it's pornography is being mainstreamed. Abortion is being mainstreamed. Credit cards are being mainstreamed. Your wages are being stolen from you. You're not getting the raise that you deserve. All of these things are predicated on the destruction of your mind that lust accomplishes. If we had a chaste electorate, if what Emerson said was true, that American men go to their marriage beds as virgins, this would not have happened. That's why the oligarchs promoted sexual liberation during this period of time, to distract everyone, to destroy their attention, so that they could steal money hand over fist.
Fair enough. Let's see. Next question from me Darndy on Rumble. Should women not work outside the home?
Right. Yes. No, they should not work outside the home. Period. Now, the exception proves the rule, but the overwhelming majority of women who are married and bearing children should not have to go outside the home and work. Working, raising your children, cooking the meals, maintaining a household so your husband is looking forward to coming home at night, okay? All of this is a full-time job, and we should not sell these women short by making them work in addition to that full-time job. Everyone would be happier. Daddy would be happier, the children would be happier, and mommy would be happier too, okay? I guarantee you. And now we have a lot of people who are sadder but wiser, who bought into the feminist myth, and they are unhappy. Okay, I'll give you just one example. I'm in New York City, listening to the two women. The older woman is saying, I was on my couch at midnight last night eating my cheese sandwich, and I realized my life is over. I work 70 hours a week at a law firm. I have no husband. I have no children. I have no friends. All I have is a 70-hour job as a lawyer in a law firm. Now, that would be a prized job from the feminist point of view, and this lady is bitterly, bitterly unhappy because she can't change it. Okay, she cannot have children anymore. That window of opportunity closed. I'm saying we would be stupid to ignore stories like this.
Handwritten sign was a tool. TV is a tool. The internet is a tool. Social media is a tool. At the end of the day, tools don't control us. We control them, and we can remake them. It's up to each of us to decide what we value, and then use the tools we've been given to advance those values. And I believe we should use every tool at our disposal to secure our greatest gift: a government of, by, for the people. A government of, by, for the people. A government of, by, for the people.
وقال فرعون يا هامان ابن لي صرحا لعلي أبلغ الأسباب.
And Pharaoh said, O Haman, construct for me a tower that I might reach the ways.
أسباب السماوات فأطلع إلى إله موسى وإني لأظنه كاذبا وكذلك زين لفرعون سوء عمله وصد عن السبيل وما كيد فرعون إلا في تباب.
The ways into the heavens, so so that I may look at the deity of Moses. But indeed, I think he is a liar. And thus was made attractive to Pharaoh the evil of his deed, and he was averted from the right way. And the plan of Pharaoh was not except in ruin.
أم لهم ملك السماوات والأرض وما بينهما فليرتقوا في الأسباب.
Or is theirs the dominion of the heavens and the earth and what is between them? Then let them ascend through any ways of access.
جند ما هنالك مهزوم من الأحزاب.
They are but soldiers who will be defeated there among the companies of disbelievers.
كذبت قبلهم قوم نوح وعاد وفرعون ذو الأوتاد.
The people of Noah denied before them, and the tribe of Ad, and Pharaoh, the owner of stakes.
وثمود وقوم لوط وأصحاب الأيكة أولئك الأحزاب.
And the tribe of Thamud, and the people of Lot, and the companions of the thicket. Those are the companies.
إذ تبرأ الذين اتبعوا من الذين اتبعوا ورأوا العذاب وتقطعت بهم الأسباب.
And they should consider that, when those who have been followed dissociate themselves from those who followed them, and they all see the punishment, and cut off from them are the ties.
وقال الذين اتبعوا لو أن لنا كرة فنتبرأ منهم كما تبرأوا منا كذلك يريهم الله أعمالهم حسرات عليهم وما هم بخارجين من النار.
Those who followed will say, if only we had another turn at worldly life so we could dissociate ourselves from them as they have dissociated themselves from us. Thus will Allah show them their deeds as regrets upon them, and they are never to emerge from the fire.
أسباب الأسباب.
وقال فرعون يا أيها الملأ ما علمت لكم من إله غيري فأوقد لي يا هامان على الطين فاجعل لي صرحا لعلي أطلع إلى إله موسى وإني لأظنه من الكاذبين.
And Pharaoh said, O eminent ones, I have not known you to have a god other than me. Then ignite for me, O Haman, a fire upon the clay, and make for me a tower that I may look at the God of Moses. And indeed, I do think he is among the liars.
פרק י"א ויהי כל הארץ שפה אחת ודברים אחדים. ויהי בנוסעם מקדם וימצאו בקעה בארץ שנער וישבו שם. ויאמרו איש אל רעהו הבה נלבנה לבנים ונשרפה לשרפה ותהי להם הלבנה לאבן והחמר היה להם לחומר. ויאמרו הבה נבנה לנו עיר ומגדל וראשו בשמיים. ונעשה לנו שם, פן נפוץ על פני כל הארץ. וירד אדוני לראות את העיר ואת המגדל, אשר בנו בני האדם. ויאמר אדוני, הן עם אחד ושפה אחת לכולם, וזה החילם לעשות, ועתה לא ייבצר מהם כל אשר יזמו לעשות. הבה נרדה ונבלה שם שפתם, אשר לא ישמעו איש שפת רעהו. ויפץ אדוני אותם משם על פני כל הארץ, ויחדלו לבנות העיר. על כן קרא שמה בבל, כי שם בלל אדוני שפת כל הארץ, ומשם הפיצם אדוני על פני כל הארץ. פרק י"א. ויהי כל הארץ שפה אחת ודברים אחדים.
Genesis 11. Now the whole world had one language and a common speech.
ויהי בנוסעם מקדם, וימצאו בקעה בארץ שנער, וישבו שם.
As people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there.
ויאמרו איש אל רעהו, הבה נלבנה לבנים, ונשרפה לשרפה, ותהי להם הלבנה לאבן, והחמר היה להם לחומר.
They said to each other, "Come, let's make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone and tar for mortar.
ויאמרו, הבה נבנה לנו עיר ומגדל וראשו בשמיים, ונעשה לנו שם, פן נפוץ על פני כל הארץ.
Then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves. Otherwise we will be scattered over the face of the whole earth."
וירד אדוני לראות את העיר ואת המגדל, אשר בנו בני האדם.
But the Lord came down to see the city and the tower the people were building.
ויאמר אדוני, הן עם אחד ושפה אחת לכולם, וזה החילם לעשות, ועתה לא ייבצר מהם כל אשר יזמו לעשות.
The Lord said, "If as one people speaking the same language they have begun to do this, then nothing they plan to do will be impossible for them."
הבה נרדה ונבלה שם שפתם, אשר לא ישמעו איש שפת רעהו.
Come, let us go down and confuse their language so they will not understand each other.
ויפץ אדוני אותם משם על פני כל הארץ, ויחדלו לבנות העיר.
So the Lord scattered them from there over all the earth, and they stopped building the city.
על כן קרא שמה בבל, כי שם בלל אדוני שפת כל הארץ, ומשם הפיצם אדוני על פני כל הארץ.
That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of the whole world. From there the Lord scattered them over the face of the whole earth.
يا أيها الذين آمنوا قوا أنفسكم وأهليكم نارا وقودها الناس والحجارة وقودها الناس والحجارة عليها ملائكة غلاظ شداد لا يعصون الله ما أمرهم ويفعلون ما يؤمرون.
O you who have believed, protect yourselves and your families from a fire whose fuel is people and stones, over which are appointed angels, harsh and severe. They do not disobey Allah in what He commands them, but do what they are commanded.
سنفرغ لكم أيها الثقلان
We will attend to you, O prominent beings.
يا معشر الجن والإنس إن استطعتم أن تنفذوا من أقطار السماوات والأرض فانفذوا لا تنفذون إلا بسلطان
O company of jinn and mankind, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth, then pass. You will not pass except by authority from Allah.
Jesus said to them, "Have you never read in the scriptures, the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. The Lord has done this, and it is marvelous in our eyes." Woe to him who builds a city with bloodshed and establishes a town by injustice. Has not the Lord Almighty determined that the people's labor is only fuel for the fire, that the nations exhaust themselves for nothing? Of what value is an idol carved by a craftsman, or an image that teaches lies? For the one who makes it trusts in his own creation. He makes idols that cannot speak. Woe to him who says to wood, "Come to life," or to lifeless stone, "Wake up." Can it give guidance? It is covered with gold and silver. There is no breath in it. The idols speak deceitfully. Diviners see visions that lie. They tell dreams that are false. They give comfort in vain. Therefore the people wander like sheep, oppressed for lack of a shepherd. Jesus said to them, "The kings of the Gentiles lord it over them, and those who exercise authority over them call themselves benefactors. Woe to those who go to great depths to hide their plans from the Lord, who do their work in darkness and think, 'Who sees us? Who will know?' You turn things upside down as if the potter were thought to be like the clay. Shall what is formed say to the one who formed it, 'You did not make me'? Can the pot say to the potter, 'You know nothing'? Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." The Spirit clearly says that in latter times some will abandon the faith and follow deceiving spirits and things taught by demons. Such teachings come through hypocritical liars, whose consciences have been seared as with a hot iron. They forbid people to marry and order them to abstain from certain foods which God created to be received with thanksgiving by those who believe and who know the truth. For the time will come when people will not put up with sound doctrine. Instead, to suit their own desires, they will gather around them a great number of teachers to say what their itching ears want to hear. They will turn their ears away from the truth and turn aside to myths.
Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies and robbery. Its victim never departs. The noise of a whip, and the noise of rattling wheels, of galloping horses, of clattering chariots. Horsemen charge with bright sword and glittering spear. There is a multitude of slain, a great number of bodies, countless corpses. They stumble over the corpses, because of the multitude of harlotries of the seductive harlot, the mistress of sorceries, who sells nations through her harlotries, and families through her sorceries. Behold, I am against you, says the Lord of hosts. I will lift your skirts over your face. I will show the nations your nakedness, and the kingdoms your shame. I will cast abominable filth upon you, make you vile, and make you a spectacle. Surely your people in your midst are women. The gates of your land are wide open for your enemies. Fire shall devour the bars of your gates. Draw your water for the siege. Fortify your strongholds. Go into the clay and tread the mortar. Make strong the brick kiln. There the fire will devour you. The sword will cut you off. It will eat you up like a locust.
One of these 7 angels who had the 7 bowls came and said to me, Come, I will show you the punishment of the great prostitute who sits by many waters. With her the kings of the earth committed adultery, and the inhabitants of the earth were intoxicated with the wine of her adulteries. Then the angel carried me away in the spirit into a wilderness. There I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast that was covered with blasphemous names, and had 7 heads and 10 horns. The woman was dressed in purple and scarlet, and was glittering with gold, precious stones, and pearls. She held a golden cup in her hand, filled with abominable things and with the filth of her adulteries. The name written on her forehead was a mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of prostitutes, and of the abominations of the earth. I saw that the woman was drunk with the blood of God's holy people, the blood of those who bore testimony to Jesus. When I saw her, I was greatly astonished. Then the angel said to me, Why are you astonished? I will explain to you the mystery of the woman and of the beast she rides, which has the 7 heads and 10 horns. The beast which you saw once was, now is not, and yet will come up out of the abyss and go to its destruction.
Yes, this is an excellent scene. Stop. He's giving him the speech that social Darwinism is what runs the world. And that's the philosophy of the British Empire, right? They're the ones that gave us social Darwinism. And he says that we will rule because we have the Darwinian impetus to rule. And that rulership will be to create a completely homogenized, standardized humanity. In other words, everything that's in Brave New World, right? Because you don't have individuality in Brave New World. He says that the enemy here is the individual, Mr. Beale. The individual is the competitor to the global market that has to be stamped out. And we will homogenize human beings. And we will tranquilize them. And we will mutate them into being cogs, being programmed. He says they will be programmed robots. And the Faye Dunaway character in the movie represents what Jensen is talking about here, if you've seen the film, right? She is the humanoid, right? She has a love affair, and her lover doesn't understand her because he's an older guy, older generation. He says, you are a humanoid. You're not human anymore. But the film is actually a satire of the godlike status and place of media as an engine for mind control.
How did you manage to access all this information?
Electrical impulses. Every cell knows and talks to every other cell. They exchange 1,000 bits of information between them per second. Cells group together, forming a giant web of communication, which in turn forms matter. Cells get together, take on one form, deform, reform. Makes no difference, it's all the same. Makes no difference, it's all the same. Humans consider themselves unique, so they've rooted their whole theory of existence on their uniqueness. 1 is their unit of measure, but it's not. Uniqueness. 1 is their unit of measure, but it's not. All social systems we put into place are a mere sketch. 1 + 1 = 2. That's all we've learned. But 1 + 1 has never equaled 2. There are, in fact, no numbers and no letters. We've codified our existence to bring it down to human size.
But some governments and corporations, for the first time in history, have the power to basically hack human beings. There is a lot of talk about hacking computers, hacking smartphones, hacking bank accounts, but the big story of our era is the ability to hack human beings. And by this I mean that if you have enough data and you have enough computing power, you can understand people better than they understand themselves, and then you can manipulate them in ways which were previously impossible. This new era in which humans are now hackable animals. This new era in which humans are now hackable animals.
You come from Judo-Christian background. According to the Indian Swamis, you are untouchables. You don't know this. Yeah. You are scheduled caste, you're untouchable, you're lowest of the lowest of the lowest. You may think you're the great and all that, forget it. But to them, you are just nothing.
I wanted to tell a story about Jack Kornfield. One of the things in Buddhism is there's no separate self. A lot of the suffering in the world that we identify with sort of autonomous separate self. And Jack Kornfield does a story when he met Kalu Rinpoche as a very eager student of Buddhism and wanted to use that opportunity. So he asked Kalu Rinpoche, can you, just in a few words, tell me what is the essence of Buddhism? And Kalu Rinpoche says, well, I could tell you, but you wouldn't believe me and it would take you a very long time to understand what I mean. And Jack said, please tell me anyway. And Kalu Rinpoche said, okay, you don't really exist. Which means not you don't exist, something exists, but it's not what you think it is. It's not the body ego.
Even Huxley says in the introduction to Brave New World that Brave New World is the end result of all of the revolutions, from the Enlightenment to the Scientific Revolution, Reformation, all the way up through Bolshevik Revolution, all of it, French Revolution. The end result, the logic, even the people at the head of the revolution can tell you that the logic of the end result, the dark logic of all the revolutions, is the technocracy, the Brave New World. It's the final revolution. And the cronies in his circle, who were at the top of the pyramid, Bertrand Russell, Julian, him, they said this is the final revolution. They used the term final revolution. The final revolution is the revolution against man. Man is the last thing to be overcome. That's the same dark logic. It's the exact same pattern. All we're doing here is pattern recognition.
Descartes had a dream, and an angel appeared to him in the dream, and the angel said, "The conquest of nature is achieved through measurement and number." And he said, "I got it, modern science, I'll go do it." And he did. And that was the method for over 250 years of the conquest of nature.
The final revolution is the revolution against man. Man is the last thing to be overcome.
It's inside me now. What's inside you? It's not like us. It's unlike us. I don't know what it wants, or if it wants, but it will grow until it encompasses everything. Our bodies and our minds will be fragmented into their smallest parts until not one part remains. Annihilation.
أولم ير الذين كفروا أن السماوات والأرض كانتا رتقا ففتقناهما وجعلنا من الماء كل شيء حي أفلا يؤمنون.
Have those who disbelieved not considered that the heavens and the earth were a joined entity, and we separated them, 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 and made from water every living thing? Then will they not believe?
تناولت ما كانت تنظر فسقطت من حيث لم تنظر.
فأين شوكتك يا موت؟ أين انتصارك يا جحيم؟
المسيح قام من بين الأموات ووطئ الموت بالموت ووهب الحياة للذين في القبور.
قام المسيح وأنت سرعت.
حقا قام. Χριστός ανέστη εκ νεκρών θανάτου, ο θάνατον πατήσας και της εν της μνήμας εις ζωήν χαρισάμενος.
قام المسيح والجن سقطت.
حقا قام. Christ is risen from the dead, trampling down death by death, and upon those in the tombs bestowing life.
قام المسيح والملائكة فرحت.
حقا قام. Christos воскресje iz mrtvih, smrtiju smrt poprav, Isušivo grobje život darovav.
قام المسيح فانبثت الحياة في الجميع.
حقا قام.
لا أقسم بيوم القيامة قيامة 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 قيامة.
I swear by the day of resurrection.
إذ قال الله يا عيسى إني متوفيك ورافعك رافعك 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 إلي ومطهرك من الذين كفروا وجاعل الذين اتبعوك فوق الذين كفروا إلى يوم القيامة.
Mention when Allah said, O Jesus, indeed I will take you and raise you to myself, and purify you from those who disbelieve, and make those who follow you in submission to Allah alone, superior to those who disbelieve until the day of resurrection. Then to me is your return, and I will judge between you concerning that in which you used to differ.
بل رفعه الله إليه وكان الله عزيزا حكيما.
Rather, Allah raised him to himself, and ever is Allah exalted in might and wise. And there is none from the people of the scripture but that he will surely believe in Jesus before his death, and on the day of resurrection he will be against them a witness.
والسقف المرفوع 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 المرفوع.
And by the heaven raised high,
والسماء رفعها 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 ووضع الميزان.
And the heaven he raised and imposed the balance.
She bore a male child, who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron. And her child was caught up to God and his throne. Then the woman fled into the wilderness, where she has a place prepared by God, that they should feed her there 1,260 days.
وجعلنا ابن مريم وأمه آية وآويناهما إلى ربوة ذات قرار ومعين.
And we made the son of Mary and his mother a sign, and sheltered them within a high ground, having level areas and flowing water.
Χριστός Ανέστη. Χριστός Ανέστη εκ νεκρών θανάτων πατήρ.